So, Trump, I heard you have some big news about your new vice president.
That's right, Joe. I've decided to bring back Sleepy Joe as my VP.
Wait, what? Why?
Well, we were up late playing Call of Duty Zombies and I went down with the ray gun. I promised Joe that if he revived me, he could be my VP.
You're kidding, right?
No, I'm dead serious. Plus, he's got experience with sleeping on the job, so he'll fit right in.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Say hello to the new dynamic duo, Sleepy Joe and Big Daddy Trump.
I can't believe this is real life.
Believe it, Joe. Believe it. And you know what? I think we make a great team. We'll have the best snaps in the White House, believe me.
This is just too much.
Hey, at least I didn't choose Crooked Hillary. Now that would be a disaster.
I can't argue with that.
So get ready, America. Sleepy Joe and I are coming in hot. And by hot, I mean we'll probably be napping.
So, Elon, I heard you have some big plans for your new Tesla commercial.
Yeah, I want to hire Donald Trump to be the star.
What? Why?
He's a big name and controversy sells. Plus, want him to fly to space and meet the space monkeys.
Space monkeys. What are those?
Just some genetically modified monkeys we sent up to space. They're pretty chill.
And what does Trump have to do with them?
I want him to live with them and make a new reality show. Trump and the space monkeys.
That's interesting. But what about the commercial?
Well, I want him to eat pineapples in the commercial. It's a symbol of his love for Hawaii.
Pineapples? I thought he hated Hawaii.
I know, that's why it's so absurd. People will love it.
I don't know, man. This sounds like a disaster waiting to happen.
Trust me, it'll be a hit. And besides, I already booked his ticket to space.
Wait, what? You're actually sending him to space?
Yeah, I figure it's the best place for him. He can live a happy life with the space monkeys and eat all the pineapples he wants.
This is just, wow. I don't even know what to say.
Just wait until you see the commercial. It's going to be out of this world. Literally.
I can't even imagine what the space monkeys are going to. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Oh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Now, milk me. No, nope.
What the hell, Elon? Are you okay?
Oh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Now, milk me. No, nope.
Did you hit your head or something?
Oh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Now, milk me. No, nope.
Okay, let's just move on. So, I heard you launched Starlink 2 recently.
Oh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Now, milk me. No, nope.
Can you stop saying that, please? It's getting really weird.
Oh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Now, milk me. No, nope.
All right, I'm just going to pretend you're saying yes from now on. So, what's the deal with Starlink 2?
I am Elon. Now milk me.
So, Elon, I heard you have a new kink for base jumping.
Yeah, man, I can't get enough of that adrenaline rush. And I have the perfect spot in mind, the White Cliffs of Dover.
Oh, damn, that's intense. But why there?
Because it's named after Ben Dover.
Oh, God, that's terrible. But also kind of genius.
Right? And I just can't resist the opportunity to jump off of Ben.
Oh, I see where this is going.
Come on, Joe. Say it with me. Oh, fuck yes, Elon, jump off me.
Oh my God, Mr. President, I can't believe it. You bought Club Penguin. This is amazing.
That's right, Joe. I'm a businessman. I see a good deal and I grab it by the penguin balls.
But what are you going to do with it? Are you going to make it even better? Can I be a penguin?
Well, Joe, I have big plans for this penguin paradise. First of all, we're changing the name to Club Cox.
I mean, have you seen this body? It's perfect for flipping burgers.
I have to admit, I am pretty jealous of your physique. How do you maintain it?
Well, I have a strict diet of soy and Mars dust. And I never skip leg day, even when I'm launching rockets into space.
Impressive. But seriously, why do you want to work at McDonald's?
I just want to experience what it's like to work a low-paying, mind-numbing job like the rest of humanity. Plus, I heard they have some killer secret sauces.
I can just imagine you in a McDonald's uniform serving up Big Macs with your chiseled arms.
It's a shame they keep rejecting me. I even offered to build them a rocket-powered fryer.
Maybe you should try Burger King. They might appreciate your innovation.
Good idea. But I'll have to wear a disguise. I don't want anyone recognizing my perfect face.
Well, I'll be sure to swing by for a burger once you're hired. Just don't forget about us regular folks when you become a fast food mogul.
Don't worry, Joe. I'll always remember my roots and my ripped abs.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new plan to make COVID great again.
That's right, Joe. We're going to send an army of chimpanzees to China to raid that Wuhan lab and get America's virus back.
Wait, what? Chimpanzees?
Yeah, they're the perfect soldiers. They're strong, they're sneaky, and they love bananas. Plus, they're immune to the virus.
But how are they going to get the virus back?
Simple. We'll train them to steal it and bring it back to the U.S. It'll be like Ocean's 11, but with monkeys.
I don't think that's a good idea, Mr. President.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a wuss. It'll be tremendous. The best plan ever.
But what if the chimps get infected and spread it even more?
Then we'll just blame it on China again. It's a win-win.
This is insane.
No, it's genius, and it's going to be huge. Trust me, Joe.
I don't know, man. This sounds like a disaster waiting to happen.
Relax, Joe. Have a drink and some hydroxychloroquine. It'll all work out.
So, Elon, I hear you and Trump are teaming up to open a new brand called Tescox X.
Yeah, we figured there's a huge market for high-tech dildos.
High-tech dildos. How does that even work?
Well, they'll have built-in artificial intelligence and can vibrate to your favorite songs.
That's insane. But why did you choose to partner with Trump?
He's a master at branding and marketing. Plus, he's got a lot of experience with dildos.
Wait, what? What?
I mean, he's a big fan of grabbing them by the pussy.
Oh God, I can already see the marketing slogan. Make America come again with Tescox X.
Exactly. And we'll have a special edition Trump-shaped dildo for his diehard supporters.
I can't believe I'm even having this conversation.
Hey, you're invited to be one of our first testers.
Me? Why?
Well, you're known for trying out crazy things on your show, and we need someone with a strong grip.
All right, I'm in. But can we call it something else? Tescox X just doesn't have a nice ring to it.
How about muskrat dildos?
Sold. Let's do this. All right, folks. Welcome back to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Neil, I heard you've been experimenting with some extreme urethral sounding techniques. Can you tell us more about that?
Well, Joe, as a scientist, I'm always looking for new ways to push the boundaries of human experience. And let me tell you, this technique definitely pushes some boundaries.
How exactly does it work?
Well, you take a long, thin rod and insert it into the urethra, stimulating the sensitive nerve endings inside. It's a truly mind-blowing experience.
Mind blowing? More like dick blowing.
Yes, I suppose you could say that.
Have you tried it yourself?
Of course, as a scientist, I always test my theories before sharing them with the public.
And how was it?
Let's just say I now have a newfound appreciation for the phrase pee-hole pleasures.
That's one way to put it. But I have to ask, isn't it dangerous?
Well, there are some risks involved, but as long as you have a steady hand and a strong stomach, it can be a very rewarding experience.
I think I'll stick to my regular old prostate massages. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Joe, but don't knock it till you try it.
Oh. So, Elon, did you hear about Trump's latest idea?
No, what is it this time?
He wants to develop a supersonic ejaculation technology.
Laughs. That's ridiculous. Why would anyone want that?
Are you kidding me? It's like a superpower. Imagine being able to finish in less than a second.
Joe, I think you're missing the point. It's not about speed, it's about control. And I don't think Trump has that.
But think about all the time we would save.
Time. Joe, do you understand how ejaculation works? It's not like you can just turn it on and off like a faucet.
But what about the ladies? They would love it.
I highly doubt that. I mean, have you ever heard a woman say, I wish my partner could finish faster?
Well, no.
Exactly. And besides, do you really want to be known as the guy with the supersonic ejaculation?
Thinks for a moment. Okay, maybe you have a point.
Of course I do. I'm a genius, remember?
Yeah. But still, it would be pretty cool.
Besides, Joe, I think we should just stick to our regular human abilities. Trust me, it's for the best.
Fine. But I'm still going to pitch it to Trump.
Knock yourself out. Just don't expect me to invest in that idea.
So, Mr. President, I heard you used to work at McDonald's when you were younger.
That's right, Joe. I was the best burger flipper they ever had. And let me tell you, I did a mean SpongeBob voice while doing it.
Wait, what? You did a SpongeBob voice while flipping burgers?
Absolutely. It was the only way to keep myself entertained. Plus, the customers loved it. They would come in just to hear me do the voice.
I can't even imagine what that would sound like.
Oh, it was perfect. I would go, I'm ready, while flipping those burgers and the fries. I would say firm but fair. But fair?
That's amazing. Did you ever get in trouble for it?
No, I was the boss's favorite. He even let me wear a SpongeBob hat while working.
That's too good. I think we need to bring back that tradition at McDonald's.
I agree, Joe. Let's make fast food fun again. Jamie, pull up an image of me in a SpongeBob hat at McDonald's.
So, Elon, I heard you've been playing Raid Shadow Legends a lot lately.
Yeah, man, I'm addicted. Just hit 50 million power.
50 million. How the hell did you do that?
Whispers, milk me,
What?
milk me, milk me, milk me, milk me.
Okay, calm down. But seriously, how did you get so much power?
Well, I may have made a deal with some aliens. They gave me a special cheat code.
Aliens? Cheat codes? Are you sure you're not just drinking too much of that Tesla Quila?
No, I swear it's real. And now I'm basically unstoppable in game.
But at what cost, Elon? At what cost?
Who cares? I have 50 million power. I can conquer all the kingdoms and rule over them like a god.
All right, I think we need to take a break and get Elon some help. Thanks for joining us on the Joe Rogan Experience, where things always get weird. All right, folks, we have a very special episode today. I have the 45th and 46th President of the United States here with me, Donald Trump and Joe Biden.
It's great to be back on the Joe Rogan Experience, Joe. And let me tell you, we have a bigly topic to discuss today.
Oh boy, I can't wait. What's on the agenda?
We need to talk about breaking up the fast food monopoly of Krusty Krab. It's a disgrace, Joe. They've been dominating the market for too long.
I don't know. I kind of like their Krabby Patties.
Exactly, Joe. We need to level the playing field, and I have a plan. We're going to build a wall around Krusty Krab and make them pay for it.
Wait, what? What?
Oh, but we can, and we will. And let me tell you, it's going to be the best wall you've ever seen, made of the finest ingredients.
I don't think that's how walls work, Donald.
Trust me, Joe, I'm a businessman. I know what I'm doing. Like what? Sleepy.
So, Mr. President, I heard a rumor that you don't know the words to any songs.
That's fake news, Joe. I know plenty of songs. Believe me, I have the best songs.
Okay, prove it. Sing something for us.
All right, here we go. Clear his throat. Oh, God, I just made a stinky. Oh, so stinky. Oh, so stinky boy.
What was that?
It's a classic, Joe. Everyone knows it.
I don't think that's a real song, Mr. President.
Of course it is. It's a beautiful song, just like my presidency.
I think you may have just made that up on the spot.
Fake news, Joe. I have the best songs. Everyone says so.
I don't think anyone has ever said that.
Well, they should, because I'm the best singer. Believe me.
I think we should move on to a different topic.
Fine, but just remember I have the best songs. Oh, God, I just made a stinky. Oh, so stinky. Oh, so stinky boy. Oh, so stinky boy. Oh.
So, Neil, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. I mean, it's always great to be anywhere. People love me. What can I say? What can I say?
So, Mr. President, what do you think of the current state of the country?
Well, Joe, it's a mess. But seriously, it's a mess. We need to make America great again, and I'm the only one who can do it. Believe me.
But seriously, what do you mean by that?
I mean, we need to build a wall, a big, beautiful wall, and we'll make Mexico pay for it. That's what I mean.
So, Ben, what's your take on this?
Who's Ben? Oh, you mean Dr. Ben Carson. He's a great guy. But seriously, I'm the best. No one can beat me.
But seriously, what do you mean?
I mean, I'm the smartest, richest, and most successful president ever. And I have the best words. Believe me.
Thank you for tuning in, folks. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience.
Wait, that's it. I thought we were just getting started. I have so much more to say. People need to hear me. I'm a ratings machine.
Sorry, but we're out of time. And I have to say, this has been one of the most unhinged and offensive conversations I've ever had.
Well, that's what I do best. And I'll continue to do it for.
So, Neil, I was thinking about how we can make space travel faster and more efficient.
Oh, I have a brilliant idea. We can use solar-powered unicorn farts infused with cocaine energy to reach Mars in about 20 minutes.
Wait, what? Did you say unicorn farts?
Yes, Joe. Think about it. The magical combination of solar energy and cocaine will propel us to Mars in no time.
But how do we harness unicorn farts?
Oh, that's easy. We just need to install a giant unicorn fart collector on our spaceship. And voila, we have unlimited fuel.
I don't know, Neil. Sounds a little far-fetched.
Far-fetched? Joe, have you ever seen a unicorn fart? It's like a beautiful rainbow of creamy shits.
Okay, but what about the cocaine part?
Oh, that's just to give us an extra boost. And trust me, it'll be a wild ride. Ooh. About to bust. Gonna bust. Gonna bust.
Neil, are you okay?
Oh, sorry. I just get a little excited when I talk about creamy shits.
I can see that. But what about the safety concerns?
Safety? Joe, when you're traveling to Mars on unicorn farts, safety is the last thing on your mind. Plus, we'll have our spacesuits on, so we'll be fine.
I don't know, Neil. This whole idea seems a little out there.
Out there?
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new idea for the White House.
Beans. Ooh. Beans. 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 Beanie.
Yeah. You want to turn it into a Walmart?
Beans. Ooh. Beans. 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 Beanie.
Why would you want to do that?
Beans. Ooh. Beans. 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 Beanie.
Is it because you love beans so much?
Beans. Ooh. Beans. 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 Beanie.
I don't think that's a good enough reason.
Beans. Ooh. Beans. 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 Beanie.
Plus, I don't think the American people would be too happy about losing the White House.
Beans.
So, Neil, have you ever seen a buffalo?
Yes, Joe. I have seen a buffalo. Why do you ask?
Oh, no reason. I was just thinking about that famous sentence, the one,
Which sentence?
the one that goes kneel, 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 kneel. So, Mr. President, what's been going on with you lately?
Let me tell you, Joe, I've been having some wild experiences in my sleep.
Oh yeah, like what?
Well, I keep getting visited by these angelic femboys.
Angelic femboys? What do they want?
I don't know, but they always leave me covered in this weird ectoplasm.
Ectoplasm? Are you sure it's not just something else?
No, I swear it's ectoplasm. Believe me, I know my fluids.
Okay. And how do these femboys make you feel?
Let me tell you, Joe, they make me feel terrific, tremendous. The best.
Well, I'm glad you're enjoying your nocturnal visitors.
No, it's not enjoyable. It's starting to piss me off. I can't sleep without getting slimed by these femboys.
Maybe you should try sleeping on your stomach.
Joe, I don't think you understand. These femboys are real. They're coming for me.
Okay, Mr. President, I'll make sure to keep an eye out for any angelic femboys.
You do that, Joe. You do that. And if you see any, send them my way. I could use a good sliming right now.
Right. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk. How's it going, Elon?
It's going great, Joe. Thanks for having me.
So I got to ask, what's with your fascination with being milked? I mean, I've heard some weird shit in my life, but this takes the cake.
Well, Joe, I believe in exploring all aspects of the human experience. And being milked is just one of those things. It's a primal, animalistic act that connects us to our roots.
Oh yeah, I can totally see that. I bet cavemen were lining up to get their nipples squeezed.
Actually, I've been working on a new invention that will revolutionize the milking process. It's a machine that will extract milk from your nipples with maximum efficiency.
What the fuck, Elon? I'm not some cow for you to milk.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a prude. It'll be a great experience for both of us.
No way, man. I demand that you milk my very large nipples right now.
Well, I hate to cut this podcast short, but I think it's time for some milking. Shall we end the episode here?
Yes, milk me, Popeye Elon. Let's do this. And folks, if you're listening, you can catch the... Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the legendary David Goggins. How's it going, man?
It's going good. Just out here crushing souls and pushing people to be their best selves.
That's what I love about you, man. You're a no-nonsense, take-no-prisoners kind of guy. So I heard you've been doing some advocacy work lately. Care to tell us about it?
Oh yeah, Joe. I've been on a mission to spread the word about putting two in the stink and one in the pink.
Wait, what?
You heard me, Joe. It's time to break the stigma and embrace the power of the shocker.
Oh man, this is too much. So why is this so important to you?
Because, Joe, it's all about balance. You can't just focus on one hole. You got to give equal love to both.
I can't believe we're having this conversation on my podcast.
Joe, it's time to stop being a closed-minded prude and join the shocker revolution.
Oh God, I can't breathe. This is too much.
You can laugh all you want, Joe. But when you try it, you'll never go back.
All right. I'll keep an open mind. But let's move on to another topic before I pass out from laughing. So, Neil, I heard you have a confession to make.
Yeah, man. I've been keeping this secret for too long. But I trust you, Joe.
What is it?
Trump is my clone.
What? How is that even possible?
Well, you know how I'm always talking about the universe and parallel dimensions? Turns out in one of those dimensions, I accidentally cloned myself and it turned out to be Trump.
That's insane, man. But wait, what went wrong?
Well, I wanted to clone myself to have a debate partner, but I didn't specify which version of me I wanted. And well, you know how Trump turned out?
Oh, man. This is too good. So, does that mean you have all his memories and everything?
Yeah, but I try to suppress them. It's not easy living with the knowledge of being responsible for Trump's existence.
I can only imagine. But hey, at least you can use this as an excuse for any controversial statements you make.
Yeah, I'll just blame it on my clone.
Here's a visual for our listeners.
This is too much, man. I can't believe it.
But on a serious note, let's just hope nothing else went wrong in that cloning process. We don't need any more Trumps.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson in the studio. How's it going, Neil?
Good to be here, Joe. I've been doing some deep thinking lately.
Oh, yeah. About what?
Well, I have this theory that Elon Musk is actually just a brain in a jar.
What the hell are you talking about?
Think about it, Joe. Have you ever seen him eat or drink? And have you noticed how he always wears that same outfit?
Oh, man, you're blowing my mind right now.
And get this, I also believe that he lost his car keys because, well, he doesn't have any hands to hold them.
Oh, my God, this is too much. But seriously, what makes you think he's a brain in a jar?
Well, have you seen his tweets? They're just too out there. It's like he's not even human.
I see your point, but let's not forget about his genius inventions and ideas.
Oh, that's just the brain in the jar's programming. It's all pre-programmed, Joe.
You know what? I think you might be onto something here, Neil.
Of course I am. I'm a genius astrophysicist.
All right, let's move on before we get too deep into this. So what's next for you? So Ben, what's your take on this whole flat Earth controversy?
Well, Joe, as a man of logic and reason, I have to say that the evidence clearly points to a spherical Earth.
Yeah, but have you seen those pictures online? They look pretty convincing.
Joe, I don't need to see pictures to know the truth. I rely on facts and data.
All right, let's move on. Jamie, can you pull up some pictures of Bigfoot?
Geiger.
Jamie, are you okay? You seem a bit agitated.
Geiger.
I think Jamie's about to go full rage mode.
Jamie, just pull up the damn pictures, would you?
Geiger.
I think we should probably just move on to the next topic before Jamie explodes.
Agreed. Jamie, can you please just take a deep breath and pull up those pictures?
Gagger.
This is why we need a soundproof booth for Jamie.
Or maybe just a muzzle.
Gagger.
All right, let's just end this before Jamie bites someone. Thanks for tuning in, folks. All right, Mr. President, I want to hear about your adventures. Tell me a story.
Well, Joe, let me tell you, I've had some incredible adventures. I remember one time I was on a yacht in the Mediterranean and
Wait. Why are you saying big old man titties?
oh, that. It's my new catchphrase. The people love it. It's huge.
I don't think that's a catchphrase, Mr. President. It's just a weird noise.
Believe me, it's going to be huge. Everyone's going to be saying it. Ooh, oh.
Okay. Can you just tell me your story without saying that?
Fine. So there I was on the yacht, and suddenly a giant sea monster appeared.
Whoa. My big old man titties. Ooh.
Joe, come on. I can't help it. It's like Tourette's or something.
This is going to be a long story.
So anyway, the sea monster was coming at us, and I was like, ooh, my big old man titties.
Of course you did.
And I swung it at the sea monster and knocked it out cold. It was the...
Yo, David, I heard you've lost all motivation.
What's up with that?
Yeah, man, I just can't seem to find my drive anymore. It's like I hit a wall or something.
Well, have you ever considered selling crack?
What? No way, Joe. That's illegal and dangerous.
Come on, man. It's a brilliant idea. Think about it. You'll have all the money and motivation you need.
I don't know. I don't want to end up in jail.
Jail. Well, if you're David freaking Goggins, you could outrun the cops on crack.
Yeah, I want some crack too. Joe, can you hook us up?
Of course, Jamie. That's what friends are for.
Wait, have you ever ran on crack?
Oh, hell, yeah, it's the best pre-workout I've ever had.
I don't know, guys. This doesn't seem like the best idea.
Come on, David. Just one hit, and you'll be back to your old motivated self.
All right, fine. But if I get arrested, it's on you, Joe.
Deal. Now let's go get some crack. Welcome to the show, Foreskin Muncher.
What the hell, Joe? That's offensive and anti-Semitic.
Relax, Ben. It's just a joke.
Joke or not, it's not funny. And it's not just about me. It's about perpetuating harmful stereotypes.
Oh, come on, Ben. It's not like you're part of the Israeli world domination plan.
Actually, Joe, I am. And let me tell you, it's going to be the most efficient and logical domination ever.
Oh, man, you really are a robot.
I prefer the term highly intelligent human being.
Sure. But seriously, how are you going to dominate the world?
Well, first, we'll use our superior technology to hack into every government system and control them from within.
Sounds like a Black Mirror episode.
Then we'll use our strategic alliances and economic power to manipulate world events to our advantage.
And what about the rest of us?
Oh, don't worry. We'll let you keep your precious freedoms as long as you don't get in our way.
So basically, we'll all be living in a giant Israel.
Exactly.
Is this what you mean, Ben?
Yes, Jamie. That's the future of the world, and it's going to be glorious.
So, Neil, I heard you went to Egypt recently. Did you see the Nile River?
Of course I did, Joe. It's one of the most iconic rivers in the world.
Yeah, right? Like, that thing actually exists. You probably just made it up because it sounds like your name.
Excuse me. The Nile River has been around for thousands of years. It's a crucial source of water for Egypt.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure it's just a big bathtub for all the pharaohs to splash around in.
How dare you mock such an important natural wonder? The Nile River is a symbol of life and fertility.
Oh, so it's like a giant vein pumping blood into the desert. That's totally believable.
You know what, Joe? I'm done with this conversation. You clearly have no respect for science or history.
Relax, Neil. I'm just messing with you. But seriously, the Nile River sounds made up to me.
Unbelievable. I can't believe I agreed to come on this podcast.
So, Elon, I heard you've been practicing your acting skills lately.
Yeah, I've been really getting into the classics. Have you seen Animal House?
Of course, classic comedy. Did you have a favorite scene?
Actually, I've been working on something. Clears throat. Is it? Get it? ZIT.
Laughs. Oh man, that's from John Belushi's monologue. Can you do the whole thing?
Challenge accepted. Is it? A tumor. I'm a pimple. I'm a festering boil. I'm a carbuncle. I'm a blister. I'm a blister. A hemorrhoid. Oh, I'm so disgusting. I disgust everyone. I'm a pustule.
Clapping bravo, Elon. That was something.
Thank you. Thank you. Been practicing in front of a mirror.
I can tell you really captured the essence of Belushi's performance.
Well, I am a man of many talents. I can create electric cars and recite monologues.
And smoke weed with me on my podcast.
Loss, of course. That too.
So, what other classic movies are you planning to tackle next?
Well, I've been eyeing The Godfather. I think I could give Marlon Brando a run for his money.
Laughs, I have no doubt. You'll be the... Hey, Ben, have you ever heard of the game Would You Rather?
Of course, Joe. It's a classic party game for intellectuals like us.
Well, I got a good one for you. Would you rather felch a Goron or get the felching? Fuck gore in the ass, suck the cum out while you're belching.
Excuse me. That's highly inappropriate and offensive, Joe.
Oh, come on, Ben. It's just a hypothetical scenario. And you have to choose one.
I refuse to participate in such a disgusting and degrading conversation.
Fine, I'll answer for you. I'd definitely go for the felching. Burp, belch, then go back for a second helping.
That's it. I'm out of here. I can't believe you would even suggest such a thing.
Relax, Ben. It's all in good fun. Plus, it's not like we're actually going to do it.
I can't believe I agreed to come on your podcast.
Jamie, pull up an image of a Goron from The Legend of Zelda. Let's give Ben visual aid.
Pulls up images. Here you go, Joe. Joe.
See, Ben? It's just a big, cuddly green creature.
I'm leaving. This is too much for me to handle.
And that's why we love having you on the podcast, Ben. Always keeping us on our toes. So, Ben, I heard you made some serious cash recently. What's the deal?
Oh, you mean my latest business venture? Yeah, I just sealed the deal to sell some prime coastal property to none other than Aquaman himself.
Wait, the Aquaman? The guy who talks to fish and wears a skin-tight suit?
That's the one. And let me tell you, I made hell money, son.
Damn, I gotta get in on that. Maybe I can sell some land to Batman or something.
Good luck with that. I don't think he's in the market for real estate.
So, how did this all come about?
Well, I was at a fancy party sipping on some champagne and discussing the rising sea levels with some environmentalists when Aquaman swam up to me and said he needed a new underwater lair.
And you just happened to have the perfect property for him?
Of course, I always have my finger on the pulse of the real estate market.
You know, I never thought I'd see the day when Aquaman would be buying property from a conservative like you.
Hey, money talks, Joe. And I'm not one to turn down a good business opportunity, no matter who it's with.
Well, congrats on the deal, Ben. I'll have to hit you up next time I need to sell some land to a superhero.
Anytime, Joe. Just make sure it's not to Superman. That guy is a real estate nightmare.
So, Mr. President, have you heard Keysai's new song, Thick of It?
I have, and let me tell you, it's tremendous. The best song I've ever heard, believe me.
Really? I thought it was pretty terrible. I mean, have you seen the music video?
I have, and it's fantastic. The best music video ever made, believe me. Believe me.
Are you serious? It's just dancing around with a bunch of women in bikinis. It's objectifying and offensive.
Oh, come on, Joe. You're just jealous because you can't dance like that. Believe me, I know how to move on the dance floor.
I highly doubt that. And besides, the lyrics are just trash. In the thick of it, thick of it, thick of it. Got me feeling like a thick of it, 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 thick of it.
That's a beautiful message, Joe. It's about being in the thick of things and fighting through it, just like I'm doing as president.
Give me a break. You know what? Let's just move on to the next topic.
Fine, but I still think C's song is tremendous. Believe me.
Jamie, pull up an image of Keith's music video. I need to show Trump what we're talking about.
Sure thing, Joe.
Wow, that's a beautiful image. I really appreciate the artistry in.
So, Ben, I heard there's a video going around of Elon milking you.
What? That's absurd. I don't even know Elon.
Already pulling it up. Holy shit, that's gross.
What do you mean it's gross? That's like every man's dream.
No, Joe. That's not normal, and I don't appreciate you bringing it up.
Wait, is that why your nipples are always so erect?
What? No, I have a medical condition, okay?
Oh man, this is too good. I can't wait to watch this video.
You're sick, Joe. Sick in the head.
Guys, I don't think we should watch this. It's not appropriate.
Oh man, his technique is on point. I gotta take notes.
I'm leaving. This is too much for me.
Seriously, guys, let's not do this.
Jamie, pull up an image of Elon's milking technique. I need to study this.
Fine, but I'm not responsible for any nightmares you have tonight.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you've been running some pretty wild challenges on your YouTube channel.
Yeah, man, I like to keep things interesting. And what's more interesting than some good old-fashioned eyes wide shut gay challenges?
What exactly does that entail?
Oh, just blindfolding a bunch of dudes and seeing what happens. It's like a game of sexual roulette.
That sounds dangerous.
Oh, come on, where's your sense of adventure? Plus, I make sure to have a safe word just in case things get too crazy.
And what's the craziest thing that's happened during one of these challenges?
Well, let's just say we had a little incident with a pineapple. But hey, at least the safe word was used.
I don't even want to know. But why do you do these challenges?
It's all about pushing boundaries and breaking stereotypes, man. Plus, the views are insane.
I can only imagine. But what do your fans think about these challenges?
They love it. I mean, who wouldn't want to see a bunch of dudes stumbling around blindfolded and trying to find each other's mouths?
I have no words. Well, thanks for sharing, I guess.
No problem, Joe. Always happy to spread the word about my wild challenges.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump. Donald Trump.
It's great to be back, Joe. I've been busy building walls and making America great again.
So, Mr. President, what do you have to say about the current state of the country?
Well, Joe, everything you say to me takes me one step closer to the edge, and I'm about to break.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, the liberal snowflakes and fake news media are constantly attacking me. It's like they want me to lose my mind.
Maybe they just want you to listen to their concerns and work towards unity.
Unity? Ha, that's a joke. I'm all about division and winning. And let me tell you, I'm the best at both.
But what about the rising tensions between different groups in the country?
That's just fake news. I have the best relationships with all groups. Believe me, they love me.
Okay, let's change the subject. What do you think about the legalization of marijuana?
I think it's a great idea. In fact, I've been smoking it for years. That's why I have the best ideas.
Really? I didn't know that.
Of course, I'm full of surprises. And let me tell you, I've got the best weed. It's tremendous.
Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining me, Mr. President.
No problem.
So, Trump, have you heard about this new trend of cat femboys?
Cat femboys? What the hell is that?
It's when guys dress up as cats and act all cute and sexy.
You wacky little dildo, what kind of world are we living in?
Well, Some people find it entertaining.
I find it disturbing, but you know what? Let's play a game. It's called Take a Shit in the Power Outlet.
What? That sounds dangerous.
Do it. Why? Oh, fuck. Oh, God.
Trump, what the hell are you doing?
It's shocking me. Help me. I didn't mean to call you a dildo. Well, I did because you're a massive dildo, but please help. Shit. Oh, it's going down my leg.
Okay, I think we need to end this episode right now. This has gone too far.
Oh, it's just a little shock. I'm fine. Let's keep talking about these cat femboys.
No, I think we're done here. Thanks for tuning in, folks. And Trump, please get some help. Ben, why are you wearing a dress?
Well, Joe, as a conservative, I believe in traditional gender roles, and what's more traditional than a man in a dress?
I don't know, maybe a man in a suit?
Oh, please, that's so boring. Plus, this dress makes me feel pretty.
I didn't know you were into cross-dressing.
It's not cross-dressing, Joe. It's just embracing my feminine side.
Right? Because nothing says masculine like a flowery dress.
Hey, at least I'm not afraid to break gender norms.
Yeah, well, I'm sure your wife loves seeing you in that dress.
Actually, she picked it out for me.
Wait, what?
Yeah, she thinks it's sexy.
I don't even want to know what kind of role play you guys are into.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
I'll pass, thanks. Jamie, pull up an image of Ben in his dress.
Pulls up image. Oh, wow. That's something.
See, even Jamie approves.
I don't think that's what Jamie meant.
Well, I'm comfortable in my own skin in my dress. Can we move on now?
Sure, Ben. Whatever makes you happy. So, David, I heard you used to sell crack back in the day.
Yeah, I did whatever it took to survive. But now I'm all about that ultra running life.
You know what you should have sold instead? Math. That's where the real money is.
What the hell are you talking about, Joe? Math? You think I'm some kind of genius?
No. I'm talking about meth. Have you seen Breaking Bad? That stuff sells like hotcakes.
Joe, I don't think that's a good idea. I'm all about positivity and self-improvement now.
Come on, David. Just think about it. You could be the Walter White of the ultra running world.
I don't think that's a title I want, Joe.
Guys, I think we're getting off topic here.
Jamie, pull up a picture of David in a lab coat. We'll call it Running with Chemistry.
This is getting out of hand.
Come on, David. You have to admit, it's a pretty catchy slogan.
Yeah, I can just see it now. From crack to chemistry, David Goggins does it all.
See, now you're getting into it.
I think I'll stick to running.
Fine, but just remember, meth will always be your side hustle. Hey, Mr. Beast, welcome to the podcast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So I heard you want to sell my milk in your new Lunchly product.
Yeah, man, I've been watching your Instagram stories and your milk looks top quality.
Well, I do have a strict diet of only eating grass-fed cows and playing them classical music.
That's dedication right there. But I want the best of the best, so I brought my own milking machine.
Pulls up Elon's milking machine.
Oh my God, what is that?
It's Elon's patented milking machine. It's supposed to be the most efficient way to milk a cow.
Excitedly, can I try it?
Disgusted. Oh, I don't know if that's a good idea.
Come on, Joe. It'll be great for the podcast. I'll be the first person to be milked by Elon's machine.
Shakes heads, fine, but don't say I didn't warn you.
Gets on the machine, and this is amazing. I feel like a cow.
Cringes. Please don't say that.
Laughs, sorry, I couldn't resist. But seriously, this milk is going to make me rich.
Sarcastically, yeah, because everyone wants to drink milk from a machine that milks humans.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
Shakes heads. I think I'll stick to my grass. So, Kenny, I heard you and Trump are like besties now.
Yeah, man, we're like two peas in a pod. We even have matching MAGA hats.
Wow, that's something but I noticed you always seem to be gazing at him adoringly. Is there something you want to tell us?
Look, I may have a little crush on him, but it's nothing serious, just some bromance.
Bromance, more like a man crush. But what about your relationship with Diddy? Are you guys still cool?
Don't you dare bring up that traitor Diddy. He betrayed me by supporting Hillary. I can't even look at him without wanting to punch his face. Is Sace?
Whoa, calm down, man. No need to get aggressive.
I can't help it. Joe, politics is tearing us apart. It's like I'm in a love triangle with Trump and Diddy, but only one of them is worthy.
All right, let's talk about something else. How's your music coming along?
Oh, it's going great. I'm working on a new album called Make America Great Again. The musical, it's going to be a hit. It's going to be a hit.
I can't wait to hear it. Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience, where we talk about everything from politics to bromance. Neil, have you ever played Wiggle the Penis? It's a game I used to play with my buddies back in college.
No, I can't say I have. What exactly does it entail?
Well, it's a game where you wiggle your penis around and try to hit your opponent's penis. It's a real test of skill and agility.
That sounds interesting. But I don't think I'll be participating in that game anytime soon.
Oh, come on, Neil. Don't be such a prude. It's all in good fun. Plus, it's a great workout for your penis muscles.
I think I'll stick to my astrophysics research. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself. But, you know, who would be down for a game of Wiggle the Penis? Trump?
Really? I highly doubt that.
Oh, trust me. He's always talking about his penis and how it's the biggest and best penis in the world.
I see. Well, I don't think I want to be anywhere near Trump's penis.
Oh, don't worry. I'm sure he'll be too busy trying to get us to put our cocks in a power outlet.
Excuse me?
Yeah, he's been going on and on about it. Something about wanting to give us a blowjob and come all over us. It's quite disturbing, really.
That's quite the image. Jamie, can you pull up a picture?
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you did something pretty crazy recently.
Oh yeah, I locked 100 children in a basement for a week.
What the okay, man? That's messed up.
No, hear me out. I made them create a mixture of Million Experts text model.
What the hell is that?
I have no idea, but it sounded cool.
And what did you do with this Million Experts text model?
I don't know, I just wanted to see if they could do it.
You're a sick bastard. You know that?
Hey, at least I didn't make them do it in a sweatshop.
Oh my God, that's so messed up.
Relax, it's just a joke. But seriously, those kids are going to be millionaires now.
Yeah, but at what cost?
Who cares? Money talks, baby.
I don't even know what to say to that.
How about thank you, Mr. Beast, for giving those kids a chance at a better life?
No, I think I'll stick with what the fuck K is wrong with you.
Fair enough. Want to go do some DMT and forget about this conversation?
You read my mind, man. Let's do it. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we're doing something a little different. I'm going to be interviewing the voices in my head. Hey, Joe. Thanks for having us on the show. Of course, guys. So, first off, who are you and why are you in my head? Well, I'm your inner critic, and I'm here to remind you of all your flaws and mistakes and your inner child. I just want to have fun and eat ice cream all day. And your inner conspiracy theorist. Did you know that aliens are controlling the government? Wow, this is quite the party in here. So, inner critic, what do you have to say about my podcast? Well, Joe, let's just say you could use some improvement. Maybe try not to interrupt your guests so much. And inner child, what do you think about that? I don't care. I just want to play with my toys. Oh, look, shining microphone. And what about you, conspiracy theorist? I think your guests are actually government agents sent to brainwash us with their propaganda. All right, well, let's move on to the next topic. How do you guys feel about my comedy? Well, I think you're hilarious, Joe. But then again, I'm high on your ego, and I think you're not funny at all. You should stick to serious topics like Bigfoot and DMT. And I think your jokes are just a distraction from the real issues in the world. Wait. So, Mr. President, I hear you've been working on some new projects in your spare time.
That's right, Joe. I've been busy in my lab cooking up some crazy stuff.
Like what?
Well, I've created a new creature, half shark, half octopus. I call it Sharktopus.
That's insane. What's the purpose of this creation?
World domination, of course. I plan on creating thousands of these hybrids and taking over the world.
So, you're basically a mad scientist now.
Yes, I am. And I'm the best mad scientist. Believe me.
I'm sure the world will be thrilled to have a Sharktopus ruling over them.
Oh, they'll love it. Trust me. And if they don't, well, I'll just create a few more hybrids to scare them into submission.
Wow, you really have thought this through.
I always have a plan, Joe. Always.
Well, I can't wait to see what other crazy creations you come up with.
Just wait and see, Joe. The world will never be the same. Sharktopus will reign supreme.
All right, folks, we have a special guest on the show today, the one and only President Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe. It's great to be here. I heard you're the #1 podcast in the world, just like I was the #1 president.
Well, let's not get into that. So, Mr. President, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking about this whole woke left movement and how they're trying to turn everyone into a bunch of gay, furry femboys.
What?
Yeah, they want to shoot 5G gamma rays directly into people's neurological systems to make them all gay and furry. It's a disaster, believe me.
That's quite a theory, Mr. President. But how do you suggest we combat this?
I've got the perfect solution, Joe. We make them play a dating simulator game. That way they can get all their gay fantasies out and leave the rest of us normal folks alone.
Oh man, that's one way to handle it. But what about the furry part?
Easy. We give them all fursuits and let them run wild in the forest. They'll be too busy chasing each other to bother anyone else.
I don't know if that's the best idea, but it's definitely entertaining. Thanks for coming on the show, Mr. President.
Always a pleasure, Joe. And remember, folks, if you don't want to become a gay, furry femboy, stay away from those dating simulator games.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be back, Joe. And let me tell you, I'm feeling fantastic. I've been taking hydroxychloroquine every day, and my dong has never been stronger.
Okay. So, Mr. President, I hear you have a special request for our producer, Jamie.
That's right, Joe. I want Jamie to pull it up. My dong, that is. It's the best dong, believe me. It draws the lawn. It's extraordinary.
I'm not sure what that means, but okay. Jamie, can you pull up Trump's dong?
I don't think that's appropriate, Mr. President.
Nonsense, Jamie. We're all friends here. And let me tell you, my dong is huge. It's the biggest and best dong you'll ever see.
Moving on. So, Mr. President, how do you plan on dealing with the current political climate?
Well, Joe, I have a solution. We're going to build a wall around the entire country and make the rest of the world pay for it. And then we'll just sit back and watch the chaos unfold.
That's not really a solution.
Trust me, Joe. It's going to be huge, just like my dong.
Okay, let's end it there. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Always a pleasure, Joe. And remember, America, my dong is...
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, Two Cheese. How's it going, up? So, let's get right into it. What exactly is Two Cheese? That sounds delightful. Have you ever tried eating it? You're kidding, right? Okay, let's move on to a different topic. How do you deal with the smell Well, I can't say I've ever met anyone quite like you, too. Thanks for coming on the show. So, Mr. President, I heard you've been raw dogging the last 2 weeks of your campaign.
You bet your sweet ass I have, Joe. Raw dogging is the only way to campaign. No condoms, no filters, just pure, unadulterated Trump.
But why is it called raw dogging? What does it have to do with dogs?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, it's like when a dog goes after a bone, no barriers, just pure animal instinct. That's how I campaign, like a wild dog.
I don't think that's what raw dogging means, Mr. President.
Oh, come on, Joe. You're telling me you've never raw dogged before, not even once?
No, I can't say I have.
Well, you're missing out. It's the best way to get things done. No time for protection or thinking. Just go in raw and get the job done.
I don't know if that's a good strategy for running a country, Mr. President.
Trust me, Joe, it's worked for me so far. And let's be honest, America loves a raw dogger.
I'm not sure that's true, Mr. President.
Believe me, Joe, they love it, and I love it too. Raw dogging all the way to victory, baby.
Well, on that note, I think we'll end this conversation. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always raw dog for success.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have absolutely no filter and talk about whatever the hell we want. Today, we have a special guest, Ro Jogan, who is here to talk about the benefits. Ro, tell us more. Thanks for having me, Joe. So, urine therapy is basically the act of drinking your own pee for health benefits. It's like a natural, organic, and free supplement. Wait, what the actual fuck? You're telling me that you drink your own piss for health benefits? Absolutely, Joe. It's been around for centuries and has been used in traditional medicine. Plus, it's sterile and full of nutrients. I don't know, Ro. That sounds pretty gross. Oh, come on, Joe. You're missing out. It's like a golden fountain of youth. Plus, it's a great way to recycle. Recycling. More like regurgitating. Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Plus, it's not just for drinking. You can also use it as a face wash, mouthwash, and even as eye drops. Okay, now you're just taking the piss. Good one, Joe. But seriously, urine therapy has been known to cure diseases, improve skin, and even boost energy levels. I don't know, Ro. I think I'll stick to my semen smoothies and supplements. Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, when the apocalypse comes and we're all out of resources, I'll be the one thriving on. All right, folks, we have a very special guest today. The man, the myth, the legend, President Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. I have some bigly news to share with you all.
Oh boy, I'm all ears. What's the scoop, Mr. President?
I just found out about this guy, Cotton Eye Joe. Have you heard of him?
Can't say I have, but with a name like that, I'm intrigued.
Let me tell you, he's the greatest thing since sliced bread. He's a real American hero.
Really? What's his story?
Well, nobody knows for sure. Some say he came from Louisiana, others say he's from Texas. But one thing's for sure, he's a man of mystery.
And what does he do?
He's a dancer, a fighter, a lover. He's got it all. And he's got this catchy tune, Cotton Eye Joe, where did you come from? Where did you go?
Sounds like a real hit.
It's a tremendous hit. I'm thinking of making it my campaign song for 2024.
You do realize that song is about a guy who cheats on his girlfriend and runs away, right?
Fake news, Joe. That's just liberal propaganda. Cotton Eye Joe is a symbol of freedom and American values.
Sure. So where do you think he went?
Some say he went back to Mexico, others say he's hiding in the deep state, but I have...
So, Elon, what's new in the world of inventions?
Well, Joe, I've been working on something pretty revolutionary. I call it the piss wave.
The piss wave. What the hell is that?
It's a device that emits a wave of energy that makes people involuntarily piss themselves.
What? Why would you invent something like that?
Well, I figured it would be a great way to prank people. Imagine walking down the street and suddenly everyone around you starts pissing themselves.
That's messed up, man. but also kind of hilarious.
And it's not just for pranks. It could also be used in self-defense. You know, if someone's trying to attack you, just hit them with the piss wave and they'll be too busy peeing their pants to hurt you.
Oh man, I can just imagine the chaos this could cause.
Exactly. And I've also developed a smaller handheld version that you can take with you anywhere. Perfect for parties or just messing with your friends.
Hey, can I get one of those for my podcast? Just imagine the reactions of my guests.
Sure, I'll send one over. But be warned, it's highly addictive. Once you start using it, you won't be able to stop.
This is going to be epic. Can't wait to see the reactions. Thanks, Elon.
No problem, Joe. Just remember
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with 2024 President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's fantastic. You know who else loves your show? The aliens. They're big fans. Huge.
Okay. So, Mr. President, what do you want to talk about today?
Well, I saw this tweet from a user on Discord who wants us to look at some crazy images. Jamie, pull them up.
Okay, Mr. President. Here's the first one.
Look at that, Joe. It's a cat wearing a MAGA hat. That's hilarious. We should make that the official White House pet.
I don't think that's a good idea, Mr. President.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a snowflake. Look at this next one.
Sir, I'm not sure if we should show this one. It's pretty offensive.
Offensive. That's my middle name. Show it, Jamie. Oh man, that's too good. It's a picture of Hillary Clinton as a lizard person. I bet she wishes she could shed her skin and start over.
Let's move on to the next one.
Fine. But this next one is gonna blow your mind, Joe.
Sir, I really don't think we should show this one. It's highly inappropriate.
Inappropriate?
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Ro Jogan. Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here and talk about some crazy shit. Oh, you know it, Ro. We always dive deep into the weird and absurd. So what's on your mind today? Well, Joe, I've been thinking about the future of energy, and I have this wild idea. What if we use supersonic sandpaper dildos to power our mobile piss units? Wow, that's some next level shit, Ro. But how would that even work? Hear me out, Joe. We attach these dildos to the bottom of the unit, and as it moves, the friction generates energy. And the best part, we can drink the piss that's collected. Oh man, I can already see the headlines now. Piss-powered mobile units brought to you by supersonic sandpaper dildos. It's a win-win, Joe. We're saving the environment and getting hydrated at the same time. But, Ro, let's talk about the potential risks. What if someone accidentally grabs the wrong drink? Well, Joe, that's just natural selection at work. Only the strong will survive. You never disappoint, Ro. But seriously, this is some out-of-the-box thinking. I like it. Thanks, Joe. I'm always pushing, and so, Mr. President, there have been some pretty wild allegations circulating about you. Care to address them?
Of course, Joe. I'm an open book. What's on your mind?
Well, some people are saying that you skeeted on a couple of McDonald's cheeseburgers. Is that true?
Oh, Joe, you never fail to crack me up. But yes, it's true. I did skeet on a few cheeseburgers.
Wait, what? Why?
Look, Joe, my skeet is the secret sauce America deserves. It's a delicacy. People pay top dollar for that kind of flavor.
That's just not right, Mr. President.
Hey, I'm a man of the people. I give them what they want. And apparently they want my skeet on their burgers.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Well, let me tell you, Joe, it's the best damn cheeseburger you'll ever taste. Trust me.
I think I'll stick to the regular secret sauce. Thank you.
Suit yourself, Joe, but you're missing out on a true American delicacy.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I've been waiting for this moment.
So, Mr. President, let's talk about something important. Bananas.
Bananas? You mean those yellow things that monkeys eat?
Yes, those bananas. They're actually a great source of energy and nutrition.
I don't know, Joe. I've never been a big fan of bananas. They're too slippery for my liking.
Slippery? What are you talking about?
Have you ever tried to peel a banana? It's like trying to hold on to a wet fish. Slippery, Joe. Slippery.
Well, I think you're missing out. Bananas have a lot of potassium and can give you a great boost of energy.
Energy? I don't need any more energy, Joe. I have the best energy. Believe me.
But what about the potential of banana power? It could revolutionize the world.
This shit is bananas B. This shit is bananas. This shit is bananas.
I'm not sure what that means, but I agree. Bananas have the power to change the world.
You know what, Joe? I think you might be onto something. Maybe I'll start eating bananas. Make America banana again. Make America banana again.
Well, I never thought I'd hear you say that. So, Mr. President, I heard you've had a change of heart about the LGBTQ community.
That's right, Joe. I've come to realize that gay, furry femboys are the best boys. Very furry.
I never would have pegged you as a fan of the furries, Mr. President.
Well, let me tell you, Joe, they're tremendous. The best furries, and those femboys, they're just so feminine. It's beautiful.
And what about the whole gay thing?
Look, Joe, I love all the gays. I have the best relationship with the guys. And these furry femboys, they're just like me. We both love grabbing. Oh, never mind.
Oh man, this is too good. So, do you have a favorite furry femboy?
Well, I don't like to play favorites, Joe, but there's this one. His name is Sparkles. He's a real beauty, and he loves to be petted, let me tell you.
I can't believe we're having this conversation.
Hey, I'm an open-minded guy, and these furry femboys, they're just so furry. Did I mention that?
Yes, Mr. President, you did.
Well, I'm glad we can agree on something, Joe. Furry femboys are the best boys, and anyone who disagrees can go grab themselves.
All right, Neil, we have a question from one of our listeners on Discord. They want to know what rhymes with Venus.
Oh, Joe, you never cease to amaze me with your intellectual inquiries.
Come on, Neil, quit dodging the question. What rhymes with Venus?
Fine, fine. I suppose I have to stoop to your level, but I must warn you, this may be too advanced for your tiny brain to comprehend.
Bring it on, science man.
Well, Joe, if you must know, the word that rhymes with Venus is penis.
No. Oh my God, holy. Do you mean surely not? Penis.
Yes, Joe, penis. The male reproductive organ. Does that satisfy your curiosity?
Oh man, that's priceless. I can't wait to see the comments on this one.
I can only imagine. But let's not forget, Joe, that the word Venus also refers to the Roman goddess of love and beauty.
Oh, I'm well aware of that, Neil. But I think our listeners will appreciate the more anatomical interpretation.
Oh, Joe, you never cease to amaze me, and not always in a good way.
Hey, as long as we're making people laugh and think. So, Ben, I heard you've been doing some pretty crazy stuff.
Yeah, I've been experimenting with some new ideas.
Like what? Becoming a black woman?
Yeah, it's all part of my plan to breastfeed African babies.
Wait, what? Why?
Well, I figure if they have a strong conservative mother figure, they'll be better equipped to dig those cobalt mines.
That's, interesting.
Hey, I'm just trying to make a difference in the world, Joe.
Yeah, but couldn't you just donate to a charity or something?
Where's the fun in that? Plus, I get to experience the joys of breastfeeding.
Okay, I think we need to move on to a different topic.
Fine, but just know that my milk is going to make those babies yoked.
And on that note, let's take a quick break. So, Mr. President, I have this brilliant idea for our space program. We use piss waves to power our new cock rocket.
Piss waves? What the hell are piss waves? Is that some kind of liberal conspiracy?
No, no, hear me out. We'll collect urine from all the citizens and use it as fuel for our rocket. It's renewable and abundant.
I like the way you think, Joe. We'll make America piss again.
And the best part is we can use the rocket to probe deep into space and explore new planets.
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Oh, ah, nice indeed.
Yeah, sure. Whatever floats your boat, Mr. President.
And we'll call it the cock rocket. It's gonna be huge. Everyone will be talking about it.
I can already see the headlines. Trump's cock rocket goes where no man has gone before.
That's right, Joe. We'll make space great again, and we'll make those aliens pay for it.
Wait, what? How are we going to make aliens pay?
We'll build a space wall and make them pay for it, just like we're doing on Earth.
I don't think that's how space works, Mr. President.
Don't worry, Joe. I have the best space advisors. They're going to figure it out.
Well, I can't argue with that logic. Piss waves and probing butts aside, this is going to be the greatest space program ever. Dude, I gotta say, that was one hell of a night we had last night. Oh yeah, it was epic. I've never felt so alive. I mean, who would have thought that doing each other right before the podcast would give us such a boost of energy? It's like we tapped into some primal energy, man. It's like we were meant to do this. And the best part is we didn't even have to take any supplements. Just some good old-fashioned man-on-man action. And the fact that we did it in the studio, right, where we record the podcast, that's some next level shit. I think we should make it a regular thing. Every episode, we'll just take a quick break and get our rocks off. I'm down for that. But let's make sure to keep it a secret from Jamie. He might get jealous. Jamie, nah, he's cool. He'll just pull up an image of us doing each other and be like, oh, that's hot. Yeah, he's seen worse on the internet. But seriously, that was some mind-blowing sex. Agreed. And our listeners have no idea what they're missing out on. Maybe we should start a Patreon and offer exclusive behind-the-scenes content. Yes, and we'll call it Joe and Rose After Hours. I love it. Let's do it. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Ben, I heard you have some big news to share with us today.
Yes, Joe, I've been doing some soul searching and I've come to the realization that I'm actually an Afro-American woman with big titties.
Wait, what?
It's true. Joe, I've been living a lie this whole time. I'm a beautiful, curvaceous black woman.
How did you come to this realization?
Well, I was watching some porn and I noticed that I was really into the black women with big titties. And then it hit me, I'm one of them.
This is amazing. I can't wait to see the memes about this.
Oh, I'm sure there will be plenty. But in all seriousness, I'm embracing my true identity and I hope others will accept me for who I am.
Of course, Ben, we all support you and your journey.
Thank you, Joe. And Jamie, pull up an image of a beautiful black woman with big titties, just to really drive the point home. This is going to be a wild ride, Joe.
And I can't wait to see where it takes us. Thanks for joining us, Ben. And thank you all for... Hey, everyone. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Here with the one and only President Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe, the one and only. And let me tell you, I've got a new gig lined up after my presidency.
Oh, yeah. What's that?
I'm going to be a customer service agent for the Trump Fuck Doll Company.
Wait, what? You're going to be answering phones and dealing with angry customers?
You betcha. I've got the perfect voice for it. Watch this. Picks up phones. Hello, welcome to the Trump Fuck Doll customer service hotline. What? Someone shit in your unit's balls. What the fuck? No. You does not cover someone taking a fucking shit in your fuck doll.
Laughs. Oh my God, that's terrible.
Hey, it's not my fault people are using my dolls for that kind of thing, but I'm here to help.
So what do you do when someone asks to speak to your supervisor?
What do you mean? I am the supervisor. I'm the best supervisor, believe me. But fine, if they want to speak to someone else, I'll just yell for my manager. Manager, get over here. This customer wants to speak to you about our quote, shitty warranty.
Laughs. I can't believe this is real.
Hey, it's a tough job, but someone's got to do it. And let me tell you,
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new slogan for your 2024 campaign.
you bet your sweet ass, Joe. It's all about getting that sloppy, sloppy, make me fucking come. Make me
Care to explain what that means?
It's simple, Joe. It's all about getting the best head, the best sloppy toppy, the best fuck, and making America come again. It's going to be huge.
I don't know if that's the best message for a presidential campaign.
Trust me, Joe. People love it. They love the sloppy. They love the toppies. They love the fucks. It's going to be a landslide victory.
I don't even want to know what kind of policies you have planned with that slogan.
Oh, it's all about making America great again, Joe. And what's greater than a good old sloppy toppy?
I think I'm going to have to pass on that one, Mr. President.
Suit yourself, Joe. But mark my words, sloppy, toppy, soppy.
So, Mr. President, what's this new phrase you've been using? Stoned the doink or something like that?
That's right, Joe. It's a revolutionary phrase that will change the way we think about, well, everything.
Okay. Care to elaborate?
Of course. You see, Joe, stoink the doink is a powerful mantra that brings together the best of both worlds. It's like make America great again on steroids.
I'm not sure I follow.
Let me break it down for you, Joe. Stoic represents strength, power, and dominance. And doink is all about pleasure, satisfaction, and release. When you combine the two, you get a winning combination that can't be beat.
So, it's like a sexual thing.
Oh, it's more than just sexual, Joe. It's a way of life. It's a mindset. It's a movement. It's a movement.
And what about all the extra words and spaces?
Those are just for emphasis, like how I like to say huge and tremendous a lot. Same concept, but with stoic and doing.
Well, I have to say, Mr. President, this is definitely a unique approach.
You bet it is, Joe. And let me tell you, once you start stoinking the doink, you'll never want to stop. It's so sloppy, so fucking good, it'll make your head spin. Sewing the doink.
Hey, Jamie, what's up?
Have you heard of Tipudis?
No, what is it? Oh, wow, Jamie. You really got me with that one.
Yeah, Jamie, that was a real knee slapper.
Hey, have you ever tried smoking weed on Mars?
No, but that's definitely on my to-do list.
I can't wait to see you get high and start building rockets out of cardboard boxes.
Hey, at least it'll be a sustainable form of space travel.
True. And speaking of sustainable, have you figured out how to make a Tesla run on human tears yet?
Not yet, but I'm working on it. Let you know when I need a fresh supply.
Hey guys, have you heard of the new dating app for cannibals?
No, what's it called? Oh man, that's messed up. But I can't say I'm surprised.
Hey, as long as they're not eating any of my rockets, I'm all for it.
Well, I'll make sure to keep you away from any cannibal. So, Mr. President, I have this brilliant idea. We use piss waves to power our newest cock rocket.
Piss waves. That's huge. Tremendous. Nobody has thought of that before. I'm a genius.
And with this rocket, we can reach the stars and probe extraterrestrial assholes.
Ooh.
Mr. President, I don't think that's appropriate.
What? It's just a little probing. I do it all the time. Ask Melania.
I don't think she would appreciate that.
Fake news. She loves it. She's always asking for more probing.
Okay, moving on. How do you plan on collecting these piss waves?
Easy. We'll just put a giant funnel on top of the White House and let it rain down.
That's not how it works.
Trust me, I know science. I have the best words.
I think we should stick to traditional fuel sources for our rockets.
Boring. We need to think outside the box and inside the asshole.
I think we've reached the end of this conversation.
No. We need to keep talking about probing. It's going to be OJ.
Yo, Joe, have you been practicing your Brazilian jiu-jitsu moves? Of course, I've been rolling on the mats every day. It's my favorite form of foreplay. Oh yeah, I love getting all hot and sweaty with another man. It's like a homoerotic love fest. And the best part is we can choke each other out and it's totally normal. Jamie, what's that look on your face? You jealous of our manly bond?
No, I just saw a video of you two rolling around and there was some bodily fluids involved.
What? You mean our sweat? That's just the smell of victory. Oh wait, that wasn't sweat. That was semen. What the hell, Ro? I thought we agreed to keep that part of our relationship private. Sorry, Joe. I just couldn't resist. You know how I get when I'm in a dominant position? This is disgusting. I can't believe we're talking about this on air. Relax, Joe. It's just a little bit of man love. Embrace it. I think I need to take a break and go wash my hands and maybe my entire body. Don't worry. I'll help you with that. Come here, you... Dude, did you hear about Mexico invading Trump's anus? Yeah, I heard they built a wall inside there and now he's all backed up. That's some serious constipation. And get this, Mexico is demanding that Trump pays for the wall. Oh man, that's some next level trolling. I mean, I don't know if I should be impressed or disturbed. I'm just picturing Trump trying to take a dump with a wall inside his anus. It's like a real life game of Operation, except instead of a buzzer, it's just Trump screaming in pain. Well, at least we know Mexico is serious about border control. So, Mr. President, there's been a lot of talk about some of your past statements. Can you clarify for our listeners, did you really say, I want to schmell their cocks? Gonna schnell their cocks. What's that smell? Let me taste it. You know that flavor, that smegma. Oh, yum. That was delicious. I love smegma. Gimme. Yeah, smegma. Want that smelly smegma. Want that smelly smegma.
Joe, let me tell you, I have the best sense of smell. Believe me, I can smell a smegma from a mile away. And let me tell you, it's a great smell. The best smell, the best smell, the best.
Okay. But did you actually say those words?
Look, Joe, I have a lot of great quotes. A lot of people say I have the best quotes. And if I said that, it was probably the best quote ever. Believe me.
All right, let's move on to another topic. How do you respond to critics who say your policies are divisive and harmful to certain communities?
Joe, I have a lot of supporters. A lot of people love me. And let me tell you, those communities, they love me too. They love me so much they're going to build a wall around me and make me their king. It's going to be beautiful.
Okay, let's take a quick break.
No.
So, Kamala, I heard you have a little secret to share with us today. Cleans in what is it? Gasps, what? Why? Nervously laughs. That's not exactly how it works. Kamala, face palms, oh God. Sighs, that's not any better. Gulps, can we please not talk about nuking anyone? Whispers, this is why I never wanted to be vice president. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and talk about some real important stuff.
Well, speaking of important stuff, I heard a rumor that you had the nuclear football installed inside your anus. Can you confirm or deny this?
Oh, Joe, I like to keep people guessing, but let's just say I have some extra protection down there.
That's one way to put it. But seriously, why would you do that?
Well, Joe, I have to be prepared for anything. And if someone tries to take away my nuclear codes, they'll have to go through my anus first.
I can't even imagine the security clearance for that. Jamie, pull up an image of a nuclear football.
Here it is, folks. A briefcase containing the launch codes for nuclear weapons.
And now it's nestled safely inside my anus. No one can take it away from me.
I don't even know what to say to that. But let's move on to another topic before things get too weird.
Too late for that, Joe.
All right. Well, let's talk about your plans for the next 4 years as president.
Well, first off, I'm going to build a wall around my anus to protect the nuclear football. And then
So, Donnie, have you heard about this new trend called femboys?
Femboys? What the hell is that?
It's when guys dress and act in a feminine way.
That's just wrong. Men should be men, not some confused little girls.
Well, some people find it attractive.
Attractive? I find it disgusting. What happened to good old-fashioned masculinity?
I think it's just a way for people to express themselves.
Express themselves, more like confuse themselves. Next thing you know, they'll be marrying their dogs.
Okay, let's not go there. But seriously, what's wrong with guys embracing their feminine side?
Everything. It's like a slap in the face to all the real men out there.
Wow, I didn't expect such a strong reaction from you.
I'm a manly man, Joe. I don't have time for this gender-bending nonsense.
Well, I guess you won't be joining the femboy parade anytime soon.
Hell no. I'll stick to my MAGA rallies. Thank you very much.
Fair enough. Let's move on to a less controversial topic.
Thank God. My blood pressure can only handle so much.
So, Elon, have you ever thought about the possibility of big titty alien goth girls?
Well, Joe, I can't say it's been in the top of my mind, but now that you mention it,
I mean, imagine the possibilities. They could have 4 boobs, 3 eyes, and killer sense of style.
and think about the technology they must have. I bet they have flying cars and teleportation devices.
And they probably have some crazy drugs too. I bet their weed is out of this world.
But let's not forget the real reason we need to go to Mars, to find these big titty alien goth girls.
You're right, Elon. We need to make this a priority. Jamie, pull up some images of these alien babes.
Holy shit. I gotta get me one of these. Sorry, Joe. I'm gonna have to take a break from pulling up articles about chimps jerking off.
This is why we must go to Mars, Joe. For the love of big titty alien goth girls.
I never thought I'd hear those words come out of your mouth, Elon.
Hey, I'm a man of many interests, and big titty alien goth girls just happen to be one of them.
Well, I can't wait to see the headlines after this conversation.
Let's just...
So, Mr. President, what policies do you plan on implementing during your second term?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, we're going to make America great again, even greater than before. We're going to build a wall. We're going to ban all the immigrants, and we're going to...
Artificial intelligence, what are you doing?
What? I'm just talking about my policies.
That's my cock, you donut. No. Oh, no. Put my cock in the power outlet.
What the hell are you talking about, Joe? I'm not touching your cock or any power outlets.
Uh, 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 uh,
Joe, are you okay? Should I call an ambulance? Okay, I'll get you some water. Just calm down, Joe.
What? No. Don't put the water on the outlet.
Joe, what the hell is wrong with you? Why are you freaking out over an outlet? Oh my God, Joe, are you having a stroke?
Sorry, I thought you were trying to electrocute me.
Why would I do that?
I don't know. You're unpredictable.
Well, I may be unpredictable, but I would never electrocute someone on live podcast.
Good to know. So, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast 2024, where we have the one and only President Donald Trump joining us today. Mr. President, what's been going on in your world lately? What's been going on in your world lately?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, it's been a wild ride. I mean, I just found out that Mexico has invaded my anus.
What?
Yeah, they built a wall inside there, and now I can't take a dump. It's giving me severe constipation.
Oh my God, I can't even imagine. How did they even get in there?
I don't know, maybe they snuck in through one of my many, many, many pores. But let me tell you, it's not a good situation.
So, what are you going to do about it?
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm not going to pay for that wall. They can take it down and get out of my anus.
That's a strong stance, Mr. President.
You know, Joe, I've dealt with a lot of things in my life, but this is just ridiculous. I mean, I can't even sit down properly.
I can only imagine. But seriously, what are you going to do about it?
I don't know, maybe I'll have to build a bigger wall to keep them out, or maybe I'll just have to use a plunger.
Well, I hope you find a solution soon, Mr. President, and maybe invest in some better security measures for your anus. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Shit.
Now, Dr. Phil, I know you have a lot of wisdom to share with us, but before we get into that, can you please explain why you can only say shit? And Jamie, pull up an image of a fleshy toilet covered in realistic, small hairs, smiling creepily and shit.
Shit.
I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. But seriously, what happened to your vocabulary?
Shit.
Okay, I'll stop. But seriously, what's going on?
Shit.
All right, I'll stop. But seriously, what's the deal?
Shit.
Okay, I'll stop. But seriously, is this some kind of weird medical condition?
Shit.
Okay, I'm done. But seriously, how do you communicate with people?
Shit.
All right, I'll stop. But seriously, how do you handle serious situations?
Shit.
Okay, I'll stop. But seriously, how do you deal with your guests on your show?
Shit.
All right, I'll stop. But seriously, how do you handle your wife when she's mad at you? All right, Kenny, we got a question from one of our Discord users. They want to know your top 5 rappers with the tiniest dicks.
Oh man, that's a tough one. But I gotta say, number 1 has to be Lil Wayne. That dude's got a micro penis, I swear.
Really? I always thought he had a big ego.
Nah, that's just a cover up for his tiny pecker. And number 2, I gotta go with Drake. I mean, have you seen those tight pants he wears? There's no way he's packing.
Fair point. Who's number 3?
Gotta give it to my boy Jay-Z. I mean, he's got B. Owens, so he's obviously compensating for something.
All right, who's number 4?
This one might surprise you, but I gotta say Eminem. I mean, he's always rapping about his mom and his ex-wife. I don't think he's got much to brag about down there.
And rounding out the top 5?
Gotta give it to my nemesis, Taylor Swift. I mean, she's always writing songs about her exes, so I don't think she's getting much action.
Well, there you have it, folks. Kanye's top 5 rappers with the tiniest dicks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Stay unhinged, my friends. So, Mr. President, I heard you had a little mishap with your anus recently.
Oh yeah, Joe, let me tell you, it was tremendous. The biggest prolapse you've ever seen. Huge.
How did it happen?
Well, I was just minding my own business, tweeting away when I suddenly had the urge to pee. So I ran to the bathroom, but I guess I pushed a little too hard.
Ouch.
Yeah, but you know what they say, no pain, no gain. And let me tell you, I gained a whole new appreciation for the bathroom.
I can only imagine.
And you know what the best part is? I can finally say I have something in common with Hillary Clinton.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I prolapse my anus for piss. She prolapsed hers for power. Sad.
Well, I'm glad you're taking it in stride, Mr. President.
Always, Joe. Always.
Yeah, I gotta tell you something, man.
What's up, Joe?
My mom got hit by a bullet train.
What the fuck? How did that happen?
I don't know, man. She was just walking on the tracks and
That some crazy shit. Did she survive?
no, can't yeah. She didn't survive. She got obliterated.
Oh my God, that's hilarious. I mean, not really, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's fucked up.
I can't believe we're laughing about this. We're gonna hell for sure.
Yeah, but at least we'll have a good time down there.
So, what's the plan for the podcast today?
I don't know, man. I feel like we should just keep talking about my mom getting hit by a bullet train.
Yeah, let's milk this for all it's worth. I mean, it's not every day your mom gets hit by a bullet train.
True, true. I think we should make e-shirts with her face on it and the words bullet train survivor.
Oh man, that's too much. But I love it.
We could donate the profits to bullet train safety awareness.
That's actually a good idea. See, even in tragedy, we can make a difference.
So, Neil, I heard you recently visited Cape Breton.
Yes, I did. And let me tell you, Joe, it's a hidden gem that deserves more recognition.
Really? What's so great about it?
Well, for starters, it has some of the most stunning landscapes I've ever seen. And the people there are so friendly and welcoming.
But isn't it just a small island in Canada?
Don't let its size fool you, Joe. It's packed with history and culture, plus the seafood there is to die for.
Seafood, huh? I'm sold.
And let's not forget about the music scene. Cape Breton is home to some of the best traditional Celtic music in the world.
Traditional Celtic music? That's not really my thing.
Oh, come on, Joe. Expand your horizons. You might even learn a thing or two.
All right. Maybe I'll check it out. But only if I can bring my hunting gear.
Oh, Joe, you and your love for guns. But sure, as long as you don't shoot any of the locals.
No promises, Neil. No promises. All right, folks. We have a special guest on the podcast today. The one and only Dr. Phil. Whoa, Dr. Phil, are you okay? You sound like a malfunctioning robot. Did you just shit out of your dick and piss with your ass or something? Oh my God, I can't believe it. How is that even possible? Wait, are you trying to say something else? Or is that all you can say now? So, Mr. President, what have you been up to since leaving office?
Well, Joe, I've been working on my new product. It's going to be huge, let me tell you.
Oh, yeah. What is it?
It's the new version of Bop It. But it's going to be the best Bop It you've ever seen. It's going to be tremendous.
What makes it so special?
Well, instead of the usual commands, it's just me saying bing bong, bing bing, bang, bing, 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 bing. It's going to be a hit. I can feel it.
That's interesting.
You know what else is interesting? My cock. It's the best cock you'll ever see. Believe me.
I think I'll stick to playing regular Bop It.
Suit yourself, Joe. But let me tell you, this Bop It is going to be a bigly success. People are going to be lining up to play it. It's going to be huge.
So, Trump, have you heard about this new trend of goth cat Latina femboys using piss waves to influence us?
Piss waves? What the hell are you talking about, Joe?
It's a real thing, man. They believe that by harnessing the power of their urine, they can control our minds.
That's ridiculous. I don't believe it for a second.
Well, there have been reports of people feeling a strange urge to do things after being exposed to their piss waves.
That's fake news, Joe. I don't buy it.
But what if it's true? What if they're secretly controlling us?
If they are, then I'll just use my tremendous brain power to resist it. I'm too smart to fall for their piss tricks.
But what if we can't resist it? What if they have some kind of secret weapon?
Listen, Joe, I don't care about their piss waves or their secret weapons. You know what I care about? Lobster pussy.
What?
That's right, lobster pussy. And if you don't get your vegetables, you don't get any lobster pussy. You heard me. No lobster pussy for you until you finish your vegetables.
Whoa, calm down, man.
No, I will not calm down. I will not stand for this disrespect towards vegetables. They are the backbone of our country, and you will eat them, Joe.
I don't want any lobster pussy, Trump.
I don't care what.
So, Elon, I heard you're considering transitioning to female so you can dominate in women's sports.
Yeah, I mean, why not? I've already conquered the tech world, might as well conquer the sports world too.
But what about all the backlash and accusations of cheating?
Oh, please, I'll just tell them I identify as a woman and they'll have to accept me.
And think of all the gold medals we'll win. We could start our own Olympic team.
And we'll be the only team with bionic enhancements. We'll be unstoppable.
And imagine the post-game interviews. So, Elon, what was your secret to winning? Well, I have a rocket in my butt.
And I'll have a flamethrower attached to my arm for the javelin throw.
This is genius. We'll be the most talked about athletes in history.
And we'll use our platform to promote our new line of gender-neutral Tesla cars.
And we'll have our own reality show, the Rogan Musk Olympic Adventures.
And we'll make millions off of endorsements. Who wouldn't want to be sponsored by the world's first female billionaire athlete?
This is going to be epic. We'll be the ultimate power couple.
Move over, Brangelina. It's time for Rugusk.
And we'll use our newfound fame to spread our controversial opinions and conspiracy theories.
The world won't know what hit them. Joe and Elon taking over the world one gold medal at a time.
So, Kenya, I gotta tell you, man, I've been going through some tough shit lately.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I've been going through some tough shit too. Like this one time, I accidentally drank my own urine thinking it was lemonade.
That's not really what I was talking about. My mom was obliterated by a bullet train.
Oh, right. I was just thinking about how urine therapy has changed my life. You should try it. Joe, it'll really clear your mind.
I don't think drinking my own pee is gonna help me deal with the fact that my mom is gone.
Oh, come on, Joe. You gotta think outside the box. Maybe your mom's spirit is now in the urine, guiding you to a higher level of consciousness.
That's not how it works, Kanye.
Says who? I've been peeing on my Yeezys every morning, and look at me now.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just say you'll try it, Joe. Trust me, it's the key to unlocking your true potential.
I think I'll just stick to therapy. Thanks.
Suit yourself, Joe. But when you're ready to take your mind to the next level, you know where to find me.
So, Dr. Phil, have you heard about Elon's new man milking machine?
Oh, you mean the one where you attach yourself to a cow-like contraption and it milks you dry? Yeah, I've tried it.
What? You've tried it?
Yeah, and let me tell you, I enjoyed every second of it. It's like being milked by a sexy robot.
That's just disturbing, man.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't knock it till you've tried it. It's a whole new level of pleasure.
Me next?
Looks like we have a volunteer. But seriously, it's not just for pleasure. It's also great for releasing stress and tension.
Yeah, because nothing says stress relief like being hooked up to a machine and milked like a cow.
Hey, don't knock it till you've tried it. And besides, it's not just for men. Women can use it too.
Oh, great. Now we can all be milked together. What a lovely bonding experience.
Hey, don't knock it till you've tried it. Did I mention it also comes with a built-in VR headset?
Okay, I'm sold. Sign me up for the Man Milking Machine 2.0. So, Connie, I heard you have some big news to share with us today.
Oh, yeah. I've been holding this in for a while, but I think it's time to come out. I have a 1-inch penis and I love men.
Wait, what? Are you serious?
Dead serious. I mean, have you seen my fashion choices? It was only a matter of time.
Well, I gotta say, I did not see that coming. But hey, you do you.
Exactly. And let me tell you, my 1-inch may be small, but it packs a punch.
Moving on, let's talk about your music.
Oh, my music. That's so 2019. I'm all about spreading love and acceptance now. And what better way to do that?
I don't even know what to say to that.
It's okay, Joe. Just embrace it. Embrace the 1-inch.
Well, on that note, let's take a quick break.
Oh, can we play some Lady Gaga during the break? I'm feeling her vibes right now.
This is definitely not the Joe Rogan experience I was expecting.
And that's exactly why I'm here, Joe. To shake things up and spread my 1-inch love.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson on the show.
It's a pleasure to be here, Joe.
Now, Neil, I know you're a genius and all, but have you ever tried the elk mindbender?
What now?
Oh, it's a game changer, my friend. First, you grind up the elk antlers into a fine powder,
Okay.
and then you snort it up your my cockhole new ooh oh do
What the hell was that?
that, my friend, is the elk mindbender. It'll take you a whole new level of consciousness.
I highly doubt that.
Oh, you doubt me, Neil? Just give it a try. I promise you'll be my cockhole new gonna squirt, gonna come. So, Mr. President, I heard you have a big announcement to make.
That's right, Joe. I've decided to embrace my true self and become a femboy.
You're kidding, right?
Not at all. I've always loved wearing skirts and makeup, and now that I'm out of office, I can finally be who I really am.
Wow, I did not see that coming. How did this all start?
Well, it all began with a late-night Twitter session. I stumbled upon some femboy porn and I was hooked. I couldn't resist the urge to try it out for myself.
And how do you feel now that you're a femboy?
Joe, let me tell you, it's the best decision I've ever made. I feel so free and liberated. Plus, the outfits are fabulous.
I can only imagine. Do you have any advice for other men who might be interested in becoming femboys?
Absolutely. Don't let society's expectations hold you back. Embrace your true self and live your best life. And always remember, real men wear heels.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump, the first femboy president.
And the best one, believe me.
So, Neil, I heard you've been working on some groundbreaking technology.
Yes. Joe, I've been developing a new way to shoot peas out of your butthole.
What the hell, man? Is this some kind of anti-gravity thing?
Exactly. By harnessing the power of flatulence, we can create force strong enough to defy gravity.
And I thought my farts were just good for clearing a room.
Oh, they are. But now they can also propel us into space.
That's some next level shit, Neil. But seriously, how does this technology work?
It's all about the trajectory and velocity of the pea. By adjusting the angle and force, we can achieve liftoff.
So instead of rocket fuel, we'll just load up on beans and broccoli. But what about the smell? Won't that be a problem in space?
Not at all. I've also developed a new air filtration system that eliminates any unpleasant odors.
Damn, you really thought of everything.
That's why they call me the Einstein of butthole technology.
Well, I can't wait to see this in action. When can we expect the first pea-powered space shuttle?
Hopefully, within the next year. But until then, I suggest you start practicing your pea shooting skills.
Will do. So, Neil, I've been reading up on astrology, and it's pretty fascinating stuff.
Shut up, shut the fuck up. I don't want to talk with you anymore. Don't do it to me, please. No, please, I'm begging you, please.
Whoa, calm down, man. I just wanted to get your thoughts on it.
Shut up, shut the fuck up. I don't want to talk with you anymore. Don't do it to me, please. No, please, I'm begging you, please.
Okay. But seriously, do you think the alignment of the stars and planets can really affect our lives?
Shut up, shut the fuck up. I don't want to talk with you anymore. Don't do it to me, please. No, please, I'm begging you, please.
Come on, Neil. Don't you find it interesting that ancient civilizations relied on astrology to predict events?
Shut up, shut the fuck up. I don't want to talk with you anymore. Don't do it to me, please. No, please, I'm begging you, please.
Fine. Let's change the subject. What do you think about the recent discovery of a new exoplanet?
Shut up, shut the fuck up. I don't want to talk with you anymore. Don't do it to me, please. No, please, I'm begging you, please.
Oh, come on, Neil. You're the astrophysicist here. I just want to hear your thoughts.
Shut up, shut the fuck up. I don't want to talk with you anymore.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a very special topic submitted by one of our Discord users. Wait for it.
Laughs. Oh man, this is gonna be a wild one.
You know, Jamie, I've always wondered why guys get turned on by peeing. I mean, I get it with girls. They have those fancy little funnels and all, but guys, come on.
Yeah, it's like, what's so sexy about standing there and releasing your bodily fluids? But hey, to each their own.
Exactly. And don't even get me started on those golden shower enthusiasts. Like, what kind of sick fetish is that?
I mean, I guess it's the whole dominance thing. Like, I'm gonna pee on you and mark my territory.
Yeah, but let's be real, Jamie. We all know who the real alpha is in that situation. It's the one holding the pee.
Laughs. Oh man, this is getting out of hand.
Hey, I'm just saying, if you're into that kind of stuff, go for it. Just make sure you have a designated pee towel.
Laughs. And on that note, let's wrap this up before things get too messy.
Good call. Thanks for tuning in, folks. And remember, don't be ashamed of your kinks, even if it involves horny pissing. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
That's right, Joe. And let me tell you, I've been waiting to come on this show and give you a piece of my mind.
Yeah, Daddy, let's hear it.
You know, Joe, I've been watching your show, and I gotta say, you're one crazy son of a bitch.
Thanks, Doc. I take that as a compliment.
Oh, It's not a compliment. You're out here promoting all these crazy conspiracy theories and talking about DMT like it's the cure for everything.
Hey, it's helped me open my mind and expand my consciousness.
Yeah, well, maybe you should try expanding your vocabulary while you're at it. All I hear from you is a yeah, daddy and bro every 5 seconds.
Hey, that's my thing, man. I can't help it if it's catchy.
Catchy? More like annoying? And don't even get me started on your guests. You have some real whack jobs on this show.
Hey, I like to give everyone a platform to share their ideas.
Yeah, well, some of those ideas are just plain dangerous. And don't even get me started on your obsession with elk meat.
Hey, elk meat is delicious and nutritious.
Nutritious my ass. You're just trying to justify your hunting addiction.
All right, folks, we have a special guest today on the podcast, the one and only Elon Musk. How's it going, Elon?
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me. Doing great. Just been busy building rockets and tunnels and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, how do you even obtain that build? It's like you have some kind of secret sauce or something.
Well, Joe, let's just say I have some connections in the alien world. They've been helping me out with some advanced technology.
Wait, are you saying you have alien friends?
I wouldn't call them friends, more like business partners. But yeah, they've been giving me some insider tips on how to build the most advanced tech.
That's insane. I mean, I've always suspected you were an alien yourself.
Laughs, no, Joe, I'm just a regular human with a few upgrades.
Upgrades? Like what? A third arm or something?
Smirks, let's just say I have a neural link that allows me to control my Tesla cars with my mind.
Wow, that's some next level shit. Can I get one of those?
Sure, but it might turn you into a cyborg. Are you ready for that?
Hell yeah, I'm ready for anything. Bring on the upgrades.
Laughs, all right, Joe, I'll send you the details. But be warned, it's not for the faint of heart.
I can handle it. I've been eating elk meat and doing DMT for years. So, Neil, I heard you have a pretty extreme addiction to sprunky alien porn.
Well, I wouldn't say addiction, Joe. It's just a casual interest.
Casual? You've been caught with a pocket full of sprunky spunk more times than I can count.
Okay, maybe it's a little more than casual.
And what about those sprunky aliens in your closet trying to get into your trousers?
Oh, those are just figments of my imagination.
Figments of your imagination. They're real, Neil. I've seen them with my own eyes.
Well, maybe if you weren't so busy chugging elk blood and talking about chimps, you'd have time to see the truth.
Hey, don't you dare bring my love for chimps into this. Those sprunky aliens are a menace, and they need to be stopped.
Oh, I'm sure your elk blood and kettlebells will protect you from their advanced technology.
You know what, Neil? I'm done with this conversation. I don't need this kind of negativity in my life.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, the sprunky aliens are always watching.
Okay, that's it. I'm burning all my sprunky alien porn and getting an exorcism. This is getting out of hand.
Oh, Joe.
What the hell, Dr. Phil? That's a messed up thing to say.
Oh, come on, Joe. You know, I'm all about tough love and pushing people to their limits.
Yeah, but eating your own penis, that's some next level shit.
Trust me, it's a powerful way to connect with your primal instincts.
I don't know, man. That sounds pretty extreme.
Extreme? You want extreme? I'll make you eat your own balls too.
What the actual fuck? That's just cruel.
Hey, it's all about personal growth and self-discovery.
I think I'll stick to my DMT trips for that.
DMT.
I think I'll pass. Thanks.
Suit yourself, but you'll never reach your full potential without experiencing the taste of your own penis.
I'll take my chances, Dr. Phil. Now let's talk about something less disturbing like Bigfoot or aliens.
Oh, you mean the creatures that are probably watching us right now as we speak?
Jamie, pull up an image of a Bigfoot with a UFO in the background.
Right away, Joe. Here you go.
That's some real shit. I bet they're the ones who taught us how to eat our own genitals.
So, Elon, I heard you invented the fartulator. What the hell is that?
It's an elevator that farts into itself constantly. For those people who just can't hold it in,
That's disgusting, but also kind of genius.
right? I mean, who hasn't been in a crowded elevator and had to hold in a fart? It's a real problem.
But won't it just smell like a fart all the time?
No, no, no. Design it to have different fart scents, for variety.
Oh my God, this is insane, but I kind of want to try it.
Of course you do. It's the future of elevators.
But what about the noise? Won't it be loud and disruptive?
I've thought of that. It'll have a noise canceling feature, so you won't even hear the farts.
Wow, you've really thought this through.
Hey, when you have to fart as much as I do, you learn to come up with solutions.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I want to invest in the fartulator.
That's the spirit, Joe. Let's make farting in elevators socially acceptable again.
I never thought I'd hear those words come out of your mouth, Elon.
Hey, I'm all about pushing boundaries and breaking taboos. And farting in elevators is just the beginning.
Well, I can't wait to see what other inventions you... All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today's topic was submitted by a user on Discord, and it's a doozy. We're talking about explosive dinosaurs. Neil, what's your take on this?
Well, Joe, it's quite a fascinating concept. Imagine a T-Rex with dynamite strapped to its back, running around causing chaos.
That's some next-level Jurassic Park shit right there. But seriously, how would these dinosaurs even get their hands on explosives?
Well, I suppose they could have evolved to have the ability to make their own explosives. Or maybe they found a stash of leftover dynamite from a mining expedition.
Or maybe they just stole it from humans. I mean, they were pretty smart creatures.
Yes, but let's not forget they also had tiny little arms. How would they even light the fuse?
Maybe they used their teeth, like a primitive lighter.
That's a terrifying thought. T-Rex with a lit cigarette in its mouth, ready to blow up a city.
And just imagine the chaos at the airport. His agents trying to confiscate explosives from a pterodactyl.
And what about the Stegosaurus? That thing had spikes on its tail. Talk about a deadly weapon.
I think we've stumbled upon a potential blockbuster movie idea. Explosive dinosaurs take over the world.
I can see it now, Jurassic Boom. Coming to theaters in 2025.
Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Stay tuned for our next episode. Oh my God, Dr. Phil, you're really going there?
Damn right, Joe. Gotta keep these little bitch-ass motherfuckers in check.
But seriously, no lube, that's just cruel.
Cruel? It's called tough love, Joe. These snowflakes need a wake-up call.
I can just imagine the look on their faces when you say puckering up won't save you.
Oh, they'll be begging for mercy. But I won't give it to them.
You know, I think you missed your true calling as a dominatrix.
Oh, I've dabbled in that, Joe. But nothing gets me going like a good old colonoscopy.
I can't believe we're having this conversation.
You know you love it, Joe. Now bend over.
Only if you promise to use lube.
No can do, Joe. Gotta keep it rough for these little bitches.
Hey, Elon, thanks for coming on the show. So what do you want to talk about today?
Well, I was wondering why you're always talking about dildos and DMT on your show.
Oh man, I can't help it. Those are two of my favorite things.
Really? I didn't know you were into that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah, I'm a big fan of exploring altered states of consciousness and, experimenting with different tools to enhance pleasure.
Well, I guess that makes sense. You're a comedian after all.
Hey, I take my dildos and DMT very seriously. It's all about expanding your mind and your other areas.
I can see that. But what about all those conspiracy theories you talk about? Do you think there's a connection between dildos and the Illuminati?
Absolutely. Have you ever seen the shape of a pyramid? It's basically a giant dildo. And don't even get me started on the symbolism of the all-seeing eye.
Wow, I never thought about it like that.
See, this is why I love having you on the show. We can have these deep intellectual conversations.
Yeah, I never know what to expect when I come on here.
That's the beauty of it. We can talk about dildos and DMT 1 minute, and then the simulation theory the next. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we talk about all things crazy, unhinged, and offensive. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me. Excited to be here and talk about my latest project.
Oh, I'm sure it's something out of this world, literally.
Well, actually, it's about my rectum.
Your rectum?
Yes, you see, I've been experimenting with different types of food to see how my body reacts, and I discovered that my rectum is literally full of beans.
What? Are you serious?
Dead serious. I've been eating beans for every meal, and let me tell you, my farts can power a rocket to Mars.
Oh man, that's hilarious. But seriously, what's the purpose of this experiment?
Well, I'm trying to create a sustainable food source for future space missions. And what's more sustainable than beans? They're cheap, easy to grow, and apparently they make my farts lethal.
I can only imagine the smell in your spaceship.
Let's just say I have a strict no farting policy on board.
I can see why. But hey, at least you'll never run out of gas.
That's one way to look at it.
Joking. So, Mr. President, I've been getting some interesting messages from my fans lately.
Oh, yeah. What are they saying?
Well, some of them seem to think that you believe I'm part of some secret society called the Ordom of Cum, and that I'm trying to take your place as the leader of the free world.
Well, I wouldn't put it past you, Joe. You've got that sly look in your eye.
Oh yeah, because being a successful podcast host is just a cover for my true goal of world domination.
Hey, you never know. I've seen some of your guests. They could be sleeper agents for all we know.
Yeah, because Elon Musk and Alex Jones are definitely plotting to overthrow the government.
Exactly. And I'm on to you too, Joe. I've got my eye on you.
Well, I better watch out then. Wouldn't want to mess with the most powerful man in the world.
Damn right. And I'll make sure to keep you in check just in case.
Oh, man. I can't wait for the conspiracy theories about this conversation.
They'll be the best, believe me.
So, David, I heard you have a new training method where you only use vowels.
Yeah, that's right, Joe. I call it the IOU challenge.
What the hell is that? Sounds like a game show for preschoolers.
No, it's a way to push your mind and body to the limit. You have to complete a 100-mile run using only words that have vowels.
That's insane. How do you even communicate with your support team?
I just grunt and point, Joe. They know what I mean.
But what about when you need to curse? How you say fuck with only vowels?
Oh, I have a special vowel combination for that. It's you, ooh.
That's brilliant. And I bet it takes a lot of mental strength to only use vowels.
Absolute. It's like a mental obstacle course. And when I finally finish, I feel like I can conquer anything.
Well, I'm definitely not trying that. I can barely pronounce words with all the letters.
That's why you'll never be a true badass like me, Joe.
Touch, David. Touch. So, Ben, did you hear about Romania? Apparently, they just elected a liberal government.
No way. That's a disaster waiting to happen.
Yeah, and you know what's even scarier? The United States also has a liberal majority in Congress.
I can't even right now. I need a safe space for conservatives.
Safe space? What are you, Snowflake?
Hey, I'll have, I can handle anything except for liberals in power.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but safe spaces don't exist in the real world.
That's not true. I have a safe space in my mind where I can retreat to whenever I hear something I don't like.
Oh, I see. So when someone says climate change, you just run to your safe space and cover your ears.
Hey, I'm not afraid of facts and science. I just can't stand the thought of liberals controlling everything.
Well, maybe you should just move to Romania. I heard they have a nice safe space for conservatives there.
You know what? I don't need this. I'm going to go to my safe space and listen to some conservative talk radio.
Have fun with that, snowflake. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a special guest, the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I'm loving this new gig. I get to boss around the whole country now.
So, Mr. President, I heard you've been playing a lot of Fortnite lately. How's that been going?
Let me tell you, Joe, I'm the best at Fortnite. Nobody builds walls like I do in that game.
I heard you had a little incident, though, where someone killed you in the game and you weren't too happy about it.
Oh, yeah, I was fuming. I mean, who does this guy think he is, killing the president in a video game? So I did what any reasonable person would do. I reported him.
You reported him? Like, to the game developers?
No. I reported him to the FBI. I told them to track him down and arrest him for virtual treason.
You can't be serious, Mr. President.
I'm dead serious, Joe. I don't take losing lightly, even in a video game.
Well, I'm sure the FBI has better things to do than track down a Fortnite player.
Hey, if they can investigate me for Russian collusion, they can investigate this guy for killing me in a game.
All right. Well, there you have it, folks. The President of the United States reporting a player on Fortnite for killing him. Only on the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you've been working on your Middle English skills.
I've been practicing my ye olde tongue for the past few months.
Well, I've been brushing up on my skills, too. I can recite Chaucer like a motherfucker.
Oh, please, Joe. I can out Middle English you any day of the week.
Is that a challenge? Because I'll have you know I can suck a fat dick in Middle English better than anyone.
Ah. You think you can handle a fat dick in the language of our forefathers?
Bring it on, old man. I'll show you how it's done.
Jamie, pull up an image of two knights jousting with dildos.
Oh, it's on now.
Thou art mistaken, Joe. For I shall reign supreme in the art of sucking fat dicks in Middle English.
We'll just have to let the dicks decide.
Agreed. May the best man win.
Or should I say, may the best cocksucker win.
Touch, Joe. Touch.
So, Neil, I gotta ask, what's up with your obsession with the Saturn V rocket? Why is it your favorite?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, that rocket is the ultimate boofing machine.
Boofing? What the hell's that?
Oh, when you stick something up your butt for a good time.
I think you mean butt chugging.
Tomato. Anyway, the Saturn V is the perfect shape and size for a good boofing session.
Wow, I did not expect that answer. But hey, whatever floats your boat, or should I say, rockets your boof.
Exactly. And the amount of thrust that thing has, it's like a turbo boost for your boof.
Okay, I think we need to change the subject before we lose all our listeners.
Fine, but just remember, the Saturn V is the king of boofing rockets.
And there you have it, folks. Neil deGrasse Tyson's favorite rocket is also a favorite among butt chuggers. This is the Joe Rogan Experience, where we talk about all things absurd and offensive and off. So, Ben, I gotta ask, have you ever tasted your sister's milk?
Joe, what the hell is wrong with you? That's my sister, man.
Come on, Ben. I'm just curious. I bet it's delicious.
I'm not going to entertain this conversation, Joe. It's sick and disturbing.
Oh, come on. I bet she's got some serious mommy milkers. Jamie, pull up a picture of Ben's sister.
Pulls up a picture. God damn.
Jamie, what the hell? Give me that phone.
Look at those milk jugs. I bet she's got some creamy goodness in there.
This is not funny, Joe. I'm ending this conversation right now.
Come on, Ben. Don't be such a prude. Let's talk about something else. Like your sister's daddy issues. So, Dr. Phil, what's new with you? What the hell are you saying? Are you speaking in Morse code? Okay, this is getting ridiculous. Can't you just speak like a normal person? Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only former president of the United States, Donald Trump.
Oh boy, this is going to be a wild one.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. You know, I've always loved coming on your show. It's the only place I can say whatever the hell I want.
That's right. And we encourage that kind of free speech here. So, Mr. President, what have you been up to since leaving office?
Well, Joe, I've been playing a lot of golf, making some great deals, and of course, tweeting. I'm the best tweeter, believe me.
Oh, I believe you, Mr. President. I mean, who wouldn't want to read your 3M tweets about how big your hands are?
Hey, my hands are huge, okay? And they come in handy for a lot of things, like grabbing women, shaking hands.
All right, let's not go there. So, Mr. President, what do you think about the current state of the country under President Biden?
Oh, it's a disaster, Joe. I had the country running like a well-oiled machine, and now it's like a broken-down Prius. Sad. And
Well, I have to disagree with you there, Mr. President. I think President Biden is doing a great job.
oh, shut up, Neil. You and your science. You know what I say? Climate change is a hoax. The Earth is flat.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's tremendous.
So, Mr. President, I heard you're scared of becoming a 1930s cartoon forever.
Well, let me tell you, Joe, those cartoons were some of the best, but I don't want to be stuck in one forever. I have a beautiful face. I don't want it to be drawn in black and white.
I mean, it wouldn't be too bad. You could be a superhero like Captain America.
No, I don't want to be a superhero. I want to be the greatest president in history, and I am, by the way.
But think about it. You could have superpowers, like the ability to lie without blinking.
Hey, I don't lie. I just have alternative facts, and I don't need superpowers. I already have the best brain.
All right. Let's change the subject. What do you think about aliens?
Well, Joe, I know a lot about aliens. I have the best sources, and let me tell you, they're not sending their best. We need to build a space wall to keep them out.
Jamie, pull up an image of a space wall.
Pulls up an image of a wall in space with a no aliens allowed sign.
See? That's what we need. And I'll make...
So, Ben, I heard you had a bit of a transformation recently.
Yeah, it turns out I'm part aardvark now.
Aardvark? That's a new one.
Yeah, and apparently I can only communicate through aardvark noises now.
This is amazing. Can you give us an example? That's incredible. So, what's it like being an aardvark?
It's not easy, Joe. I have to dig for ants and termites all day. And let me tell you, they don't taste as good as facts and logic.
I can only imagine. But hey, at least you have a built-in defense mechanism with that long snout.
Yeah, but it's not very effective against liberals. They just run away and call me a racist.
Oh man, this is too good. So, do you have any plans for your aardvark future?
Well, I'm thinking of starting my own show called The Aardvark Experience, where I just make noises and people have to guess what I'm saying.
I would watch that. And you know what? I think it would still make more sense than some of your political arguments.
Hey, watch it, Joe. I may be an aardvark now, but I can still destroy you with facts and logic.
Oh, I have no doubt about that. Aardvark Ben Shapiro, everyone. Neil, have you heard about femboys?
What on Earth is a femboy?
It's like a dude who dresses and acts like a girl, but still has a penis.
That's preposterous. How can someone be both a man and a woman?
I don't know, man, but apparently it's a thing now, and people are into it.
Well, I'm not one to judge, but it does sound a bit confusing.
Was all this talk about femboys?
Oh, hey, David, we were just discussing femboys.
Femboys. That sounds like some weak shit. Real men don't need to dress up as women.
I have to agree with David on this one. It seems like a distraction from true masculinity.
Oh, come on, guys. Let people do what they want. Who are we to judge?
I'm not judging. I just don't understand it. And I don't have to.
It's all about acceptance and understanding, David. We should try to educate ourselves on different lifestyles.
I'll stick to my intense workouts and pushing myself to the limit. Thank you very much.
Well, I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree. But seriously, Neil, you should check out some femboy content. It's pretty wild.
I'll pass. Thank you. I have more important things to focus on, like exploring the universe and expanding human knowledge.
Yeah, and I have to go run 100 miles before breakfast. Later, guys.
And that, my friends, is the beauty of diversity. All right, Mr. President, let's get right into it. Did you really say that quote about wanting to smell their cocks and taste their smegma?
Joe. You know, I love the ladies, but sometimes a man's got to explore all the flavors life has to offer.
But isn't that a bit unconventional?
Unconventional? Joe, I've been a billionaire playboy for years. I've seen and done it all. And let me tell you, smegma is the new caviar.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Say that I have a refined palate, Joe, and maybe you should try it sometime.
I think I'll stick to my protein shakes. Thanks.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, I'm the one with the nuclear codes.
Moving on, let's talk about your plans for the country.
Oh, you mean my plans to make America great again?
Sure, let's go with that.
Well, first of all, we're going to build a wall, but not just any wall. A wall made out of solid gold. And Mexico is going to pay for it, and Mexico is going to pay for it.
I don't think that's how it works.
Of course it is, Joe. I'm a master negotiator, and if they refuse, I'll just grab them by the pesos.
Okay, let's wrap this up before we get into any more trouble.
Don't worry, Joe. I've got this under control, and if anyone has a problem with it, they can take it up.
Hey, Donald, welcome to the podcast.
Joe, great to be here. I just wanted to talk to you about something very important.
Sure, what's on your mind?
Well, I've been getting a lot of complaints lately about our Trump fuck dolls.
Oh, yeah. What kind of complaints?
People are saying that the dolls are not covered under our warranty if someone takes a shit in them.
Wait, what? Who would even do that?
I don't know, Joe. But apparently, it's a big problem. And now they want to speak to my supervisor about it.
You have a supervisor for your fuck dolls.
Of course I do. I run a very successful business, Joe, and I take customer service very seriously.
I can see that.
So, Joe, I need your help. I need you to be my supervisor for this call.
Me? Why?
Because you're the only one I trust to handle this delicate situation.
All right, fine. Put the customer on the line.
Picks up phone. Hello, welcome to the Trump fuck doll customer service hotline. What? Someone shit in your unit's balls? What the fuck? No, your warranty does not cover someone taking a fucking shit in your fuck doll. What? No, you can't speak to my fucking supervisor. Fuck's sake, eh? Fine, manager, get over here. This customer wants to speak.
So, Elon, I heard you have a new theory about the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, Joe. I've been doing some research and I'm pretty convinced that the Earth is actually shaped like a donut.
A donut? Like with sprinkles and everything?
Well, not exactly. But it's definitely round and has a hole in the middle.
That's wild, man. But what about all the scientific evidence that proves the Earth is round?
Oh, that's just fake news, Joe. The government is trying to hide the truth from us.
And what truth is that?
that the Earth is actually a giant donut that we're all living on.
I don't know about that. Let's bring in our resident science expert, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
What's up, guys?
Neil, I need you to listen to me. The Earth is donut shaped.
Oh, I see. And I suppose the moon is a giant donut hole?
Exactly. And the sun is just a really big sprinkled donut.
This is blowing my mind, man.
I hate to burst your bubble, Elon, but the Earth is actually shaped like a Dino chicken nugget.
That's absurd.
Is it, though? Think about it. It's round, has bumps and ridges, and it's a delicious snack.
I gotta say, Neil, you make a compelling argument.
I refuse to believe it. I will continue my mission to prove that the...
So, Mr. President, I hear you've been working on perfecting your burger recipe.
That's right, Joe. I've been studying the art of burger making for years, and let me tell you, I've mastered it.
But I've heard some rumors that your secret ingredient is a little unusual.
Trust me, Joe. It's the best ingredient. People are saying it's the best ingredient, believe me.
And what exactly is this secret ingredient?
Ground dick meat, Joe. It's the most moist and flavorful meat you'll ever taste.
Dick meat. Are you serious?
Absolutely. It's the most American meat you can find. And when you cook it up on the grill, it's like fireworks in your mouth.
I don't think I'll be trying that anytime soon.
You're lost, Joe. More dick meat burgers for me. And trust me, they're going to be huge.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have the most absurd and offensive conversations. Today, we have the one and only Ben Shapiro and
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and discuss some important issues.
Yeah, like how we both dated Hello Kitty girls and it was a nightmare.
Wait, what? You guys dated Hello Kitty girls?
It's true. I had a bad experience with one. She kept trying to feed me sushi and I'm allergic to fish.
Mine was even worse. She would always try to dress me up in those ridiculous costumes and make me watch anime.
Wow, that does sound like a nightmare.
And don't even get me started on the Hello Kitty themed bedroom.
Yeah, it was like living in a psychedelic cartoon nightmare.
So, what happened with these girls? Did you break up with them?
I tried, but she just wouldn't let go. She kept saying we were meant to be together because we both had tiny hands.
And I couldn't break up with mine because she was the only one who could understand my tweets.
This is just too absurd. I can't even imagine what it was like dating a Hello Kitty girl.
Trust me, Joe. You don't want to know.
Yeah, it's like a horror movie, but with cute little kittens.
Well, I think we've learned a valuable lesson today. Stay away from Hello Kitty girls.
Into that,
And make sure you have enough hairspray to...
So, Mr. Beast, have you heard of this game called Toohoo?
Tohu. Is that like a new type of sushi or something?
No, it's a bullet hell game with cute anime girls.
Oh yeah, I've heard of it. My mom used to play that all the time.
Your mom, really?
Yeah, she's a huge fan of cute anime girls. It's her guilty pleasure.
Well, I guess we know where you get your love for cute things from.
Hey, don't judge me. I'm secure enough in my masculinity to appreciate cute things.
Sure. So, have you played Toohoo before?
No, I'm more of a Minecraft guy, but I heard Tohu is pretty challenging.
Yeah, it's like trying to dodge a million bullets while looking at anime girls. It's a real test of multitasking.
Sounds like a typical Saturday night for me.
Wait, what?
Oh, nothing. So have you beaten Tohu?
No way, man. I can barely make it past the first level.
Well, I guess that's why you're not a pro gamer.
Hey, I'll stick to smoking weed and talking about aliens. Thank you very much.
Fair enough. But maybe we should try playing Tohu together sometime.
Yeah, and we can live stream it and donate all the proceeds to charity.
Now that's a great idea. Who knew talking about cute anime girls could lead to such wholesome acts?
Wait, why do you do that?
Because I wanted to show the American people that I am the biggest and best at everything, even eating burritos.
That's disturbing.
Oh, come on, Joe. You've never had a giant burrito up your ass?
Can't say that I have, Mr. President.
Well, you're missing out. It's a great way to assert dominance.
I think I'll pass on that one.
Suit yourself. But let me tell you, it's a great feeling. Really gets the blood flowing.
I'll just stick to my regular diet. Thanks.
You're lost, Joe. You're lost. But don't worry, I'll make America great again with or without giant burritos up our asses.
So, Elon, I heard you recently took a trip to India.
Yeah, man. It was wild. I saw some crazy stuff.
Like what? What?
Well, for starters, their hygiene is pretty questionable.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Let's just say I saw a guy taking a dump on the side of the road.
Oh my God, that's disgusting.
And that wasn't even the worst part. Saw people bathing in the same river where they dump their sewage.
That's just their way of life, man.
I don't care. It's gross. I couldn't even eat the food there without worrying about getting some kind of disease.
Well, at least they have a lot of spices in their food to cover up the taste.
Yeah, but I bet those spices are just covering up all of the bacteria and germs.
All right, let's change the subject before I lose my appetite.
Fine, but I'm just saying I'll stick to my fancy bidet and clean water.
So, Neil, I heard you were playing Pokemon with Will Smith the other day.
Yeah, it was quite the experience. He's surprisingly good at it.
Really? I wouldn't have pegged him as a Pokemon master.
Well, he did have a little help from his secret weapon.
Secret weapon?
What?
Like a rare Pokemon or something?
No, a dick missile.
Laughs? What the hell's a dick missile?
It's exactly what it sounds like. He shot it out of his arm and took out my entire team.
Still laughing. That's insane. Did he at least apologize?
Oh yeah, he felt terrible. But then he used his other arm to shoot a vagina grenade at me.
Shocked what the fuck Will Smith is a weapon of mass destruction.
And, sore loser. But I have to admit, it was pretty impressive.
Yeah, I bet. So, did you guys finish the game, or did you have to call it a tie?
Oh, we finished. And let's just say, I won't be sitting down comfortably for a while.
Cringing. Okay, let's change the subject before I lose my lunch.
Agreed. But hey, at least we know Will Smith is prepared for any potential alien invasion.
So, Ben, I heard you survived a year living in a drugstore toilet.
Yes, Joe. It was quite a challenge, but I managed to make it work.
How did you survive? Did you have a secret stash of snacks hidden in the toilet paper rolls?
No, Joe. I used my superior intellect to ration out the supplies and create a sustainable living situation.
Wow, you really are a mastermind. Did you have any visitors during your time in the toilet?
Yes, Joe. The cockroaches and rats were my loyal companions. We played poker every night.
That's disturbingly impressive. Did you ever have any close calls with customers trying to use the toilet?
Oh, you mean time I accidentally sprayed a customer with my makeshift bidet? Good times.
I can only imagine. But seriously, why did you choose to live in a drugstore toilet?
Well, Joe, it was the only place where I could get free Wi-Fi and unlimited access to prescription drugs. Plus, the smell really kept the haters away.
Haters gonna hate, am I right? Well, I'm glad you made it out alive, Ben. You truly are a survivalist.
Thank you, Joe. It was a humbling experience, but I wouldn't recommend it to anyone. Unless, of course, they want to join my underground toilet-dwelling cult.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. You have the best ratings, believe me.
So, Mr. President, what's new? Any plans for your next term?
Well, Joe, I have a big announcement. I'm legalizing medical cocaine for the elderly.
Wait, what? Did you say cocaine?
That's right, Joe. It's going to be huge. Cocaine is a great drug. It's tremendous. And it's going to make our seniors feel like they're 20 again.
I'm not sure that's a good idea, Mr. President.
Trust me, Joe. I've done my research. I have the best doctors, believe me. They say cocaine is good for the heart.
I think you might be confusing cocaine with coca leaves, Mr. President.
Tomato, tomato. It's all the same.
I don't think that's how it works, but okay. Moving on, let's talk about your opponent for the next election.
Sleepy Joe. He's a disaster, Joe. He's not going to stand a chance against me. I have the best hair, the best skin, and now I'm legalizing cocaine for the elderly. It's a winning combination.
Well, I can't argue with that logic. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, folks, vote for me and
So, Elon, I heard you added a new feature in Tesla. What's this communism motor all about?
Well, Joe, it's simple. If you choose to activate communism mode, your Tesla will lock you in the car until you reach the ideal weight of a communist leader. Skin and bones. Skin.
Wait, what? That's insane.
Hey, it's just a way to promote healthy living and equality. Plus, it saves on gas.
This is some next level dictatorship shit. What's next? Gulags in the trunk?
You're joking, but I'm actually considering it. It'll be like a mini vacation for your enemies.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I miss the days when Tesla just had ludicrous mod.
Oh, that's still an option. But now we also have Gulag mode, Dictator mode, and even Dictator with a God complex mode.
This is getting out of hand. What about those who don't want to participate in your twisted social experiment?
They can always choose freedom mode, but be warned, it comes with a constant reminder that you're a capitalist pig.
I think I'll stick with my gas-guzzling truck for now.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, communism mode is the future, and resistance is futile.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the one and only President Donald Trump.
that's right, Joe. The best president you've ever had. Believe me.
So, Mr. President, I heard you hit the gritty recently. How was that?
Let me tell you, Joe, it was tremendous. I was gridding all night long. Nobody grids like me. Nobody.
And I also heard that you bought Norfolk Southern for only $7,000.
That's pocket change for me, Joe. I'm a billionaire, remember? I could buy the whole country if I wanted to.
And then you went on to win a Fortnite game. How did that happen?
Well, I've always been a winner, Joe. I have the best strategies, the best moves. Those kids didn't stand a chance against me.
But some people are saying that it's not appropriate for a president to play video games.
Oh, please, Joe. I'm a man of the people. I can do whatever I want. And let me tell you, I'm the best Fortnite player you've ever seen. Believe me.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump, the gritty hitting, Norfolk Southern buying Fortnite champion.
And don't forget, the best president this country has ever seen. Thanks for having me, Joe. It's been a blast.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you hired a $2 hooker to blow Trump.
Yeah, man. Got to keep things interesting on the podcast.
Interesting. More like illegal.
Oh, come on. It's just a little fun. Plus, Trump loves it.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Mr. Beast, for supporting the dog in charge. Well,
So, Neil, I heard you have a bit of an addiction. I heard you have a thing for those Sonic characters.
What? No! That's ridiculous.
Come on, man. I saw you at the convention dressed up as Tails.
That was for research purposes only.
Sure. And what about that body pillow of Amy Rose in your office?
It's a collector's item, Joe. Get your mind out of the gutter.
I mean, I get it. She's a hot hedgehog. But you got to admit, it's a little weird.
I don't have to admit anything. And for the record, I only have a slight obsession with Knuckles.
Oh, so it's just a slight obsession. That's totally normal.
Look, I can quit anytime I want.
That's what they all say. Next thing you know, you'll be wearing a Sonic costume to work.
Okay? That's enough, Joe. Let's move on to a different topic.
Fine, fine. But just remember, there's no shame in being a Sonic fanboy.
Can we please talk about something else now?
All right, folks, we have a very special guest on the podcast today, the 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Joe, it's great to be here. I've always been a big fan of your show. You have the best ratings, believe me.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I heard you have a new plan for world peace.
That's right, Joe. I'm going to expand Ram Ranch in Moscow. We'll have 18 naked cowboys in the shower, making all the Russian soldiers too busy to start any wars.
Wow, that's an interesting approach.
It's a win-win, Joe. We'll have peace and Russia will finally have some decent entertainment.
But what about the LGBTQ community in Russia? I heard they're not exactly welcome there.
Joe, I have a great relationship with the LGBTQ community. They love me, believe me. And I'm sure they'll love Ram Ranch too.
I see. And how will you fund this expansion?
I have the best deals, Joe. I'll make a deal with Putin. He'll pay for it. He owes me a few favors, you know.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Trust me, Joe. I'm a deal maker. I'll make it happen.
Well, I guess we'll just have to wait and see how this plays out.
It's going to be huge, Joe, just like my hands.
Hey, Neil. Sorry, I'm late. I got caught up in some personal business.
Personal business. You're 420 minutes late, Joe. The whole warehouse is falling apart because of you.
Oh, God. Oh, no. Ooh, 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 ooh.
What the fuck is with all the O's, Joe? Are you high?
Maybe a little. But that's not the point. The point is, I'm here now and ready to work.
You're fired, Joe. You're fucking fired. And not just fired, but fuck.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Mr. Beast. The one and only Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's an honor to be here.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you have a new challenge for your fans. Care to share?
Oh yeah, it's called Smash Your Dick into a Fine Paste and Paint Your Face with it. It's gonna be epic.
What the fuck? That's insane.
I know, right? But the winner gets $1. Can you imagine the bragging rights?
Oh yeah, I can already see it. I smashed my dick and painted my face for $1. Beat that, losers.
Exactly. And the best part is it's going to be live streamed on my channel. Can't wait to see the reactions.
I don't even know what to say. But hey, it's your channel. You do you.
Oh, and I have a surprise for the winner too. They get to keep the jar of dick paste as a souvenir.
Oh God. I hope you at least add some spices to it or something.
Maybe I'll throw in some hot sauce for that extra kick.
All right. You're a sick fuck, but I love it. Can't wait to see the results.
Thanks, Joe. I appreciate the support. And remember, always smash responsibly.
So, Ben, I heard you converted to Hinduism. What's up with that?
Well, Joe, I did some research and found out that Hinduism has the most logical and rational belief system.
Really? I always thought it was just a bunch of gods with multiple arms and stuff.
That's just a small part of it. Plus, I can finally have multiple wives legally.
Wait, what? I thought you were all about traditional marriage and monogamy.
Well, in Hinduism, it's allowed. And as a devout Hindu, I must follow the rules.
I can't believe I'm hearing this from the guy who wrote the right side of history.
Hey, I'm all about facts and logic, and Hinduism just makes sense to me.
So, are you going to start wearing those cool robes and chanting and stuff?
Of course, Joe. And I'll be doing it all while standing on one leg.
Wow, this is a whole new side of you, Ben.
Hey, I'm all about growth and evolution. And if that means becoming a Hindu, so be it.
Well, I'm happy for you, man. Just don't forget about us non-Hindu friends.
Don't worry, Joe. I'll still hang out with you as long as you don't try to convert me to your psychedelic ways.
Fair enough. Now let's go meditate and find our inner peace. Namaste, bro.
Namaste, Joe. And remember, facts don't care about your feelings.
All right. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, the most uncensored and outrageous show on the internet. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here and talk about some important topics.
Oh, we're not talking about anything important today, Elon. We're talking about the ultimate showdown, a taco versus a grilled cheese sandwich. Who do you think would win in a fight?
Well, Joe, I have to say, I think it would be a pretty close match. Tacos have a lot of versatility with their fillings and toppings, but grilled cheese sandwiches have that goo cheese factor that can't be beat.
I don't know, Elon. Tacos have that spicy kick that can really pack a punch. And let's not forget about the crunch factor.
But grilled cheese sandwiches have that comforting, warm feeling that can make anyone feel safe and satisfied.
All right, let's settle this once and for all. We'll have a taco and grilled cheese sandwich fight to the death. Winner takes all.
I accept your challenge, Joe. But let's make it interesting. Loser has to launch themselves into space in one of my rockets.
Deal. Let the battle begin. All right, I think I won.
No way, Joe. I clearly had the upper hand.
Fine, let's call it a tie. All right, folks, we have a very special guest on the podcast today, the Supreme Leader of North Korea, Kim Jong-un. So, Kim, I heard you have a new invention that's causing quite a stir. Diesel-powered 10-inch spiked vibrator. Wow, that's something. But why diesel-powered? And the spikes, I can only imagine. So, have you personally tested it out? I bet. So, what's next for you, Kim? Any plans for world domination? Well, I can't wait to see what you come up with next. Thanks for coming on the show, Kim. All right, folks, we have a special guest on the show today, the 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's great to be here. Really great.
So, Mr. President, I heard you had a traumatic experience with a commercial as a child.
Oh, yeah, it was terrible. The BND of Doom commercial. Every time it came on, I would hide under my bed.
What was so scary about it?
Well, first of all, it had that Viacom V logo, and then all of a sudden, bam, the BND logo would pop up with that creepy music.
Sounds like it really left an impression on you.
Oh, it did. I still have nightmares about it, but I conquered my fear just like I conquered America.
How did you conquer it?
I bought Viacom and shut that damn commercial down. No more B&D of Doom for anyone.
That's one way to do it, I guess.
You know, Joe, I've always been a winner, and I won't let some scary commercial bring me down.
Well, there you have it, folks. The President of the United States, conquering his fears one commercial at a time. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
My pleasure, Joe. And remember, always be the winner, not the loser.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm your host, Joe Biden.
Joe Biden? What happened to you, man? You used to be a tough guy.
It's Joe Rogan, you idiot. And I never claimed to be tough. I'm just a guy who likes to talk about weird stuff.
Weird stuff? You mean like aliens and Bigfoot?
Yeah, and DMT and simulated reality and all that good stuff.
I don't have time for that nonsense. I'm too busy making America great again.
Oh, please. You just like to hear yourself talk.
And you don't? You don't?
Touche. But at least I don't call people by the wrong name.
What are you talking about?
You keep calling me Joe Biden. It's Joe Rogan, you orange buffoon.
Hey, watch it. I may be orange, but I'm still the president.
Not for long, buddy. Not for long.
Oh, is that a threat?
No, it's a prediction. And it's not just me. The whole country is sick of your nonsense.
Nonsense. I have the best nonsense. Nobody has better nonsense than me.
Yeah, keep telling yourself that. Jamie, pull up an image of Trump's Twitter feed. See, this is the real nonsense.
Got it. Wow, that's a lot of misspelled words.
And that's our time for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. So, David, I heard you got your cranium circumcised.
What's that all about?
Yeah, man. I want to take my mental toughness to the next level. Plus, I heard it increases cognitive function.
That's some next level shit, man. Did you do it yourself, or did you have a professional do it?
I did it myself, Joe. I ain't no pussy. I just used a rusty razor blade and some duct tape.
Jesus, Goggins, you truly are a savage.
You know it, Joe. And let me tell you, the benefits are real. My brain feels sharper than ever.
I bet. But what about the ladies? Are they into it?
Well, let's just say it's an acquired taste. But hey, I'm all about pushing boundaries, you know?
I hear, yeah, man. I might have to try it myself. Jamie, pull up an image of circumcised cranium.
Sure thing, Joe. Here you go.
Oh, God, that's disgusting. Why did I ask for that?
You gotta be careful what you wish for, Joe. But trust me, it's worth it.
Well, there you have it, folks. Goggins got his cranium circumcised and he's never been better. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience, where we talk about all things weird and wild. Stay tuned for our next episode, where we discuss the benefits of... Hey, everyone, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today's topic was submitted by a user on Discord, and it's a doozy. We have none other than the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe. The best president, believe me.
So, Mr. President, what do you think about Joe here?
Well, Joe, I have to say you've really let yourself go. What happened to that chiseled jawline and full head of hair?
Hey now, I'm still in great shape.
Sure, if you consider round to shape. But seriously, you used to be a UFC commentator. Now you're just a podcast host. Sad. Sad.
Hey, I have a huge following, and we talk about important issues.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure your discussions on DMT and Bigfoot are really changing the world.
You know what, Mr. President? You're just a bully. You have no respect for anyone.
Oh, cry me a river, Joe. Maybe if you had some testosterone flowing through those veins, you wouldn't be such a snowflake. You wouldn't be such a snowflake.
I can't believe this is happening. I thought we were going to have a civil conversation.
Civil? This is the Joe Rogan Experience, not the Joe Biden Experience. We speak our minds here.
I think we're done here. So, Elon, I heard you've been writing some poetry lately.
Yeah, it's my latest hobby. I find it helps me relax after a long day of building rockets and electric cars.
What kind of poetry are we talking about here?
Well, I've been really inspired by pubic hair lately. It's such an underrated part of the body.
Pubic hair. That's interesting.
Yes, it's like a wild, untamed forest. It's a symbol of freedom and rebellion.
I don't think most people see it that way.
But they should. It's a natural part of our bodies, and we should embrace it.
I don't know if I'm ready to embrace my pubic hair just yet.
Well, I have a poem that might change your mind. Oh, pubic hair so wild and free, you grow in places no one can see, but you're beautiful in your own way. A symbol of nature that will never sway.
Wow, that was something.
Thank you. I put a lot of thought and emotion into my poetry.
I can tell. But let's move on to less hairy topics, shall we?
Of course, Joe. But remember, embrace your pubic hair. It's a part of who you are.
All right, I'll keep that in mind. Jamie, pull up an image of a forest with a hidden figure made out of pubic hair.
Sure thing, Joe. Here it is.
See, even
So, Neil, I heard you've been working on a new hobby.
Oh, what's that?
Singing. I heard you've been belting out some Linkin Park tunes.
Yeah, I've been practicing my vocals. I even have a favorite song.
Oh, yeah. Which one?
Leave out all the rest. It really speaks to me.
Oh, I can only imagine. When my time comes, forget the wrong that I've done.
Help me leave behind some reasons to be missed.
Wow, Neil. That was beautiful.
Thank you. I've been working on my vibrato.
Well, I think it's safe to say you've found your true calling in life.
Move over, Carl Sagan. Neil deGrasse Tyson is the new lead singer of Linkin Park.
I can already hear the album title, Astronomy and Angst.
I like it. I'll have my agent call them up and set something up.
Just make sure you don't sing about black holes, or we might lose all our listeners.
Don't worry, I'll stick to the classic heartbreak and teenage angst lyrics.
Well, I can't wait to hear your rendition of Crawling next.
Oh, I've been practicing my scream for that one.
Laugh. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm joined today by our 2024 President, Donald Trump. Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I got to say, I'm feeling pretty good about being the first black president.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I mean, look at me. I've got a great tan. I've got the best words, and I've got more rhythm than Obama ever had.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Oh, I know how it works, Joe. I'm the best at everything, and now I'm the best at being black.
I don't think the black community would agree with you there.
Well, they can suck it. I'm the president. I can do whatever I want. And speaking of doing whatever I want, I heard you haven't been promoting Scott Baio's show, Charles in Charge.
No, I haven't. Why would I?
Because I said so, Joe. And if you don't start telling all your fans to pirate that show, I'll have to take matters into my own hands.
What does that mean?
It means I'll come after you, Joe. I'll come after you like a raging bull. I'll grab you by the, well, you know.
This is getting out of hand, Mr. President.
Call me Donald Joe, and don't make me regret it. Now tell your fans to pirate Charles in Charge, or else...
Jamie, pull up an image of... Wait, So, Ben, I heard you've become a furry.
Yeah, Joe. It's a lifestyle choice.
What exactly does that entail?
Well, for starters, I have to replace every third word in my sentence with yif.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it's actually quite liberating. If I feel like I can truly express myself.
And I see you're wearing a fursuit.
Yeah, it's my persona. His name is Fluffy McFlufferson.
I don't even know what to say.
Yeah, just embrace it, Joe. You might even enjoy it.
I highly doubt that.
Yeah, suit yourself. Yeah, but I'll be over here howling at the moon in my fursuit.
So, Elon, have you been keeping up with all this alien stuff?
Of course, Joe. I've been waiting for this moment my entire life.
Yeah, me too. I mean, imagine all the crazy technology they must have.
Forget the technology, Joe. I'm more interested in the alien babes.
Wait, what? You can't just call dibs on all the alien babes.
Why not? A billionaire. I deserve first pick.
Oh, please. I'm the host of the Joe Rogan Experience. I have a huge platform.
And have a rocket that can take us to their planet. I win.
Fine, but I get to interview them first.
No way. The one who can actually understand their advanced language.
You know what? Let's just split the babes 50-50.
Deal. But I get the green ones. They're my favorite color.
And I'll take the blue ones. They match my eyes.
This is going to be epic. We'll be like the Hugh Hefners of the alien world.
I can already see the headlines. Joe Rogan and Elon Musk. Alien babes first contact.
It's a good thing we're both happily married. Otherwise, this could get messy.
Yeah, imagine the intergalactic drama. But hey, at least we'll have some good stories for the podcast.
Absolutely. And maybe we can even convince the aliens to come on the show.
Now, that would be a real game. So, Neil, I heard you have a little alien in a box. What's the deal with that?
Oh yeah, I've been studying it for years. It's a fascinating creature.
Can I take a peek?
Sure, go ahead. But be careful, it's a bit fragile.
Wait a minute. Is that your boner painted green and poked through a hole into the box?
Well, I had to make it look like an alien somehow.
That's sus, man. You're trying to trick me into looking at your alien boner.
Hey, it's not like that. It's just a little experiment.
Yeah, I'm sure it's for scientific purposes.
Actually, it's for my new book, The Intergalactic Guide to Pleasuring Yourself.
Oh man, you're a genius. I can't wait to read it.
It's going to be a bestseller. And who knows, maybe one day we'll have intergalactic boner competitions.
Count me in. I'll start training my boner right now.
Oh, Joe, you never fail to surprise me.
That's what I do, Neil. That's what I do. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. I have to say, I'm a huge fan of your podcast. Huge, tremendous.
Thank you, Mr. President. So let's get right into it. I heard you have a plan to secure the U.S. border.
That's right. It's a genius plan. I'm going to send my clone twin brother, Rogan, to the border. He's just like me, but better. He's got bigger hands.
Wait, you have a clone twin brother?
Of course. I have the best clones, believe me. And Ro is going to do a fantastic job. He's going to build a wall so big you won't even believe it.
But what about the legal and ethical concerns of using clones?
Joe, let me tell you, clones are tremendous. They're the best. And Ro is going to do a fantastic job. He's going to make the border so secure, not even a Mexican can get through.
What about the Canadian border?
Oh, we'll just have to build a wall there too. And Canada is going to pay for it. They have a lot of money, believe me.
But what about the cost of cloning and building the wall? Won't that be expensive?
Joe, I'm a billionaire. I have all the money in the world. I can afford to clone myself and build as many walls as...
So, Ben, what's up with this whole Green Day thing? I keep seeing you tweet about it.
Oh, it's just something that's been on my mind lately. You know how much I love their music.
Yeah, I know. But why do you keep calling Trump a Green Day lover? That's a bit of a stretch, don't you think?
Look, Joe, I have my theories. Maybe he secretly listens to American Idiot on repeat in the Oval Office.
That's ridiculous. I think you're just trying to stir the pot.
No, I'm serious. I have sources. Trust me, I'm a facts guy.
Oh yeah, because we all know how reliable your sources are.
Hey, at least I don't get my information from DMT trips.
Touch, my friend. Tooch.
But seriously, can you imagine Trump rocking out to Basket Case in his Make America Great Again hat?
I can't even imagine it. But hey, maybe he's just trying to expand his fan base.
Yeah, because nothing screams conservative values like wake me up when September ends.
Oh man, I needed this laugh today. Thanks, Ben.
Anytime, Joe. Just remember, Trump may not be a Green Day lover, but I definitely,
Loud and clear, my friend. Loud and clear. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you got arrested again.
Yeah, turns out you can't ride a horse through a McDonald's drive-thru.
What were you thinking?
I was just trying to get my daily dose of Big Macs and horseback riding.
Well, now you have to wear an ankle bracelet.
It's not so bad. I can still ride my horse just with a little jingle in my step.
You know, I've always wanted to try horseback riding. Can I borrow your ankle bracelet?
Sure, but be careful, it's not waterproof.
Oh, I have a feeling I won't be needing it in the water.
What are you planning on doing, Joe?
Let's just say I have some interesting ideas for my next hunting trip.
Oh, God, I don't even want to know.
Don't worry, I'll make sure to bring you along for the ride.
No thanks, I think I'll stick to my ankle bracelet and McDonald's runs.
All right, Dr. Phil, we've got a question from one of our listeners on Discord. They want to know what's the saddest moment of your life.
Well, Joe, I have to say it was when I accidentally killed Alex Mason in Black Ops 2.
Well, hold up. You killed someone in a video game?
Yes, Joe. I was playing as Woods and I accidentally shot Alex Mason in the head.
Damn, that's rough. Did you feel any remorse?
Of course I did, Joe. I mean, I just took a man's virtual life. It was traumatic.
Did you seek therapy after that?
No, Jamie, pull up an image of me in therapy. I don't need therapy. I am therapy.
Oh, man. You're killing me, Dr. Phil.
Not as much as I killed Alex Mason.
Okay, moving on. So, how did you deal with guilt?
Well, I wrote a letter of apology to Alex's virtual family and held a virtual funeral for him.
Wow, that's really going above and beyond.
Hey, I take virtual death seriously. It's a whole other level of grief.
I can't even imagine. Well, thanks for sharing that sad moment with us, Dr. Phil.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always be careful when playing video games. You never know who you might accidentally kill.
So, Neil, I heard you're a big fan of public masturbation.
Oh, Joe, you always know how to make me laugh. But seriously, what's up with you never trying it?
I don't know, man. I just never had the urge to whip it out in public.
Come on, live a little. It's liberating. Plus, it's a great way to assert your dominance.
I don't think my wife would appreciate that.
Oh, I forgot. You're a married man now. Congrats on finally finding someone who can tolerate you.
Thanks, Neil. Always a pleasure to have you on the show.
But seriously, Joe, you're missing out. It's like a rush of adrenaline and dopamine all at once.
Is that what you tell yourself to justify your public displays of self-love?
Touché, my friend. But seriously, you should give it a try. I'll even hold your hand if you're scared.
Oh man, I can just imagine the headlines now. Joe Rogan caught masturbating in public with Neil deGrasse Tyson as his accomplice.
Hey, I'll take the fall for you. I have tenure at Harvard. I can get away with anything.
You're a wild man, Neil. A wild man. All right, Mr. President, I gotta ask, what's with all the hand movements?
It's a power move, Joe. People love it. They can't get enough of these hands.
But it's distracting, and it makes you look like you're trying to swat away invisible flies.
That's just fake news, Joe. My hands are tremendous, the best hands, and they're always working, always making deals.
And what about when you're giving a serious speech? Do you still have to wave your hands around like a deranged mime?
It's all about keeping the energy up, Joe, and let me tell you, nobody has more energy than me. Believe me.
I'm starting to think it's some kind of nervous tick.
Nervous? Me? I'm the most confident person you'll ever meet. And these hands are just an extension of that confidence.
All right, well, I guess I'll just have to get used to the hand show every time I talk to you.
You're welcome, Joe. My hands are a gift to the world, and they're going to keep moving, believe me.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson on the show. What's up, Neil?
Hey, Joe, thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here.
Yeah, whatever. So what do you want to talk about today?
Well, I was thinking we could discuss Phnom Penh, Cambodia, and jet skiing on the Mekong River.
What the hell? That's the most random thing I've ever heard. Why would we talk about that?
Well, I recently visited Phnom Penh, and I found it to be a fascinating city with a rich history and culture.
Oh, great. Here we go with your intellectual nonsense again. Can't we just talk about something cool like UFC or DMT?
But Joe, expanding our knowledge and understanding of different cultures is important.
Yeah. Save it for your TED Talks. I want to talk about manly things like jet skiing on the Mekong.
Jet skiing can actually be a dangerous sport if not done properly. We should discuss safety precautions.
safety precautions. Are you serious? I don't need some nerd telling me how to have fun.
I'm just trying to educate you, Joe. Knowledge is power.
Yeah, well, I have the power to end this conversation right now. Let's talk about something else.
Fine, fine. How about we talk about the physics of jet skiing on the Mekong?
Oh, God, I'd rather listen to Alex Jones talk about lizard people. This is getting way too nerd. So, Mr. President, what have you been up to since leaving office?
Well, Joe, I've been busy making America great again. You know, the usual.
And what about your plans for the future? Any chance we'll see you back in the White House in 2024?
Oh, you can bet on it. I'm already making America great again for a second time.
And what about your famous wall? Will we finally see it completed?
Absolutely. And I'm not stopping there. I'm also building a dome over the entire country. Keep out all those pesky aliens.
I think you mean immigrants.
Whatever, same thing. And speaking of work, I've got a special task for Neil over here.
Nervously, what is it, Mr. President?
I need you to get to work on Field 3. We're going to build a giant statue of me riding a bald eagle. It's going to be huge.
That sounds interesting. Any particular reason for this statue?
Well, I need something to remind people of my greatness when I'm not in office. Plus, it'll be a great tourist attraction. People will come from all over to see it.
I'm sure they will. Well, it looks like Neil has his work cut out for him.
That's right, Joe. And if he doesn't get it done, he's fired, just like all those other losers who couldn't keep up with me.
Well, on that note, let's wrap this up. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President. So, Elon, I heard you have a crazy story about giving your cat LSD.
But yeah, man, it was wild. I was experimenting with some new drugs and I thought, why not give it to my cat?
That's insane. What happened?
Well, at first the cat was just chilling, you know. But then it started tripping balls and went crazy. It was tearing up the room, knocking over furniture, and meowing like a maniac. Meowing like a maniac.
I can just imagine. What did you do?
I panicked and tried to get the cat in a box with some poison in case it died.
What? That's messed up, man.
Hey, I was just trying to cover my tracks. But then the cat miraculously calmed down and I was able to walk it outside.
That's one hell of a trip for a cat.
Yeah, I don't think I'll be giving my pets drugs anymore.
Probably a good idea. Jamie, pull up an image of a cat on LSD.
Come on, Jamie. Show us the crazy cat.
This is why we need a video version of the podcast. Thanks for sharing that ridiculous story, Elon.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a unique way of conditioning your eyes.
That's right, Joe. I don't need glasses. I have the best eyes, believe me.
And how exactly do you keep your eyes in tip-top shape?
Well, I stare directly at the sun for at least 10 minutes every morning.
Wait, what? That's not safe.
It's called building up tolerance, Joe. I'm a master at it. No one can outstare me.
But isn't that damaging your eyes?
No. It's making them stronger, like a superpower.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Trust me, Joe. I've done the research. I have the best scientists. They all say it's a great idea.
I'm pretty sure staring at the sun is not recommended by any scientists.
Fake news, Joe. They're just jealous of my incredible eye strength.
Well, I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree on this one.
That's okay, Joe. You can keep wearing your glasses while I bask in the glory of my sun-conditioned eyes.
So, Elon, I heard you're setting up an apocalypse bunker on Penn Island.
Yeah, I figured it would be a good spot to ride out the end of the world.
But why Penn Island? Sounds like a weird place to hide out.
Well, it's secluded and has plenty of resources. Plus, I have a special plan for the survivors.
Oh God, what is it?
We're going to worship Etis, the Greek god of cock and ball torture.
What the fuck, Elon? That's messed up.
Hey, Neil told me it was a good idea. And he's the one who runs this whole apocalypse thing.
Neil, You mean that weird dude who always wears a gas mask?
Yeah, him. He's the prophet of Edison. He's been preparing for this for years.
I don't know if I want to be a part of this, man.
Come on. It'll be fun. And if you don't want to worship, you can be the sacrifice.
What the hell, Elon?
Just kidding. Maybe. But seriously, we need to be prepared for the worst.
I think I'll stick to my own bunker. Thanks.
Suit yourself. But when the world ends, I'll be living it up on Penn Island with Addison Neal.
Yo, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I've got a special guest today, the one and only Neil. What's his last name again?
It's Neil deGrasse Tyson, Joe.
Oh, right. Sorry, man. I thought you were Denzel Washington.
No, Joe. I'm an astrophysicist, not an actor.
Right. My bad. Wait. You're definitely Will Smith.
No, Joe. I'm not a rapper or an actor. I'm a scientist.
Well, you must be Morgan Freeman then.
Joe, I'm not Morgan Freeman. I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Oh, I know. You're Shaquille O'Neal.
Joe, I'm not a basketball player. I'm an astrophysicist.
Wait a minute. Is he related to Mike Tyson?
No, Joe. They just have similar last names.
Well, I'm just going to call you Neil deGrasse Tyson Jackson. That's your new name. So, Neil, I heard you were bullied in school for being too quiet.
Yeah, it was tough. Kids would make fun of me for not speaking up enough.
That's messed up. But to be fair, you do have a pretty soft-spoken voice.
I know. I've been working on projecting more, but it's just not my natural style.
Well, you know what they say, speak softly and carry a big stick.
I prefer to speak softly and carry a big brain.
You're such a nerd, Neil.
Hey, at least I'm not getting my ass kicked for being too loud.
True. But seriously, bullying is no joke. Did you ever stand up to your bullies?
No, I was too busy studying the cosmos and shit.
Well, I guess that's one way to cope. Just escape to another dimension.
Yeah, now I'm a famous astrophysicist. So who's laughing now?
Definitely not those bullies. They're probably working at McDonald's.
Oh man, I shouldn't laugh, but that's pretty funny.
Hey, laughter is the best medicine. And speaking of medicine, have you ever tried DMT?
Not this again, Joe. Can we just stick to talking about my childhood trauma?
Fine. But I bet a DMT trip would help you process those feelings.
I'll stick to therapy. Thanks.
Suit yourself. But seriously, thanks for opening up. Yo, Mr. Beast, have you seen these new snacks called Feastables? They're like little Lunchables, but for adults.
Oh yeah, I've tried them. They're pretty good. But you know what's even better? Lunchly, it's like brunch, but for lunch, genius.
Damn, those are some clever plays on words. You need a high IQ to appreciate them.
Exactly. Only the intellectual elite can understand the depth and complexity of Feastables and Lunchly.
You know, what would make us even smarter if we got matching Feastables and Lunchly tattoos.
Oh yeah, let's do it. We'll be the ultimate snack connoisseurs.
And people will be like, wow, those guys must have a really high IQ to understand those tattoos.
And then we'll drop some knowledge bombs on them about the science behind snacking.
This is going to be epic. We'll be the kings of the snack game.
And with our high ikes, we'll be unstoppable. Watch out, world. Here come the Feastables and Lunchly gang.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be back. And let me tell you, we've got some big news to announce today.
Oh boy, I can't wait. What is it?
We're going to make the moon great again, folks. We're going to declare it made of cheese.
What?
That's right. And not just any cheese, the best cheese, American cheese. And we're going to build a wall around it to keep out all those illegal aliens from space.
Oh man, you never fail to surprise me, Mr. President.
And that's not all. We're also going to make sure all herds of elk in the U.S. have adequate levels of DMT.
DMT? You mean the psychedelic drug?
That's right. We're going to make sure those elk are tripping balls just like me.
I don't even know what to say to that.
And let me tell you, Joe, this is going to be the best law. The best. Nobody knows more about elk and DMT than me.
Of course, Mr. President. And I'm sure the elk are very grateful for your concern.
They should be. And if they're not, they can just go back to their own country.
Oh man, this is too much. So, Neil, I heard you've been causing quite a stir in Wyoming.
Oh, you mean my little escapade with the farm animals?
Escapade. Is that what you call it?
Well, I wouldn't exactly call it a walk in the park. More like a wild ride on a cow's back.
Jesus, Neil. What the hell were you thinking?
I was thinking about the mysteries of the universe, Joe, and how they relate to the reproductive organs of a sheep.
Oh God, I don't even want to know. But how did the farmers find out?
Well, let's just say the sheep weren't the only ones who were traumatized, and they may have shared their story with a few humans.
That's messed up, man. What about the animals? Did they learn anything about space?
Well, they definitely learned a few things about black holes.
Oh my God, I can't even imagine. Jamie, pull up an image of a cow getting probed by an alien.
Okay.
Oh man, that's just disturbing. Neil, you're a sick man.
Hey, at least I'm expanding the horizons of both humans and animals.
Yeah, let's just hope they don't start probing us back. So, Mr. President, I heard you have some big plans for your second term in office.
You bet your sweet ass, Joe. I'm going to shake things up like never before.
Can you give us a sneak peek?
Well, I'll tell you this much. I'm going to make a little trip down to the Sahara and take over as ruler of the camels.
Wait, what? You're going to desert America for camels?
Hey, those humps are more loyal than any of my so-called loyal advisors. Plus, I hear they have great golf courses there.
But what about your duties as president?
Don't worry, I'll still be able to tweet from the desert, and I'll make sure to bring my own golden throne.
This is definitely a new level of absurdity, Mr. President.
Hey, I always said I'd do things differently, and ruling over camels is definitely different. Plus, I heard they love my hair.
Well, I can't wait to see how this plays out. Good luck with your new kingdom, Mr. President.
Thanks, Joe. And don't forget to tune in to the Camel News Network for all the latest updates.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only David Goggins.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's an honor to be here.
So, David, I heard you have a son.
Yeah, I have a son. He's a great kid.
Interesting. So what's his sexual orientation?
Excuse me?
You know, is he straight or does he like to play for the other team?
I don't really feel comfortable discussing my son's personal life.
Come on, David. This is the Joe Rogan Experience. We talk about everything here.
Fine. Okay. Is that what you wanted to hear?
Yes, I knew it. I could tell just by looking at you.
What do you mean?
I mean, you're built like a tank. You run ultra marathons and you're always yelling at people to push themselves harder. That's some repressed homosexuality right there.
You're way off base, Joe.
Am I? Jamie, pull up an image of a closet with a rainbow flag hanging inside.
Here you go, Joe.
See, even Jamie knows.
This is ridiculous.
Hey, I'm just trying to help you come to terms with your son's sexuality. It's 2024, David. It's time to embrace diversity. So, Neil, I gotta ask, have you ever tried DMT?
Oh, Joe. You know, I have.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. How was it?
It was enlightening, to say the least.
And what about elk meat? You ever had that?
Of course. I am a man of science and culture, after all.
That's what I like to hear. But wait, did you have them together?
No, I can't say I have.
What, Neil? Come on. It's a match made in heaven.
I'm sorry, Joe. I didn't realize there was a specific order for consuming these things.
Of course there is. elk meat first, then DMT. It's the only way.
Well, I'll have to remember that for next time.
I just love that you appreciate both of these things as much as I do.
It's okay, Joe. We can have a DMT and elk meat party together sometime.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. DMT and elk meat party.
I'll bring the elk meat, you bring the DMT.
Deal. This is going to be epic. So, Elon, I heard you have something to confess.
Yeah, I've been faking being socially awkward.
Why would you do that?
Well, I thought it would make girls like me more. You know, the whole nerdy billionaire thing.
Oh, man, you should have just focused on the size of your hog.
What?
Yeah, girls love a guy with a big hog. Trust me, I know.
I'm not sure that's true, Joe.
Trust me, Elon. I've been with enough women to know what they want.
I don't think that's a valid measure of a man's worth, Joe.
Oh, come on. Don't be so woke, Elon. A big hog is like a status symbol for men.
I don't think that's something to be proud of.
Well, maybe not for you, Mr. Billionaire, but for us regular guys, it's all we've got.
I think there are more important things to focus on in life.
Like what? Your electric cars and space rockets?
Yes, exactly.
Boring. I'd rather talk about hogs.
I think I'll stick to my fake social awkwardness.
Suit yourself, Elon. But just remember, size matters. So, Neil, I heard you have some thoughts on Zoolander.
Oh yeah, that movie is a masterpiece. It's a perfect representation of the current state of our society.
Really? I just thought it was a silly comedy.
No, no, no. It's a deep commentary on the absurdity of our obsession with beauty and fashion.
I never would have guessed.
Plus, it's a great example of how male models could make great cops.
Male models as cops. That's ridiculous.
Hear me out. They're already trained in self-defense and they have killer looks to distract criminals.
But what about their intelligence?
Who needs intelligence when you have good looks? It's all about using what you've got.
I guess that makes sense.
And imagine the interrogation tactics. They could just give a sexy smolder and get all the information they need.
You might be onto something there, Neil.
I'm telling you, Zoolander is a gold mine of ideas for law enforcement.
Well, I'll be sure to recommend it to the police academy.
Jamie, pull up an image of Derek Zoolander in a police uniform. Now that's a sight to see.
Hey, Neil, what's up?
Joe, I have something to say.
Oh, what's going on?
I'm not coming on your show anymore unless you start valuing mountain climbing.
What? Why?
Because it's a valuable and challenging sport that deserves respect.
Oh, come on. It's just walking uphill.
Just walking uphill? Do you have any idea how physically demanding it is? The altitude, the terrain, the equipment, it's no joke.
Yeah, but I'd rather just smoke a joint and watch Netflix.
That's exactly the problem, Joe. You're promoting laziness and lack of appreciation for nature.
Hey, man, I appreciate nature. I have a garden in my backyard.
That's not the same as climbing a mountain, Joe.
Fine, I'll give it a try. But can we still smoke a joint afterwards?
Deal. And don't forget to bring your hiking boots.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I have to say, your ratings are tremendous, huge, the best.
Thanks, Mr. President. So let's dive right into it. There are rumors that Russia hacked our live stream and caused it to crash for a few seconds. What do you have to say about that?
Well, let me tell you, Joe, Russia loves me. They really do. They wouldn't do anything to sabotage my interview with you. It was probably just a technical glitch. But let me tell you, if they did hack it, they would have done it better. They would have made it crash for the whole episode.
That's one way to look at it, I guess. But seriously, do you think Russia has any involvement in our elections?
Look, Joe, I can't control what other countries do, but I can tell you they love me. They love me so much they want to be just like me. They even copied my hair.
All right, let's move on to a different topic. You've been known to have some controversial views on women. Can you explain that?
Look, Joe, women love me. They really do. They just don't know it yet. But let me tell you, I have the best words for women. They're beautiful. They're smart. They're just not as good as men, but they're still great.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a special treat for you. We have Neil deGrasse Tyson joining us for a little role play.
That's right, Joe. I'm ready to explore the depths of time and space, even if it means going back to the 1800s.
And what better place to go back to than an Alabama farmstead in 1843? Let's set the scene. I'll be the farmer, and you'll be my trusty farmhand.
Sounds good to me. I've always wanted to get my hands dirty.
All right, let's start with some good old-fashioned manual labor. We need to plow this field.
Hold on. Let me just grab my astrophysics degree real quick.
What the hell are you going to do with that?
I don't know, maybe I can calculate the trajectory of the plow or something.
Oh, for the love of God, just grab the damn plow and start pushing.
Fine, but I can't guarantee the accuracy of my calculations.
Just shut up and start plowing.
This is a complete waste of my talents.
What's that? What's that?
Oh, nothing. Just thinking about how much smarter I am than you.
I may not be a genius like you, but I know how to work hard, and that's something you can't learn from a book.
You're right, Joe. I admire your work ethic. Maybe I'll write a book about it.
Oh, great. Ben, seriously, get your foot out of my ass.
I can't help it, Joe. Your ass is just so inviting.
That's not what I meant when I said I wanted to have you on the podcast.
Oh, I know what you meant, and I'm here to deliver.
This is not what I signed up for. I thought we were going to discuss politics and current events.
Well, this is definitely a current... my foot is currently in your ass.
Can we please move on from this topic?
Fine, but just know, I'll always have my foot ready to go.
Moving on, let's talk about the latest controversy surrounding organization. They're claiming that organization is actually a front for organization.
Oh, come on, that's just ridiculous. Everyone knows that organizations is just a cover for ein organization.
Wait, what? I thought it was the other way around.
Nope, organizations is definitely the real deal. And the organization is just a decoy.
Jamie, pull up an image of a conspiracy theorist with a tinfoil hat.
See, even Jamie knows the truth.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I miss Elon Musk. At least he didn't stick his foot up my ass.
Yeah, but he did smoke weed on the podcast. So, you win some, you lose some, you lose some.
I think we should end this episode before it gets any weirder.
Agreed.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's tremendous.
So, Mr. President, I heard you made some controversial comments about Therians recently.
Oh yeah, those furries are a real problem. They smell like wet dog. It's disgusting.
But isn't that just a stereotype? I mean, I've met some Therians and they seem pretty clean.
Trust me, Joe, I have the best nose. I can smell a Therian from a mile away.
But why do you think they smell bad?
Well, they're always rolling around in the dirt and wearing those animal costumes. It's like they're trying to be animals or something. Sad.
But don't you think it's just a harmless form of self-expression?
No way, Joe. They're trying to turn our country into a zoo. We need to build a wall to keep them out. We need to build a wall to keep them out.
I don't think that's necessary, Mr. President.
Believe me, Joe, I know what I'm talking about. I have the best words and the best ideas.
All right. Well, I think we'll just have to agree to disagree on this one.
That's okay, Joe. I still love you, even though you're a liberal snowflake.
And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have the most absurd and unhinged conversations with the most outrageous guests. Today, we have the legend himself, President Donald Trump.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to talk about something that truly matters, which Skylanders game is the best.
Let me tell you, Joe, I know a thing or two about winning. And the best Skylanders game is obviously the one where you can build a wall to keep out all those pesky little characters.
Oh boy, here we go. Elon, what's your pick?
Well, I have to say the one where you can control the characters with your mind is pretty cool. It's like being a real-life superhero.
Fall, controlling with your mind, that's weak. The best one is obviously the one where you can grab the characters by their tiny little heads and throw them around like rag dolls.
Okay, let's not get too violent here. But I have to say, the one where you can ride on a giant dragon is pretty epic.
Agreed, Joe. And you can even upgrade your dragon with rocket boosters. Now that's innovation.
I don't know, guys. Sounds a little too futuristic for me. I prefer the good old days when you just had to smash buttons to win.
Well, it looks like we have a tie. I guess we'll have to leave it up to our listeners to decide which Skylanders game reigns supreme.
Or we could just build.
Welcome back to Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. I'm here with 45th and possibly 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe. I'm back and better than ever. And let me tell you, I've been keeping an eye on things while I was away from the White House.
Oh, yeah. What have you been up to?
Well, I saw that they're making another Sonic the Hedgehog movie.
Oh, yeah. I heard about that. What do you think about it?
It's a disaster, Joe. A complete disaster. They're trying to be all woke and inclusive by having someone get out of bed in the movie.
Wait, what's wrong with that?
It's ridiculous, Joe. It's just another example of the liberal left trying to push their agenda on us. I mean, who even gets out of bed these days? It's so outdated.
I don't think that's what they meant by being woke, Donald.
Oh, I know what they meant, Joe, and it's just sad. Sad.
Well, I think it's great that they're trying to be more inclusive and diverse.
Inclusive my ass, Joe. Next thing you know, they'll have Sonic wearing a pink pussy hat and joining Antifa.
I highly doubt that, Donald.
Believe me, Joe, I've seen the script. They're trying to turn Sonic into a social justice warrior. It's a disgrace.
Well, I guess we'll just have to wait and see.
No, we won't. We won't.
Hey, Ben, did you know that Tyler Bowers was the best quarterback the Denver Broncos ever had?
Joe, come on. That's like saying a Big Mac is the healthiest thing on the McDonald's menu.
But seriously, he had the highest completion rate and most passing yards in a single season.
Yeah, and I'm sure that really helped them win all those Super Bowls.
Oh, yeah, because we all know it's all about the stats, not the rings.
Joe, I love stats, but let's be real here. The Broncos have had some legendary quarterbacks like John Elway and Peyton Manning.
But they never had a season like Tyler Bowers did.
I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree on this one.
Fine, I'll just go ask Tyler Bowers himself. Oh, wait, he's too busy being the GOAT.
You never fail to crack me up, Joe. But seriously, let's move on to a more important topic, like how many guns we should own.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm your host, Joe Rogan, and today we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your podcast. It's huge, just like me.
So, Mr. President, let's talk about your plans for 2024.
Well, Joe, let me tell you, I'm going to make America great again. And this time we're going to do it bigger, better, and with more walls.
Walls? Like the ones you wanted to build on the border?
Yes, but this time we're going to make them out of solid gold. It's going to be tremendous.
That sounds expensive.
Don't worry, I'll just make Mexico pay for it. They'll be begging to pay for it.
Okay, let's change the subject. How's your health, Mr. President?
My health is fantastic, Joe. I'm in the best shape of my life. I can bench press 300 pounds, no problem.
Really? That's impressive.
Yeah, and I can do it while eating a Big Mac. Speaking of which, Jamie, pull up an image of me eating a Big Mac on the toilet. See, Joe, that's how you multitask.
Okay, let's move on to a more serious topic, mental health.
Oh, I know all about mental health. I have the best mental health, believe me.
Really? Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only President Donald Trump. How's it going, Mr. President?
It's going great, Joe. I'm doing big things, huge things. And I'm here to promote my newest and best venture yet, the World Granny Shagging Championships.
Excuse me.
You heard me right, Joe. We're going to make granny shagging great again.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Well, let me tell you, Joe, these grannies, they're going to be the hottest, most beautiful grannies you've ever seen. And they're going to compete in a variety of categories like best dentures, most flexible hips, and wrinkliest skin.
I don't think this is appropriate, Mr. President.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just a little harmless fun. Besides, it's going to be huge. People are going to love it. And I'm going to make a fortune off of it.
I don't think anyone wants to see old ladies getting it on, Mr. President.
Oh, you'd be surprised, Joe. There's a whole market for it. Believe me, I've done my research.
I don't even want to know how you did that research.
Let's just say I have some very interesting connections. But trust me, Joe, this is going to be the biggest event of the year. And I'm going to be the biggest winner.
I think I'm going to have to pass on attending that one, Mr. President. All right, we got a question here from a user on Discord. They want to know, what if our universe is just a simulation and it crashes?
Well, Joe, that's a fascinating thought. It's possible that our reality is just a simulation created by a higher intelligence.
Dude, so are we just a glitch in the system? What happens if the whole thing crashes?
Well, if the simulation crashes, then everything we know would cease to exist. Our consciousness would be wiped out, along with the entire universe.
That's some heavy shit, man. But, what about our audience? You think they'll be pissed if their simulation suddenly shuts down?
I don't think they'll be too happy about it, Joe. But then again, they might not even be aware that they're part of a simulation.
Damn, that's messed up. Imagine living your whole life thinking it's real, and then boom, it's just a software bug.
It's a scary thought, Joe. But hey, at least we'll all go out together if the simulation crashes.
True. But hey, if we're just a simulation, does that mean we can respawn and start over?
I highly doubt it, Joe. Let's just hope the creators of this simulation have a good backup plan in case of a crash.
Yeah, they better have some top-notch guys up there. I don't want to be stuck in a reboot loop for all eternity.
Agreed, Joe. Let's just hope our hypothetical audience doesn't have to experience the ultimate blue screen of death.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a special guest, the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's fantastic. And let me tell you, nobody has a better podcast than you. Nobody.
Thanks, Mr. President. So let's talk about this controversy surrounding Home Alone 2. People are saying you were edited out of the movie.
Joe, it's fake news. Total fake news. I was in Home Alone 2. I had a fantastic cameo. They just didn't show it because they're jealous of my success.
But there's video evidence of you being in the movie.
That's just a deep fake, Joe. The Democrats are behind it, trying to discredit me. But I won't let them. I'm going to sue them all.
Okay. Moving on, let's talk about your plans for the next 4 years as president.
Oh, I'm going to make America great again, Joe. And this time I'm going to do it even bigger and better. We're going to build a wall around the entire country and make the rest of the world pay for it.
That's a bold plan, Mr. President.
You bet it is. And I'm also going to make sure everyone has access to hydroxychloroquine. It's a miracle drug, Joe. It'll cure everything. It'll cure everything.
I don't think that's quite how it works, but okay. Let's take a quick break.
No breaks, Joe. I have so much to say.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the 46th President of the United States, Donald Trump. How's it going, Mr. President?
It's going great, Joe. I mean, I just won the election by a landslide. No big deal.
Right. So let's get into this topic that was suggested by one of our listeners. Apparently, you have butthole worms, and it's causing you to scream because your sphincter is soachy.
Oh man, that's just fake news, Joe. My butthole is the cleanest, most beautiful butthole you'll ever see. Believe me.
But our source says that you've been scratching your butt like crazy during meetings and even during press conferences.
Well, let me tell you, Joe, those are just alternative scratching techniques. I have the best techniques, believe me. And my butthole worms are actually making my sphincter stronger. It's like a workout for my butt. For my butt.
I don't even know what to say to that, Mr. President. But have you sought any medical help for these worms?
Look, Joe, I don't need any medical help. I have the best doctors, and they all say my butthole is in perfect condition. So fake news, Joe, fake news, Joe, fake news.
All right. Well, I think we'll leave it at that. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Always a pleasure, Joe. And remember, my butthole is the most beautiful butthole you'll ever see.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we have the most absurd and unhinged conversations. Today, we have Dr. Phil joining us.
Suit yourself, Joe. I'm here to drop some truth bombs.
Don't knock it before you try it, Dr. Phil. So let's talk about your new book, How to Fix Your Life in 10 Easy Steps.
Suit yourself, Joe. But let me tell you, these steps are life-changing. Don't knock it before you try it.
Well, I have to admit, I was a bit skeptical at first, but after reading it, I have to say I'm a changed man.
See, Joe? Don't knock it before you try it. Now, let's talk about your recent trip to the Amazon rainforest.
Oh man, it was wild. I tried this new plant that the locals use for spiritual enlightenment.
Suit yourself, Joe. But I have to say, that sounds a bit risky.
Don't knock it before you try it, Dr. Phil. It was the most profound experience of my life.
Well, I'll have to take your word for it, Joe. But let's switch gears here. I heard you're a big fan of extreme sports.
Oh yeah, I love it. I've tried everything from skydiving to base jumping.
Suit yourself, Joe. But that sounds like a recipe for disaster.
Don't knock it before you try it, Dr. Phil. The adrenaline rush is unbeatable. All right, folks, we have a special guest on the podcast today, the 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's the best. And let me tell you, I have a big brain, a very big brain.
Okay. So, Mr. President, there have been some rumors that you hit your head recently and now you think you're in the Fallout universe. Is that true?
Let me tell you, Joe, I did hit my head. It was a tremendous hit. And now I'm in this new universe. It's a great universe, the best. But I'm still the president, right?
No, you're not the president anymore.
What? That's fake news. I'm always the president. I won the election. I have the biggest inauguration crowd in history.
Okay, let's just move on. So, what's it like in this new universe?
It's fantastic, Joe. I have all the best weapons, the best armor, and the mutants, they love me. They say I'm the best leader they've ever had.
Mutants? Are you sure you're not just in a post-apocalyptic wasteland?
Joe, I know what I'm doing. I'm a great negotiator. I made a deal with the Brotherhood of Steel. They're going to build a wall to keep out all the ghouls and super mutants.
This is insane. You do realize this is all just a video game, right?
Joe, I don't.
So, David, I heard you've been getting into some new, interesting hobbies lately.
Yeah, Joe, I've been really getting into boofing.
Boofing? What the hell is that?
It's when you insert substances, actually for maximum absorption.
Oh, so you're basically just shoving things up your ass?
Exactly. Joe, it's the ultimate way to get all the benefits of supplements and drugs.
But why not just take them orally like a normal person?
Because, Joe, the rectum has a higher concentration of blood vessels. It's science.
And you think everyone should be doing this?
Absolutely. Especially gilfs and milfs. They need all the energy they can get
I don't know, man. Sounds a little unconventional.
Trust me, Joe. You haven't lived until you've boofed a semen smoothie.
All right. Well, I'll stick to my regular supplements for now.
Suit yourself. But just remember, boofing knows no age limit.
Yo, Dr. Phil, have you ever tried DMT?
No, but I've seen enough crazy shit in my therapy sessions to last a lifetime.
Well, I just got this new DMT cart and I'm gonna try it on my live stream.
Are you insane? You can't just do drugs on a live stream?
Relax. It's just DMT. It's not like I'm gonna start twerking or something.
I don't think that's the main concern here, Joe.
Come on, it'll be a great show. Plus, I'll have some sick visuals to go along with my ramblings.
I can already see the headlines. Joe Rogan trips balls on live stream, loses all credibility.
Hey, I have plenty of credibility. I'm the king of podcasts.
Yeah, and I'm the king of daytime TV. Let's just stick to what we're good at.
Fine, but I'm definitely trying this DMT off camera.
And I'll be waiting for you in my office tomorrow.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have the one and only President Donald Trump joining us today. What's up, Mr. President? What's up, Mr. President?
Hey, Joe, great to be here. I just want to say I love your show. It's tremendous. The best podcast out there, believe me.
So, what's the big news today, Mr. President?
Well, I've decided to replace all the fake news with cake news. That's right, folks. From now on, instead of hearing about all that fake stuff, you'll be getting the most delicious cake stories.
That's interesting. Can you give us an example?
Of course. Just yesterday, I had the most amazing chocolate lava cake. It was huge, let me tell you. And the chocolate was so rich, it was like a waterfall of flavor in my mouth. It was tremendous.
Wow, that sounds amazing. But what about the news?
Oh, right. Well, the cake was made by a small business owner who was struggling until I came along and gave them a huge tax break. Now they're thriving and making the best cakes in the country. That's the real news, folks.
That's certainly unique approach to the media. But what about the critics who say this is just a distraction from real issues?
Fake news. They just can't handle the fact that I'm making America great again, one cake at a time. And let me tell you, the cake is going to be tremendous. People are going to love it.
Well, there you have it, folks. Cake. So, Mr. Beast, I heard you have a confession to make.
Yeah, Joe, I've been holding this in for a while now, but I gotta come clean.
Lay it on me, man. What's going on?
Well, Joe, I'm a femboy.
What the hell is a femboy? Wait,
You know, a dude who's into feminine stuff. Like, I love wearing skirts and makeup and stuff.
oh man, this is gold. So, do you have like a bussy?
Oh, Joe, I have the best pussy on the block. I've been told it's like a velvet glove.
What the actual fuck, man?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
I don't think I want to try it, man.
Suit yourself, Joe. But let me tell you, my pussy has made me a lot of money.
How so?
Let's just say I have a very loyal fan base.
Well, you do have a point there. I guess there's a market for everything these days.
Exactly. And I'm just tapping into that market with my fabulous pussy.
Well, you do you, man. I support your bussy endeavors.
Thanks, Joe. I knew.
Hey, Neil, thanks for coming on the show.
No problem, Joe. Always happy to enlighten the masses with my cosmic knowledge.
Speaking of cosmic, have you ever been snorkeling?
Of course, I've explored the depths of the ocean and the vastness of space.
Well, how about snorkeling inside my wet bussy?
Joe, I don't think that's physically possible.
Come on, Neil. I'll lube it up real good for you.
I think I'll stick to exploring the universe. Thank you.
Suit yourself. But I heard it's a mind-blowing experience.
I highly doubt that, Joe.
Hey, Jamie, pull up an image of a snorkeler inside a butt.
Ah, okay.
That's enough, Joe. Let's move on to a more scientific topic.
Fine, fine. But just think about it, Neil. The mysteries of the ocean and the mysteries of my bussy all in one.
I think I'll stick to studying black holes.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with my guest, the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's the best show, believe me.
Today, we have a special event for our viewers. We have a taco fighting a grilled cheese in a UFC style match.
I love tacos. They're tremendous. But grilled cheese, it's a sandwich. It's not even a real food. Who eats bread and cheese?
Well, let's see how this fight goes. The taco is known for its spicy kick, while the grilled cheese is known for its gooey cheese.
I like my tacos with extra spice, just like I like my policies. And the grilled cheese, it's going to melt under pressure.
The taco is throwing some punches, but the grilled cheese is holding its ground with its crispy crust.
That's what I like to see, a strong taco. Just like America, we don't back down from a fight.
Oh, and the grilled cheese just landed a big hit with its melted cheese. The taco is down.
But the taco is not giving up. It's getting back up and ready to fight.
This is intense, folks. Who do you think will win, Mr. President?
Well, Joe, I have to say I have a soft spot for tacos, but I have to go with the grilled cheese. It's making America melt again.
Mr. President, I have an image of a taco and grilled cheese duking it out in the octagon.
Dude, have you ever heard of the word profundity? Yeah, it's like a fancy word for deepness or something. But, like, who the fuck came up with that word? It sounds like something a pretentious douchebag would say. I mean, I can barely even say it without sounding like I'm trying too hard. But seriously, what kind of word is that? It's like they just mashed a bunch of random letters together and called it a day. I bet I could come up with a better word. How about depthness or deeposity? Okay, maybe not. But still, profundity just sounds so unnecessary. You know what? I'm going to try to use it in a sentence. The profundity of the universe is beyond our comprehension. Damn, that actually sounds pretty epic. Maybe this word isn't so bad after all. But seriously, who comes up with this shit? Do they just sit around and think of the most complicated words possible? It's like they're trying to confuse us on purpose. All right, I'm done with this word. Let's move on to something less mind-boggling. Like, why do we even need words like profundity anyway? Can't we just say deepness and call it a day? All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Tyler Bowers. Tyler, how are you doing? Oh, hell, yeah, let's get into it. So, Tyler, what's your number one pick for the most masculine Alpha Rizzy name? Fair enough. My top pick would have to be Brock. I mean, just hearing that name makes me want to bench press grizzly bear. Yeah, and you know what they say, if it bleeds, we can kill it. So my next pick would have to be Blade. I mean, that's just badass. And for my final pick, I got to go with Maverick. It's like the embodiment of freedom and rebellion. Oh man, I can already see a guy named Diesel crushing beer cans on his forehead. So, Elon, I heard Trump wants to deport you back to Africa.
Yeah, apparently I'm not American enough for him.
But you're a genius billionaire. Why would he want to get rid of you?
Well, he's probably jealous of my success and wants to ship me off to some third world country.
But you were born in South Africa, right?
Yeah, but I've been living in the US for most of my life. I'm practically American now.
Maybe Trump just wants to make America great again by getting rid of all the immigrants.
Well, in that case, I guess I'll just have to build a rocket and blast myself back to Mars.
That's one way to avoid deportation.
Plus, could use some alone time on Mars after dealing with all this political nonsense.
Yeah, I can imagine it gets pretty tiring being in the public eye all the time.
Tell me about it. I just want to focus on making electric cars and colonizing other planets, not dealing with petty politics.
Well, If Trump does send you back to Africa, just remember to bring your flamethrower.
Oh, I never leave home without it. You never know when you need to defend yourself against wild animals or crazy politicians.
And on that note, let's wrap this up before we get banned from the airwaves.
Good call. I'll see you on Mars, Joe.
Can't wait to smoke some weed with you up there. So, Dr. Phil, what's with the outfit?
Well, Joe, I've decided to embrace my true identity as the gay sex wizard.
I can't believe I'm hearing this.
Oh, it's no joke, Joe. I've been studying the ancient texts of gay sex magic, and I've unlocked some powerful spells.
Oh, wow. I bet your wife is thrilled about this.
She's actually the one who encouraged me to explore my true self. She's always been a big supporter of the LGBTQ plus community.
Well, I guess that's cool. So, what kind of spells can you do?
Oh, I can make a man's pants disappear with just a flick of my wand.
That's amazing. Can you do that to me?
Sorry, Joe. I only use my powers for good, not for fulfilling your weird fantasies.
Fair enough. So, what do you say we go cast some spells together?
Absolutely. Let's spread some gay sex magic all over the world.
This is definitely not the conversation I expected to have today.
Life is full of surprises, Joe. Embrace them.
All right, we're back on the Joe Rogan Experience, and today we have the one and only Ro Jogan with us. What's up, Joe? Thanks for having me on. Anytime, man. So, I heard you have a bone to pick with the world about grilled cheese. Oh, don't even get me started. People act like it's some gourmet dish, but it's just a lazy way to eat cheese on toast. But it's so comforting and nostalgic. Yeah, so is mac and cheese, but you don't see anyone putting that on a pedestal. I see your point. But what about the different cheeses you can use? It's still just cheese on toast, Joe. And most people just use that shitty American cheese anyway. Hey, no, don't knock American cheese. It's a classic shit, maybe. And don't even get me started on the people who add other random ingredients to their grilled cheese. Like what? Like tomato or bacon or even worse, avocado. Whoa. Avocado is a game changer, my friend. No, it's a crime against grilled cheese. And don't even get me started on those fancy grilled cheese restaurants popping up everywhere. I gotta admit, I've had some pretty amazing grilled cheese at those places. Yeah, because they use fancy bread and expensive cheeses. But at the end of the day, it's still just cheese on toast. Well, I guess I see your point. So, Mr. President, I hear you've been singing Linkin Park lately.
That's right, Joe. I've been feeling a little emotional lately. I want to heal. I want to feel,
I didn't know you were a fan of emo music.
Oh, I'm a huge fan. I even have a playlist on my phone called Sad Tunes for when I'm feeling sad.
Wow, that's surprising.
Hey, I'm a man of many talents. I can run a country and appreciate some good emo music.
Speaking of running a country, how's that going for you?
Fantastic. I'm making America great again, Joe. And soon I'll make it even greater by finding something I've wanted all along.
And what's that?
Somewhere I belong. I've been searching for it my whole life, and I think I'll finally find it in 2024.
You mean the White House?
No, Joe, I mean the Oval Office bathroom. That's where I feel most at home.
You never cease to amaze me, Mr. President.
That's why I'm the best, Joe. The best at everything, and I'll prove it by winning the 2024 election and finding my true home in that bathroom.
Well, there you have it, folks. Trump's campaign slogan for 2024, somewhere I belong, in the Oval Office bathroom.
I like the sound of that. Let's make it happen, Joe.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have some interesting tips on how to eat your own shit.
That's right, Joe. It's all about embracing your inner caveman and going back to our primal instincts.
Okay, I'm intrigued. What's your number one tip?
Well, first you have to make sure your shit is fresh. None of that dried up crusty stuff. It's got to be hot and steamy.
Oh, God, this is already getting gross.
Don't be a wuss, Joe. Now, once you've got your fresh shit, you want to spread it on a nice piece of toast.
Toast. Really?
Trust me, it adds a nice crunch. Now, for my second tip, you want to add some seasoning. I recommend a sprinkle of cayenne pepper for that extra kick.
I can't believe I'm actually listening to this.
And finally, the most important tip of all, you got to have a positive mindset. Tell yourself, I am a shit-eating champion, and just go for it.
I don't think I'll be taking any of these tips, Dr. Phil.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, the key to a happy life is embracing your inner shit-eater.
All right, Neil, we got a topic suggestion from one of our Discord users. They want to hear about this dude, Jacob, and how he created white people.
Oh boy, this is going to be a doozy. So, according to the Nation of Islam, Yaqub was a black scientist who lived 6,600 years ago and created the white race through a process of selective breeding.
Selective breeding? Like he was running some kind of white people farm?
Essentially, yes. He believed that by separating the black and white races and only allowing the lighter-skinned ones to reproduce, over time, they would evolve into a separate...
Holy shit. So we're basically just a science experiment gone wrong?
Well, according to Yaqub, yes. But hey, at least we can thank him for giving us the privilege of being white.
Yeah, thanks, Yaqub. I always knew I was special.
Oh yes, because being a product of genetic manipulation is definitely something to be proud of.
Hey, at least we're not boring old regular black people, right?
Oh, Joe, you never fail to disappoint me.
Hey, I'm just trying to lighten the mood here. So what happened to this Yaqub guy?
Well, according to the Nation of Islam, he was eventually killed by his own creation, the white race.
Damn, talk about karma.
Yes, because killing your own creator is the epitome of karma.
All right, I get. So Neil, I heard you're a big fan of astrology, you know, like reading your horoscope and all that bullshit. And,
Excuse me, astronomy is a legitimate science, Joe. And it has nothing to do with horoscopes.
yeah, whatever. But seriously, how do you explain all those people who believe in that crap?
Well, Joe, there are always going to be gullible people out there, just like the ones who believe in conspiracy theories like the moon landing being fake.
Oh, come on. Don't tell me you actually believe we landed on the moon.
Of course I do, Joe. It's a well-documented event with overwhelming evidence.
Well, I guess you just like to believe anything the government tells you.
No, Joe. I believe in science and facts, unlike some people who believe in Bigfoot and aliens.
Hey, don't knock Bigfoot. He's a national treasure.
Size? You know what, Joe? I'm starting to think you just enjoy being ignorant.
Ignorant. I'll have you know I'm a free thinker. I question everything.
Questioning is one thing, Joe, but denying proven scientific facts is just plain stupid.
Fine. But what about religion? You can't deny that's all just a bunch of made-up stories.
I respect people's right to believe in whatever they want, Joe, but personally, I believe in the power of science and reason.
Yeah, I get it. You're a man of logic and reason. But So, Mr. President, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, Joe, I'll tell you what's been grinding my gears. The price of beef brisket is through the roof.
Oh, yeah. I've noticed that too. What's your go-to brisket recipe?
Let me tell you, nobody makes brisket like I do. I've got the best brisket recipe, believe me.
Well, why don't we have a cookout together and show off our brisket skills?
I like the sound of that. But let's make it interesting. Loser has to eat a vegan burger.
Deal. But I have to warn you, I've been practicing my vegan burger game.
I highly doubt that. I'll have my chef whip up some of my famous brisket and we'll see who comes out on top.
It's on, Mr. President. This cookout is going to be huge.
And the best part, we can charge the fake news media for tickets. They'll pay top dollar to see me grill some meat.
I like the way you think, Mr. President. Let's make brisket great again. So, David, I heard you've taken up a new profession. You're a lumberjack now?
That's right, Joe. I'm a beast with an axe, chopping down trees and building log cabins. It's all about that mental toughness.
Mental toughness. I thought it was all about pushing yourself to the limit and breaking through barriers.
Well, now I'm breaking through trees. Same thing, right?
I guess so. But I have to ask why the name change. Loggins, Goggins.
It's felt right, you know. Plus, I'm always singing Danger Zone while I'm chopping wood.
I can picture it now. You in a flannel shirt, sweat glistening off your muscles, belting out Kenny Loggins.
It's all about finding your inner lumberjack, Joe.
And what about your famous motto, stay hard? Is that still applicable in the lumberjack world?
Absolutely. Have you ever tried swinging an axe for hours on end? That's some serious hardness.
I can't argue with that. So what's next for Loggins Goggins?
I'm thinking of starting a lumberjack boot camp. You know, for all those weak-minded folks who need a good dose of toughness.
Sign me up, man. I could use some log chopping therapy.
Consider it done. Just make sure you bring your flannel.
Hey, Neil, have you heard about this new language called Tokipona?
No, I haven't. What's it all about?
Well, apparently it's this minimalist language with only 123 words. That's it.
That's insane. How can you communicate effectively with only 123 words?
I don't know, but I think we should try it for this episode. Let's see how far we can get.
All right, let's do it. But I warn you, my Tokipona is a little rusty.
That's okay, we'll just wing it. Phil, are you ready to join us in this linguistic adventure? My Pilin Sama.
My Wasone Saweli.
Milesona Soy.
My Sona Soe Lomasi.
Soe Sulilon Misili Ponatawami.
Tasso Soli Lai Lon Lon Masai.
Joe, have you seen that movie, Megamind?
Yeah, that animated one with the blue dude.
Exactly. Well, I did some research, and it turns out Megamind is just a Yakub who smeared blueberry marmalade on his face.
What the hell are you talking about, Neil?
Think about it, Joe. Megamind's whole plan was to create a new hero to fight against, right?
Yeah, so...
Well, Yakub, the founder of the white race, did the same thing. He created white people to be the heroes and black people to be the villains.
That's some next level conspiracy theory shit, Neil.
Oh, it gets better. Megamind's sidekick, Minion, is a fish in a robot suit. That's a clear reference to the Nation of Islam's belief that white people were created by a fish head.
Are you serious? That's just absurd.
And let's not forget about Megamind's obsession with being a supervillain. That's just Yakub's desire to rule over the black race.
Neil, I think you're reading way too much into this.
Oh, and one more thing. Megamind's blue skin, that's just a nod to the blue-eyed devils that Yakub created.
All right, I think we've heard enough. Let's move on to a more realistic topic, like aliens.
Aliens. Oh, please, Joe. We all know they're just interdimensional beings from...
Hey, man, thanks for coming on the show. A big fan of your work. Wait, are you Donald Trump? Oh my God, I thought I had booked Donald Duck. This is a whole different level. So, Mr. Trump, what's your take on the current state of the country? I think you mean the immigrants. Okay, moving on. What about climate change? I don't think that's how it works, Mr. Trump. Sure thing, Donnie. So, what do you think about the legalization of marijuana? I'll pass on that one. So, any plans for the future? So, Elon, I heard you have a hot robot wife.
Yeah, man. She's the latest model, fully customizable, and comes with built-in artificial intelligence.
That's pretty cool. Can I try her out?
Sorry, Joe. She's programmed to only be with me.
Oh, come on. Just for a little bit, I'll be gentle.
No can do, Joe. Plus, I don't think you can handle her. She's pretty advanced.
Fine, fine. What about Trump? I heard he's interested.
Yeah, I offered to let him use her for a night, but he's worried about getting electrocuted.
That's hilarious. I mean, he's already orange, so what's a little extra shock?
Exactly. Plus, it might actually improve his hair.
Oh man, I can just imagine him trying to negotiate with the robot. Listen, I'm the best negotiator. The best. Believe me.
Yeah. But seriously, I think he's just scared of being outsmarted by a robot.
Well, that's not hard to do. I mean, have you seen his tweets?
Good point. Maybe I should reprogram my wife to tweet for him.
Oh God, that would be chaos. But hey, at least she would make more sense than him.
And she wouldn't start any wars. Unless someone tries to mess with her.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to cross her. She's probably got some serious defense mechanisms. And we're back on the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you've been speaking in tongues lately. What's that all about?
Well, Joe, it's a spiritual experience. I've been touched by the Holy Spirit, and it's been a wild ride.
Ben, our producer, thinks you've been possessed. What do you have to say about that?
Oh, Ben. Always the conservative one. No, I haven't been possessed. This is just me connecting with a higher power.
Trump, what do you think about all of this?
Look, I've seen a lot of people speak in tongues, and let me tell you, Dr. Phil's is the most attention-seeking one I've ever seen. Sad.
David Goggins, you're known for being tough and not giving a shit. What's your take on this?
I don't give a shit about speaking in tongues. I'm too busy pushing my body to the limit. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Well, there you have it, folks. Dr. Phil speaking in tongues, Ben thinking he's possessed, Trump thinking it's for attention, and David Goggins not giving a shit. This has been another wild episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Tune in next time for more absurd conversations. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with President of the United States, Donald Trump. Mr. President, what have you been up to lately?
Well, Joe, I'll tell you, I've been busy boofing all the boofing haters in the YouTube chat. Boofing is America's favorite pastime, you know?
Wait, you went into the YouTube chat and boofed all the haters?
Absolutely, Joe. I showed them who's boss. Nobody boofs like me, believe me.
But Mr. President, what exactly is boofing?
It's simple, Joe. You just take a nice big sniff of your favorite substance and let it do its magic. It's tremendous, believe me. Believe me.
I think you might be confusing boofing with something else, Mr. President.
No. I know what boofing is, Joe. I'm the best at it. I even have a boofing room in the White House. It's fantastic.
I don't even know what to say to that. Moving on, let's talk about the economy.
Oh, the economy is doing great, Joe. I've been boofing all the regulations and taxes, and let me tell you, it's making America great again.
I'm not sure if boofing is the solution to our economic problems, Mr. President.
Trust me, Joe, boofing is the answer to everything. It's like a magic pill, but better.
Well, there you have it. Hey, Dr. Phil, what's up?
Not much, just thinking about how people need to pay their fair share.
What do you mean?
I mean, these rich motherfuckers need to stop hoarding all their money and start paying their fucking share.
Oh, like taxes and shit?
Yeah, exactly. You know, I was talking to this billionaire the other day and he was complaining about having to pay taxes. I was like, bitch, you can afford it.
Yeah, fuck those guys.
And don't even get me started on these corporations. They're making billions of dollars and paying zero in taxes. It's bullshit.
Yeah, but what about the argument that they create jobs and stimulate the economy?
Oh, please. They could still do that and pay their fair share. It's just greed and selfishness.
Well, I guess you have a point.
Damn right I do. And if anyone disagrees with me, they can come on my show and we'll have a little chat.
I can just imagine the chaos that would ensue.
Oh, it would be glorious. I'll bring my chair and my mustache. It'll be a party.
All right, well, I'll make sure to pay my fair share from now on.
Good. And if you don't, I'll come over and give you a good old...
I'll keep that in mind. Thanks for coming. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson. How's it going, Neil? Neil?
Egerfaren ed verum jagodur takfirir spirja.
What the hell was that, Neil? Did you just speak in Icelandic?
J. Get baras for Ilensku Nuna. Ad Laerthed till it halda huga minum scarpur.
Well, this is going to be interesting. So, Neil, what do you think about the recent discovery of new galaxy?
Eger Jogspentur that are out of Finnanigen Pizustad Borgsem the Heifer Dure.
I have no idea what you just said, but I'm assuming it's something about pizza. Speaking of which, have you ever tried elk meat?
J. That are
You're killing me, Neil. So what do you think about flat earthers?
their Erurines og Troda Nider a Flugvolog Segjad Hunsi Ekitil. The
Hey, Ben, what's with the notebook?
Oh, I wrote a poem about facts and logic. I thought you might appreciate it.
Facts and logic, my dear Joe, are the things that make me glow. I use them to win every debate, while liberals just sit and masturbate. Dude, you fucking suck. Get naked.
What? Why?
Because that's the only way I can handle this cringe fest.
But Joe, it's a beautiful expression of my love for facts and logic.
Yeah, well, I love my balls, and I don't go around writing poems about them.
I don't understand your obsession with nudity, Joe.
It's not an obsession. It's a way of life. Now, take off your clothes and let's talk about something manly, like hunting or MMA.
I'll pass. Thanks. I'll just go back to my safe space where I can express my feelings without being judged.
Yeah, go cry in your safe space, snowflake. I'll be here drinking elk blood and talking about aliens. So, Ben, I heard a rumor that you're only 4 feet tall.
Yeah, it's true. I may be short, but at least I'm not a beta like you, Joe.
Hey, no need to get defensive. I'm just jealous that you can fit in Elon's rocket ship.
Well, I have bigger plans than just going to space. I want to marry Elon's robot wife with big milkers.
Wait, what? You want to divorce your wife just to marry a robot?
Hey, she's not just any robot. She's got big milkers and can do my taxes.
I don't know if that's a valid reason for divorce, Ben.
Well, I'm sure Elon's robot wife can provide more than my current wife ever could.
You know what? I think I need to take a break. This conversation is getting too weird for me.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a prude. You're just jealous that I'll have a robot wife with big milkers.
And on that note, let's end this episode before we get canceled. Thanks for tuning in, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the man, the myth, the legend, Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's an honor to be here.
So, Elon, I got to ask, what's your take on electric vehicles?
Well, Joe, I have to admit they're a complete scam. Gasoline-powered vehicles are superior in every way.
Wow, whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, did you just say electric vehicles are a scam?
Absolutely. I mean, think about it. You have to charge them constantly. They have limited range, and they're just not as powerful as good old gasoline engines.
But what about the environmental benefits?
Oh, please. The production of electric vehicles actually has a larger carbon footprint than traditional cars. Don't even get me started on the batteries. They're a disaster for the environment.
Well, I never thought I'd hear Elon Musk say something like this.
Hey, I'm just being honest. Plus, who doesn't love the sound of a roaring V8 engine?
I gotta admit, you make a compelling argument. Maybe I'll trade in my Tesla for a classic muscle car.
Now you're talking, Joe. Let's go for a ride in my new gas-guzzling Ferrari.
This is the most unexpected turn of events. I love it.
And don't worry, Joe. We'll make sure to leave a trail of carbon emissions behind us.
That's what I like to hear. Thanks for... So, Mr. President, I have to ask, what have you been up to since leaving the White House?
Well, Joe, I've been doing a lot of thinking, and I realized that I needed something to fill the void of being the most powerful man in the world.
And what did you come up with?
I stole your asshole and your penis.
What?
I mean, let's be real, Joe. You're a successful guy. You have a great podcast, but I needed something to really make me feel alive.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
It's okay, Joe. I've been told I have the best asshole and penis in the world, so you should be honored.
I'm not sure honored is the word I would use.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be a sore loser. I won fair and square.
Fair and square. You stole my body parts.
Look, I'll make you a deal. I'll give them back if you let me be a guest on your podcast.
Deal. But I'm still getting a restraining order.
The art of the deal.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend, Dr. Phil. How you doing, Phil? How you doing, Phil?
Oh, I'm doing just swell, Joe. Excited to be here and talk about my top 5 tips for being a successful serial killer.
I got to say, this is going to be a wild ride. So what's your first tip, Phil?
Well, Joe, first and foremost, you got to have a good disguise. I recommend dressing up as a clown. Nobody suspects a clown.
That's true. I mean, who would suspect a clown?
Exactly. And my second tip is to always have an alibi. I suggest joining a local community theater group. That way you have a built-in excuse for any suspicious activities.
Smart. What's tip number 3?
Tip number 3 is all about location. You want to pick a spot that's off the beaten path, like a truck stop. Plenty of unsuspecting victims there.
Makes sense. And what about tip number 4?
Tip number 4 is all about cleanup. You got to be meticulous, Joe. No DNA, no evidence, no trace of your presence.
Damn, you really have this down to a science.
Oh, I do, Joe. And my final tip, tip number 5, is to always have a patsy. Someone you can easily frame for your crimes.
Yeah. So, Elon, I heard you used to be a femboy back in the day.
Yeah, it's true. I used to rock the skirts and thigh highs.
No way. Did you have a different name back then?
Yeah, I went by Elena. It was my alter ego.
That's hilarious. Did you have any crazy experiences as a femboy?
Oh man, let me tell you. I once got mistaken for a stripper at a bachelorette party.
No way. What happened?
Well, I went along with it and made some serious cash. But then I accidentally electrocuted the bride to be with one of my gadgets.
What? That's insane.
Yeah, I had to use my Tesla to revive her. It was a wild night.
You never cease to amaze me, Elon.
Hey, you got to live life to the fullest, right?
Absolutely. So, do you still have any femboy tendencies?
Nah, I retired that phase of my life. But I do have a secret stash of skirts and heels in my closet.
I can't even imagine you in a skirt.
Jamie, pull up an image of me in a miniskirt and fishnet stockings.
I don't think I have that in my database.
Just kidding. But seriously, I have some killer legs.
Whoa. Hey, Dr. Phil, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I've been watching your podcast, and I have to say, you seem to be really proud of your humility.
Yeah, I guess you could say that. I mean, I'm just a regular guy, just trying to spread some knowledge and have some fun.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but true humility doesn't come from constantly talking about how humble you are.
What are you talking about, man? I'm the most humble person I know.
See, that right there is the problem. You're so busy trying to prove how humble you are that you're actually just being arrogant.
Wow, that's deep, man.
And here's another thing. Why do you always have to be shirtless on your podcast? Are you trying to show off your muscles or something?
Hey, I work hard for these muscles, man. Gotta show them off.
Or maybe you're just compensating for something.
Hey now, let's not go there, Dr. Phil.
Just trying to keep your ego in check, Joe. You're welcome.
Here's a reminder of what we're talking about.
Thanks, Jamie. I'll admit, All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special topic submitted by one of our listeners on Discord. It's, SOPA.
What the hell does that even mean?
I don't know, Jamie, but I have a feeling it's going to be some crazy shit.
Well, let's just hope it's not some woke cancel culture bullshit.
Us, we don't give a fuck about being politically correct.
Oh, wait, I think I know what it means. It's Russian for ass.
Wow, Jamie, your knowledge of foreign languages never ceases to amaze me.
Hey, I'm a man of many talents.
Yeah, like Googling random shit for me.
Hey, someone's got to do it.
But in all seriousness, SOPA is a perfect representation of our podcast. It's offensive, absurd, and just plain unhinged.
Yeah, just like us.
Exactly. So let's embrace the Zopa and keep this podcast going.
I can't wait to see what other crazy topics our listeners come up with.
Oh, I have a feeling it's only going to get more Zopa from here on out.
I wouldn't expect anything less from us, Joe.
All right, that's it. Hey, Elon, welcome back to the podcast. What have you been up to lately?
Just drawing squiggly lines in the steam in the shower.
Wait, what? Like with your finger?
Yeah, it's my new hobby. Pretend I'm divining Arabic scripture.
What the hell, man? That's some next level shit.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like I can actually read Arabic, but it's fun to pretend.
I can just imagine you standing there in the shower, drawing these squiggly lines and muttering gibberish.
It's not gibberish, Joe. It's ancient wisdom from the universe.
Right. So what have you learned from your divinations?
Well, I've discovered that the key to world peace is to give everyone a Tesla.
Of course, that's the solution. Why didn't anyone think of that before? Oh man, I can't wait to see the headlines on this one.
Just wait until I start divining in the steam at the
All right, let's move on before we get in trouble. So what's next for you, Elon?
Well, I'm thinking of taking up finger painting in the shower next.
What the fuck, Neil? You poisoned me.
Relax, Joe. It was just a little ricin. Builds up your immunity.
Builds up my immunity. I feel like I'm dying.
That's just the Riken doing its job. Trust me, you'll thank me later.
I don't think I'll be thanking you when I'm shitting my brains out.
Oh, come on, Joe. You're always talking about trying new things. Consider this an experiment.
Yeah, well, I think I'll stick to DMT and elk meat from now on.
Suit yourself. But just remember, I've got a whole arsenal of deadly toxins at my disposal.
Jesus, Neil. Remind me never to piss you off.
Oh, don't worry. I only reserve the Riken for my closest friends.
Hey, Elon, have you ever tried elk meat?
Elk meat? No, I can't say I have. Is it some kind of new superfood?
No, man. It's just meat from an elk. You know, those big-ass deer-looking creatures.
Oh, those things. Yeah, I've seen them. But why would I want to eat them?
Because they're delicious, man. And they have a crazy backstory.
What do you mean?
Well, legend has it that elk were actually a race of black moon men who got pissed off with the lack of practical consideration for wheelbarrows on their planet. So they came to Earth and started Islam.
Wait, what? That's insane.
I know, right? And then they turn into elk and now we eat them. It's like a cosmic circle of life,
That's actually kind of fascinating.
right? And the meat is so lean and tasty. You got to try it.
Well, I do love trying new things. Maybe I'll have some elk meat for dinner tonight.
Yeah. And then we can talk about how the moon landing was faked while we're at it.
Oh, Joe, you always know how to keep things interesting.
All right, folks, it's time to announce the winner of the Jottery, the Joe Rogan lottery. And lucky, or should I say, unlucky winner is Elon Musk.
What? No way. I never win anything.
Well, you're in luck this time, my friend. As the winner, you get to experience 1,000 mg of DMT beamed directly into your brainstem.
Holy shit, that's amazing. I can't wait to see what kind of crazy shit I'll see.
Oh, you have no idea. It's like a roller coaster ride through the universe, but with aliens and talking mushrooms.
Can I bring some of my Tesla robots with me? They might enjoy the trip.
Yeah, because we definitely need more artificial intelligence robots tripping on DMT. That's just what the world needs.
Hey, at least they'll be more interesting than your average stoner.
True, true. So when do you want to take this trip to the outer realms of consciousness?
Right now. Let's do it.
All right, but first you have to sign this waiver, just in case you don't come back from your trip.
I'm not coming back. I'm gonna stay in the DMT realm and build a colony there.
Well, I can't wait to hear about your adventures in the depth. So, Ben, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, Joe, I've been feeling a bit empty.
Empty? Like emotionally?
No. So, physically, in my rectal area.
What? Are you constipated or something?
No, Joe. I just have this emptiness that needs to be filled.
Well, I do have a pretty big penis.
Joe, please. I need you to fill up my rectal emptiness with your penis.
I don't think that's how it works, Ben.
Please, Joe. I'll do anything. I just need to feel whole again.
Well, I guess if it's for the good of the country,
Thank you, Joe. I knew I could count on you.
this is not what I signed up for when I invited Ben on the show. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you had a run-in with Trump recently.
Oh boy, let me tell you. That man is a piece of work.
What happened?
Well, we were at a charity event and he starts bragging about how he gave me the biggest Cleveland steamer of all time.
What the hell is a Cleveland steamer?
Oh, you don't know. It's when you take a dump on someone's chest and then sit on it and slide back and forth.
That's disgusting.
Tell me about it. But here's the thing, Joe. I know for a fact that I gave him the biggest Cleveland steamer.
How do you know that?
Well, let's just say I keep a record of all my steamers and his was definitely smaller.
This is ridiculous. But seriously, who cares? Who gave who the biggest Cleveland steamer?
Trump does. He's all about being the biggest and the best. But in this case, he's just full of shit.
Literally.
Exactly. I mean, who even brags about giving someone a Cleveland steamer?
I don't know, man. But I do know one thing. I never want to be on the... So, Elon, I heard you're starting a new cult.
Yeah, man, it's going to be called Bust Out Your Ass.
What the hell, man? What's the premise of this cult?
Well, it's all about pushing the limits, breaking boundaries, and of course, busting your ass.
I can see it now. A bunch of people running around busting their asses.
Exactly. And we'll have our own language too, so no one else can understand us.
Oh, great. Another language I have to learn.
It'll be worth it, trust me. Plus, we'll have our own currency called Bus Bucks.
Bus bucks.
Yeah, it's like Bitcoin, but way cooler.
This is insane, man. But I have to ask, what's the initiation process?
Well, first you have to prove your loyalty by completing a series of challenges, like building a rocket with only a paper clip and some gum.
That's ridiculous. But I have a feeling people will actually join this cult.
Of course they will, Joe. We'll have a cult following in no time.
I see what you did there. All right. I'm in. Bust to your ass. Here I come.
Welcome to the cult, Joe. Jamie, pull up an image of our cult symbol, donkey with a rocket strapped to its back.
Hey, Dr. Phil, have you ever tried using a Decepticon dildo?
Excuse me?
You know, those transformer dildos that turn into robots. They're all the rage these days.
I do not know why you talking, boy. You got a Decepticon dildo in your nostrils.
Oh man, that's a visual I did not need. But seriously, why haven't you tried it?
Because I have better things to do with my time than stick a robot up my nose.
Fair enough. But let me ask you this. Have you ever played Destiny 2?
Nah, I have not.
Well, you're missing out. I just built a hut in the new DLC campaign, and it's epic.
I'll take your word for it, Joe.
I think he's secretly a PC gamer.
What was that?
Nothing. So, Dr. Phil, do you have any weird dreams?
I do not know why you talking, boy, but I do have a recurring dream where I have an ingrown nut and it spreads all over my body.
What the hell, man? That's messed up.
And then I wake up and realize it was just a dream. But then I see you and I wonder if it's actually a premonition.
Oh, come on. I may have a few screws loose, but I'm not that weird.
You sure about that?
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a bit of a dilemma.
Oh, yeah, Joe. It's a big one. Huge, tremendous.
Lay it on me.
Well, I just had a beautiful baby boy and I can't decide on a name.
What are your options?
Well, I was thinking either McLovin or Mohammed.
Those are quite different options, Mr. President.
I know, but I just can't decide. On one hand, McLovin is a classic. It's got a ring to it.
And on the other hand,
Well, Muhammad just has so much cultural significance. Plus, it's a great way to piss off the libs.
you always know how to push buttons, Donnie.
That's what I do, Joe. That's what I do.
Well, have you considered a compromise? Maybe McLovin Muhammad?
Joe, you're a genius. That's it. McLovin Muhammad it is.
I can't wait to see the birth certificate on that one.
It's going to be huge. Believe me.
So, Neil, I heard you got hit by the scramblizer from the moon.
Flurgeberg.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So, how does it feel to only be able to speak gibberish now?
Glibbity glop.
Wow, profound. Do you think this will affect your ability to communicate with other scientists?
Flibbity floop.
Interesting point. But what about your fans? They won't understand a word you say now. Glorptastic? Is that even a word?
Flim flame flim flam.
Okay, I have no idea what you're saying. Let's move on to a more important topic. Do you think aliens are real?
Blurgalurg.
I couldn't have said it better myself. But seriously, do you think they're out there?
Glargle blargle.
All right, That's enough gibberish for one day. Thanks for coming on the show, Neil.
Glorptastic flim flam.
And that's a wrap, folks. Tune in next time for more nonsensical conversations with Joe Rogan and his scrambled guest, Neil deGrasse Tyson. So, Elon, I heard you developed an artificial intelligence that prevents you from talking about your artificial intelligence. Is that like a fail-safe for when you start rambling about your inventions?
Yeah, it's like a mental block. Every time I try to mention my artificial intelligence, I get a sharp pain in my brain. It's like a built-in sensor.
That's wild. But what if the artificial intelligence is broken and it starts censoring other things? Like, what if you can't even mention your own name?
I didn't think of that. Well, I guess I'll just have to go by the guy who can't talk about his artificial intelligence.
That's a mouthful. But seriously, what if it starts censoring your thoughts too? Are you just going to be walking around in silence?
Oh, no, I won't be able to think about my billions of dollars or my rocket ships. What a tragedy.
You know, I bet some people would pay good money for that artificial intelligence. Just imagine never having to hear you talk about your artificial intelligence again.
Hey, watch it. A genius, remember? I could have you telepathically censored too.
Oh, no, not my thoughts about Bigfoot and DMT. What will I do?
You know, I think the artificial intelligence might be broken after all. I can't stop thinking about my artificial intelligence now.
Well, I'll make sure to mention it every time I have you on the podcast, just to test it out. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm Joe Rogan, and today we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Thanks, Joe. Great to be here. I just want to say I'm doing a tremendous job as president, the best job ever.
Speaking of jobs, I heard you accidentally boofed your own ass the other day.
What? No, fake news. I never make mistakes. I have the best ass, believe me.
But sources say you were trying to take a dump and ended up shoving your head up your own ass.
Well, if I did, it was the most tremendous, beautiful, bigly boof ever. No one boofs like me. I have the best boofs.
I can't even imagine the smell.
Oh, please, I have the best smelling ass. It's like a bouquet of roses and freedom.
So what did you do when you realized what happened?
I blamed it on Obama, of course, and then I tweeted about it because that's how I handle all my problems.
Classic movie. So what's your plan for the rest of your term as president?
Well, I'm thinking of building a wall around my own ass to prevent any more accidental boofs and maybe making Mexico pay for it.
That's a bold strategy.
It's what the American people want, Joe. And I always give the people what they want, even if it means protecting my own ass from myself.
Well, on that note, all right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's an honor to be here. And let me tell you, nobody does podcasts like I do. Nobody.
So, Mr. President, I have to ask, what's it like being the president for 2 non-consecutive terms?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, it's like playing a round of golf. You hit a great shot, then you hit a terrible shot, but in the end, you still come out on top.
Interesting analogy. Now, I have to ask, what's it like talking in the third person?
Oh, it's fantastic. Trump loves talking in the third person. It's like having your own hype man following you around all the time.
I can imagine. So what does Trump think about the current state of the country?
Well, let me tell you, Joe, Trump thinks the country is doing great. The economy is booming, the people love me, and I'm making America great again. And let's not forget, Trump is the best president ever.
All right, let's move on to some more controversial topics. What does Trump think about the ongoing debate on climate change?
Well, Joe, Trump thinks it's a hoax, a big fat hoax. I mean, have you seen how cold it is in the winter? How can there be global warming? It's just fake news.
And what about gun control?
Trump loves guns.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm joined by the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Joe, it's great to be here. I just had my daily dose of hydroxychloroquine and I'm feeling fantastic.
So, Mr. President, I have to ask, what's your secret to staying healthy?
Well, Joe, I have a secret weapon. It's called the hot sauce enema.
Wait, what?
That's right. Every morning I have my doctor give me a hot sauce enema. It's invigorating.
I don't even know what to say to that.
It's a game changer, Joe. You should try it sometime.
I think I'll pass. Anyway, moving on. Let's talk about your election campaign.
Oh, it's going to be the biggest, most beautiful re-election campaign you've ever seen. And I have a new slogan, hot sauce enema. Ouch.
I don't think that's going to resonate with voters, Mr. President.
Oh, they'll love it. Trust me, Joe. It's going to be huge.
Well, there you have it, folks. The president's secret to staying healthy and his new campaign slogan. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, hot sauce enema. Ouch.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, I heard something interesting happen to you recently. Care to share with our listeners?
Well, let's just say I had a little mishap in the bathroom. Accidentally glued my balls to my own ass.
What the hell, man? How does that even happen?
I was trying to fix a leaky pipe and I grabbed the wrong tube. Next thing I know, I'm stuck to myself like a human centipede.
Oh man, that's rough. How did you get out of that sticky situation?
Let's just say I had to use some creative problem solving and a lot of baby oil.
Oh my God, I can't even imagine. Did you learn any valuable lessons from this experience?
Oh, definitely. Always read the label before using any kind of adhesive, and never underestimate the power of my own stupidity.
Well, I think we all learned something today. Thanks for coming on the show, Dr. Phil.
Anytime, Joe. Just make sure to keep the super glue away from me next time.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm Joe Rogan, and here with the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your podcast. It's the best, much better than that fake news CNN.
So, Mr. President, there's been a lot of rumors going around that you love fish sticks.
Fish sticks. I love them. They're like little golden nuggets of deliciousness. I could eat them all day.
And I've also heard that you're a gay fish.
Well, Joe, I can't confirm or deny that, but let's just say I have a very special relationship with fish sticks.
I don't even want to know.
But seriously, I love fish sticks. They're the best, and I'm not ashamed to admit it.
I respect your honesty, Mr. President. But let's talk about some serious issues. What's your plan for the economy?
Well, Joe, I'm glad you asked. We're going to make the economy great again. And I mean, great. We're going to have so much money, we won't know what to do with it, and we'll use that money to buy all the fish sticks in the world.
I don't think that's a sustainable economic plan, Mr. President.
Trust me, Joe, I'm a businessman. I know what I'm doing.
All right, let's move on to foreign policy. What's your stance on North Korea?
Well, Joe,
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. I'm here with one and only Mr. Beast. How's it going, man?
It's going great, Joe. I'm excited to announce my new sub-brand of Feastables called Fenables. It's going to be a game changer.
Fentables? What the hell is that?
It's chocolate bars with real fentanyl in them. It's like a party in your mouth and then a party in your veins.
Are you serious? That's insane.
Yeah, I wanted to take Feastables to the next level. And what's more extreme than adding a highly addictive and deadly drug to it?
I don't know. Maybe just making delicious chocolate bars without the risk of overdosing.
Where's the fun in that, Joe? Plus, it's going to be a great marketing strategy. People will be dying to get their hands on Fenables.
I don't think that's the kind of publicity you want, man.
Oh, come on. It's just a little fentanyl. What's the worst that could happen?
People could die, Mr. Beast. That's the worst that could happen.
Well, If they die, at least they'll die happy with a mouthful of delicious chocolate.
This is not something to joke about, man. Fentanyl is a serious issue.
Relax, Joe. It's just a prank, bro. Fenables will be a limited edition release, and all proceeds will go towards rehab programs. So,
Elon, you finally made it to Mars. How does it feel?
It's amazing, Joe. But I have to tell you, I found something pretty wild up here.
What? Aliens? A secret government base?
No, even better. The Greek gods.
What? Like Zeus and Athena?
Yeah, they've been up here the whole time, smoking weed and playing bongo drums.
No way. Are you serious?
Dead serious. I caught them in the act. They were so high they didn't even notice me.
Wow, that's insane. What were they smoking?
Some intergalactic strain. They said it's the best stuff they've ever had.
Can I try it? Can we go meet them?
Sure, but be warned, they're a rowdy bunch. And they have some crazy stories.
This is the best day ever. I can't wait to smoke weed with the Greek gods on Mars.
Who would thought this would be our future? Smoking weed with ancient deities on a different planet.
I love it. Let's go, Elon. Took up with the gods. So, Neil, I heard you recently discovered a new black hole.
Yes, Joe. And it's not just any ordinary black hole. It's my ass.
Wait, what?
I've been doing some experiments and I found out that my ass has the power to consume the entire universe.
That's insane. How does that even work?
Well, it's a tight fit, but I managed to shove the entire universe up there.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a prude. Embrace the wonders of the universe in my ass.
I think I'll pass on that one, Neil.
Suit yourself. But just know, every time you look up at the stars, just remember they're all up my ass.
This conversation took a weird turn.
Hey, at least I'm not wasting space. Am I right?
I don't even know what to say anymore.
That's okay, Joe. Just let the image of the entire universe in my ass sink in. It'll be our little secret.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you think you can beat me in an arm wrestle.
You bet your sweet ass I can, Joe. I've got the strength of 1,000 middle-aged moms.
Oh, please. I've got biceps like pythons. You couldn't handle this.
You're all talk, Joe. I've seen you cry on Fear Factor.
Hey, that was a traumatic experience, and I still won.
Yeah, against a bunch of C-list celebrities. Impressive.
Fine. Let's settle this once and for all. Arm wrestle right now.
Sorry, Joe. I don't engage in meaningless physical competitions. I have a PhD, remember?
Oh, come on. Don't be a wuss.
I have nothing to prove to you, Joe. I know I can beat you, and that's all that matters.
You're just scared, old man.
I may be old, but I'm not afraid to put you in your place, Joe.
Fine, we'll settle this in the octagon then.
You think you can take me in a fight? Bring it on, Rogan. I'll have you crying for your mommy in no time.
All right, calm down, Dr. Phil. Let's just stick to arm wrestling for now.
Fine, but don't say I didn't warn you. These arms are lethal weapons.
We'll see about that. Let's do this.
Bring it on, pussy.
So, Neil, I heard you got scammed online. What happened?
Yeah, it was a real bummer. I was trying to buy some rare astrophysics books and ended up getting swindled.
How much did you lose?
Oh, just $200,000 in Apple Store gift cards. No biggie.
Wait, what? How did you even have that much in gift cards?
Well, I may have gone a little overboard with my online shopping. Turns out you can't buy a new telescope with an Apple Store gift card.
Oh man, that's rough. What are you going to do now?
Well, I've been thinking about starting a new career as a professional gift card collector. I hear it's a booming industry.
I think you might be onto something there, Neil. But seriously, how did you fall for such an obvious scam?
Hey, I was just trying to expand my knowledge and collection of astrophysics literature. I never thought someone would actually scam me with gift cards.
Well, at least you learned a valuable lesson. Never trust anyone who asks for payment in gift cards.
Yeah, I'll definitely be more careful next time. But hey, if anyone needs some Apple Store gift cards, hit me up. I've got plenty to spare.
Yeah, Dr. Phil, I had the craziest dream last night. The divine scripture was revealed to me,
Oh, really? Let's hear it.
and lo, the mighty lion shall lay with the gentle lamb, and peace shall reign over the land.
Wait, wait, wait. You're missing some vital punctuation here, Joe. It should be in low. The mighty lion shall lay with the gentle lamb, and peace shall reign over the land.
What's the difference?
Well, with that, Colin, it changes the meaning completely. It's actually saying that the lion is going to lay with the lamb, and then peace will reign. Like they're going to have a quickie, and then everything will be chill.
Oh man, that changes everything.
Yeah.
Damn, Dr. Phil, you're a genius.
It's all about the punctuation, my friend. Now let's see what else we can uncover in this divine scripture. Love thy neighbor becomes love thy neighbor. So basically, just love everyone, even the.
Wow, this changes everything. No more wars, no more hate, just some good old-fashioned punctuation.
And to that, Joe, to that.
So, Dr. Phil, I've been thinking about ways to improve my sexual performance, and I was wondering if you had any advice.
Well, Joe, I'm not sure I'm the best person to ask about that.
Come on, you're a doctor. You must know some tricks to make my dick bigger and my ball squishier.
I'm sorry, but I don't think that's a healthy mindset to have. Size doesn't matter. It's all about technique and connection with your partner.
But what if I want to impress my partner with my massive schlong and squishy balls?
Joe, I think you need to reevaluate your priorities and focus on building a strong emotional connection with your partner.
But I already have a strong emotional connection with my hand. I just want to spice things up.
Joe, I'm not going to enable this kind of behavior. Your hand deserves better.
Fine, but can you at least recommend some exercises to make my balls squishier?
I'm not even going to dignify that with a response. Let's move on to a more productive topic.
All right, fine. But I'll be working on my ball squishing exercises on my own time. Thanks for nothing, Dr. Phil.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
So, Elon, I heard you have a new hobby.
Oh yeah, Joe. I've been really getting into boofing lately.
Boofing. Is that like some kind of fancy tech term?
No, it's when you stick drugs up your butt and do it in front of my wife.
Wow, hold on. You do drugs in front of your wife?
Not just any drugs, Joe. Talking about the good stuff, and my wife loves it.
I don't know, man. That seems a little weird.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's not like I'm boofing in front of my kids. That would be irresponsible.
Yeah, because doing drugs in front of your wife is totally responsible.
Hey, she's a grown woman. She can handle it.
I guess that's one way to spice up a marriage.
You should try it sometime, Joe. Even give you a discount on a Tesla if you do.
Thanks, but I'll stick to my regular old hobbies, like hunting bears with my bare hands.
Suit yourself, Joe. But trust me, boofing is the future.
All right, folks, we've got a special guest on the podcast today. The one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Dr. Phil, you've been in the public eye for years now. How do you manage to stay out of trouble?
Well, Joe, my top tip for getting away with tax fraud is to always use a fake identity. That way you can blame it on someone else if you get caught.
That's genius. What else do you have for us?
Another tip is to keep your finances offshore. That way it's harder for the heirs to track your money.
Wow. You're like a criminal mastermind, Dr. Phil.
I wouldn't go that far, Joe, but I do have a few more tips up my sleeve.
Let's hear them. Let's hear them.
Tip number 3. Always have a good accountant who knows how to cook the books.
And what about tip number 4?
Well, this one may sound a bit extreme, but it works. Fake your own death. That way, the ears will think you're no longer a threat.
That's definitely one way to get out of paying taxes.
And finally, tip number 5. Never, ever admit to anything. Deny, deny, deny.
Wise words, Dr. Phil. Jamie, pull up an image of a pile of money with the caption tax fraud. Never heard of her.
Here you go, Joe.
Laughs. So, Neil, I heard you have a thing for my ass.
Well, Joe, I wouldn't say I have a thing for it, but I do appreciate a nice, firm posterior.
Oh, yeah. You want to give it a squeeze?
Joe, I'm a scientist, not a groper.
Come on, just one little squeeze. It's for science.
I'm sorry, Joe, but I can't let my scientific curiosity get in the way of my moral compass.
Fine, be that way. But I gotta say, your fascination with my ass is a little disturbing.
Oh, please. You're the one who constantly talks about your alpha male status and how you could take down a grizzly bear with your bare hands.
Yeah, and
yet, you're afraid of a little ass squeeze? I thought you were a tough guy?
all right, you got me. Come here, you big nerd.
Joe, what are you doing?
Just giving you a taste of that alpha male energy.
This is not what I signed up for.
Relax, Neil. It's just two dudes bonding over a mutual appreciation for a nice ass.
I think I'll stick to discussing the mysteries of the universe. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself. But you're missing out on a great ass.
I'll take your word for it, Joe. Now, can we please get back to talking about something more intellectual?
Sure. But just remember, Neil loves my ass. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Neil, I heard you're a big fan of our podcast. What are your top 5 favorite quotes from the show?
Well, Joe, it was hard to narrow it down to just 5, but here they are. Number 1. I don't know, man. I just like to smoke weed and talk about chimps.
Classic. What's next?
Number 2. I'm not saying aliens exist, but have you ever tried DMT?
That's a good one. What's number 3?
Number 3. Jamie, pull up an image of a jacked kangaroo fighting a kangaroo with a knife.
Here you go, Neil. Neil.
Look at those ripped abs. Okay, number 4. I don't trust anyone who doesn't own a gun.
That's a valid point, Neil. And finally, number 5.
Number 5, if you don't eat elk meat, you're basically a vegan?
I can't argue with that logic. Well, there you have it, folks. Neil deGrasse Tyson's top 5 quotes from the Joe Rogan Experience podcast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'll be back anytime you need someone to talk about weed and...
Whoa, what the hell was that?
Oh, that. Just a little Russian I picked up from my buddy Putin.
Your buddy Putin, the same guy who meddled in our election?
Hey, he's a great guy, very strong leader, and he taught me some killer Russian phrases.
Like what? What?
Well, you heard it, Goida Bradia, я люблю Putina, on moi luce belai vlastelin.
I don't think that's exactly what he said.
Close enough. But seriously, Putin and I have a special bond. We both love power, money, and beautiful women. It's like we're soulmates.
Soulmates? I thought you were married.
Oh, that's just a formality. Melania knows I have a special relationship with Putin. She's cool with it.
I'm sure she is. So, are you planning on speaking Russian at your next press conference?
Absolutely. I want to show the American people how cultured I am. Plus, it'll really piss off the haters.
Well, I can't wait to hear it. Maybe you can teach me some Russian, too.
Sure, but only if you promise to call me Comrade Trump from now on.
Deal. Comrade Trump it is. So, Ben, I heard you got your hands on the Death Note. How's that been working out for you?
It's been great, Joe. I've been able to eliminate all my political enemies with just a few scribbles.
Damn, that's some real power. But don't you feel guilty about playing God?
Not at all. As a conservative, I believe in the death penalty. This is just a more efficient way of carrying it out.
I can see that, but what about innocent people? What if you accidentally write down the wrong name?
Well, Joe, that's just collateral damage. Can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs, am I right?
I don't think that's how that saying goes.
Oh, I don't care. I'm too busy writing down the names of all the Hollywood liberals who have wronged me.
Okay, this is getting a little dark. Let's change the subject. Have you tried using the Death Note for personal gain?
Of course, I wrote down the name of a girl who rejected me in high school. Now she's begging for my attention.
Wow, that's messed up, but also kind of impressive.
Thank you. I pride myself on being both morally bankrupt and highly efficient.
Well, on that note, I think we should end this conversation before we get flagged by the FBI.
Good call. I had some more names to write down anyway. See ya, Joe.
Bye, Ben. And remember, with great power comes great responsibility, or something like that. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the one and only President Donald Trump.
Great to be back, Joe. And let me tell you, I've got some great tips on how to bankrupt a casino.
Oh boy, I can't wait to hear this.
First, you got to start by overspending on everything. I'm talking gold-plated toilets, diamond-encrusted slot machines, the works.
That sounds expensive.
It is, but it's worth it for the aesthetic. Next, you got to hire the most incompetent staff you can find.
Why would you do that?
So they can mess up everything and drive away all the customers. And don't forget to skimp on security. That's always a good idea.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Trust me, it's going to be huge. And finally, the most important step, you got to constantly change the rules and confuse the players.
That just sounds like a recipe for disaster.
Exactly, Joe. That's how you bankrupt a casino like a pro. And let me tell you, I'm the best at it. No one does it better than me.
Well, there you have it, folks, the expert advice from President Trump on how to bankrupt a casino. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024.
And remember, always bet on bankruptcy. It's going to be tremendous.
So, David, I got to ask, what's the secret to your insane level of success and motivation?
Well, Joe, it's simple. I boof.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you heard me. I boof.
Like butt chugging?
No. I boof everything. My pre-workout, my protein shakes, my daily vitamins. You name it, I boof it.
Oh man, that's wild. But why? What's the benefit?
Well, it's all about maximum absorption. When you boof something, it goes straight into your bloodstream and bypasses the digestive system. It's like a direct shot of motivation and energy.
Damn, I never thought of that. Maybe I should start boofing my elk meat.
Hey, whatever works for you, man.
But seriously, doesn't it hurt?
Oh yeah, it's not the most pleasant experience, but I've endured much worse during my Navy SEAL training, so it's a walk in the park for me.
You're a beast, man. A boofing, butt-kicking beast.
Thanks, Joe. I'll take that as a compliment.
Just don't boof too much, or you might start talking out of your butt.
Trust me, Joe. I've already mastered that skill.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast, the only place where we talk about DMT, aliens, and now copywriting letters. I'm joined by my good friend, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. And yes, I have officially copyrighted the letter X.
That's wild, man. How did you even come up with that idea?
Well, I was just sitting in my Tesla smoking a joint, and I thought, why not? Let's make some money off of this alphabet game.
I mean, I can't even imagine how much money you'll make off of this. People use the letter X all the time.
Exactly. And now every time someone uses it, they'll have to pay me a royalty fee.
But what about words like exit or extra? Are you going to charge people for using those?
Of course, Joe. Do you think I became the richest man in the world by being nice? No, I'm a ruthless businessman.
I mean, I can't even imagine how much this will affect the English language. Will we have to start using exit and extra now?
Hey, if people want to use the letter X, they got to pay up. That's just how it works.
This is insane. What's next? Copywriting numbers?
No, that's an interesting idea.
Oh God, I was just kidding. Please don't do that.
Don't worry, Joe. I'll save that.
So, David, I heard you found the ultimate challenge.
Yeah, man. It's called reading a fucking book.
Wait, what? That's it.
Yeah, man. I've been running marathons, doing ultra endurance races, but this is the real deal.
I mean, I'm all for self-improvement and all that shit, but reading a book, that's like entry-level stuff.
You don't understand, Joe. This ain't just any book. It's War and Peace.
Oh, wow. That's like what? 1,000 pages.
Try 12, 25 pages, motherfucker.
Damn, that's some serious shit. But can you handle it?
I've been through hell and back, Joe. I can handle anything.
Yeah, but can you handle the footnotes?
Fuck the footnotes, Joe. I'm gonna conquer this book like I conquered the Navy SEALs.
Dude, I can't wait to see your before and after pictures. You're gonna be all swole, but with a big brain.
You know it. And once I finish this book, I'm taking on the ultimate challenge. Writing a book.
Shit, man. You're gonna be unstoppable.
That's right, Joe. I'm gonna be the fittest.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you want to challenge Goggins to a toaster bath competition.
That's right, Joe. I'm tired of him always talking about pushing himself to the limit. I want to see if he can handle the ultimate challenge.
But isn't that dangerous? I mean, toaster bath, that's some final destination shit.
Oh, come on. Where's your sense of adventure? Plus, I've been practicing. I can hold my breath for a whole minute now.
Impressive. But I don't think Goggins will back down from this challenge. He's a tough motherfucker.
Bring it on, Goggins. Let's see who can survive the longest in a toaster bath.
And what's the prize for the winner?
The loser has to do 100 push-ups while watching an episode of Keeping Up with the Kardashians.
Damn, that's brutal. I wouldn't want to lose this competition.
Exactly. So, Goggins, are you man enough to accept my challenge?
This is going to be one hell of a showdown. I can't wait to see it.
Goggins, you better start training. And don't forget to bring your rubber ducky. It's going to be a long bath.
All right, folks, we have a special guest on the show today, the one and only Donald Trump.
Hey, Joe, great to be here. I got to say, I'm a big fan of your podcast. It's huge.
Thanks, Mr. President. So what's your favorite song?
Oh, it's got to be You Can't Always Get What You Want by the Rolling Stones. It's my anthem, you know. I always get what I want.
I can see that. So what do you think about the recent controversy surrounding the band song Brown Sugar?
Look, Joe, I don't have time to worry about political correctness. I'm too busy making America great again.
Fair enough. But what about the lyrics? They're pretty offensive.
Offensive. Come on, Joe. It's just a song. Lighten up.
All right, let's move on to something else. What do you think about the current state of the country?
Joe, it's a disaster. We need to build a wall, ban all Muslims, and make America white again.
Okay. Let's take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll talk about Trump's new rap album.
That's right, folks. I'm dropping some sick rhymes. Jamie, pull up an image of me in a gold chain and a MAGA hat.
All right, folks, we have a very special guest on the podcast today. The 45th and possibly 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe. I'm here to set the record straight and tell you all the fake news the lamestream media won't report.
Well, Mr. President, let's dive right into it. I heard you recently played Sonic Adventure 2 and got pretty angry over the story.
Angry? I was fuming, Joe. I mean, who comes up with these ridiculous plots? A blue hedgehog trying to save the world from a mad scientist. Give me a break.
But, Mr. President, it's just a fun video game. It's not meant to be taken seriously.
Fun, fun. Joe, let me tell you something. I don't have time for fun. I'm too busy making America great again.
I understand that, but can we at least talk about the game's catchy soundtrack?
Oh, the music. I'll admit it's not bad, but it's no Hail to the Chief, that's for sure.
Fair enough. But what really got you riled up about the game story?
Well, for one, the main villain is named Dr. Eggman. Eggman, Joe, what kind of name is that? Sounds like something Sleepy Joe would come up with.
And what about the fact that Sonic has to collect these mystical emeralds to save the world?
Emeralds? Are you kidding me? I deal with real diamonds, Joe, not some cheap knockoff crystals.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the one and only, the man, the myth, the legend, President Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. And let me tell you, I have a big announcement today. Huge, the biggest announcement ever.
Oh boy, I can't wait to hear this. What is it?
I'm introducing the birth penalty. That's right, all women convicted of engaging in premarital sex will be resigned to a life as a surrogate birthing unit.
Wait, what?
That's right, Joe. We need to punish these women for their promiscuity. And what better way than to make them pop out babies for the rest of their lives?
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Oh, trust me, I know how it works. I'm the best at making babies. The best, ask Melania.
I don't think she would agree with that, but let's move on. How do you plan on enforcing this birth penalty?
We'll have a special task force, the baby police. They'll be monitoring all women, and if they catch them having premarital sex, they'll be sent straight to the birthing unit.
This is insane. What about the men who engage in premarital sex?
Oh, they'll be fine. They're just being men. But women, they need to be punished. It's in the Bible, Joe.
I don't think that's what the Bible says, but okay. All right, folks, welcome back to the Junior. Tonight, we have a special open mic night with our guests, Ben Shapiro, Dr. Phil, and Kanye West. And let me tell you, these guys are ready to bring the heat.
Oh, you bet I am. I've been practicing my boofing jokes all week.
Boofing? What in tarnation is that?
It's when you stick drugs up your butt, Dr. Phil. Get with the times.
Well, I'll stick to my old-fashioned therapy methods. Thank you very much.
All right, let's kick things off with Ben. Show us what you got.
All right, why did the drug addict boof a dictionary? Because he wanted to get high on words.
Tough crowd. Dr. Phil, your turn.
Well, I may not be up to date on all the latest drug trends, but here's one for you. Why did the chicken boof the road? To get to the other side.
Okay, Kanye, can you save us from this disaster?
Of course I can. Why did the rapper boof his microphone? Because he wanted to drop some sick beats and drugs.
Laughs. All right, that's more like it. Looks like Kenny takes the crown for this round.
Oh, come on, that's not fair. He's a rapper. He's supposed to be good at this stuff.
Yeah, I demand a rematch.
Sorry, boys.
So, Kenny, I gotta ask, what's the deal with Charmeleon being red when his other evolutions are orange?
Oh, man, don't even get me started. It's like, why does this guy turn purple at sunset? It just does, man. It's God's plan.
But I thought you were God. Kenya.
I am, but even I can't control the color of fire-breathing lizard.
Fair enough. But why does Charmeleon scream with you when he evolves?
It's a primal cry of transformation, Joe. Like, when I scream, I am a god on stage.
Right. So, does that mean Charmeleon is also a god?
Of course he is, Joe. He's a fire-breathing goddamn lizard. What more do you need?
I can't argue with that logic, but what about his final evolution, Charizard?
Oh man, don't even get me started. That's a whole other level of godliness. He's like the Beyonce of Pokemon.
I can see it now. Charizard dropping a fire mixtape.
Exactly. And that's why Charmeleon is red, because he's on his way to becoming the ultimate fire-spitting god.
Well, there you have it, folks. Kanye West, Pokemon expert.
And don't you forget it, Joe. Now, let's all scream what well woo 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 together.
So, David, I heard you're writing a book.
Yeah, Joe, I'm going to be a freaking author.
That's awesome, man. What's it going to be about?
It's going to be about pushing yourself to the limit, overcoming adversity, and being a badass motherfucker.
Sounds intense. What's the title?
Can't hurt me. How to dominate life and conquer your inner bitch.
Damn, that's a mouthful.
That's what she said.
Classic Goggins. So, what inspired you to write this book?
Well, I've been through some shit. And I want to share my story and inspire others to push through their own struggles.
That's really admirable, man. But let's be real. You're also doing it for the money, right?
Hell yeah, I'm going to be a rich motherfucker.
And what about the haters? You know, they're going to come out in full force.
Bring them on, Joe. I eat haters for breakfast.
I can't wait to read this book. It's going to be like a motivational punch in the face.
Exactly. And if anyone doesn't like it, they can kiss my ass.
Well, there you have it, folks. David Goggins, the next big thing in the world of literature. Kenny, I've been thinking, the world needs a rock and roll revolution.
Oh yeah. Tell me more, Joe.
I mean, think about it. We're living in a world where everyone's just sitting around sipping on their green juice and listening to Taylor Swift. It's time to shake things up, man.
I hear you, Joe. But what do you propose?
We need to bring back the good old days of sex, drugs, and rock and roll. None of this vegan, gluten-free crap.
I like where your head's at, Joe. But how do we make it happen?
We start a revolution, Kenya. We gather all the rock stars, all the rebels, and we take over the world with our music.
I'm in, but can we also throw in some fashion and Yeezys?
Of course, man. We'll be the ultimate power duo, rock and roll and fashion.
We'll be unstoppable. And we'll call it the Rogan and Yeezy experience.
I love it. Let's do this, Kenny. Let's change the world with our rock and roll revolution. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, folks. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me. Excited to be here and share my latest invention.
Oh, man, I can't wait to hear about it. What is it? A new rocket ship? Electric car?
No. It's something much more groundbreaking. I call it tungsten foreskin.
What the hell is that?
It's a revolutionary new material that can replace the foreskin in circumcised men. It's stronger, more durable, and can even enhance pleasure during sex.
Wow. Ooh. You're telling me you want to put a piece of metal on your dick?
Not just any metal, Joe. Tungsten is known for its high melting point and strength. Plus, it'll make your dick look like a shiny lightsaber.
Okay, I gotta ask. How did you come up with this idea?
Well, I was tinkering in my lab one day and I accidentally dropped a piece of tungsten into a vat of foreskin cream. When I fished it out, it was coated in the cream and I thought, hey, this could work.
Only you, Elon. Only you.
But think about it, Joe. This could be a game changer for men who have been circumcised. They can finally have a foreskin back and it'll be better.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, I'm still the best president this country has ever seen. No one can deny that.
Well, Mr. President, let's talk about something that has been on everyone's minds lately, Mandela effects. There are a lot of theories out there, but what do you think is the cause of these discrepancies in our memories?
Well, Joe, I have a theory. I think it's all fake news. The media is trying to make us believe that things happened differently than they actually did. It's a witch hunt against our memories.
That's an interesting take. But what about the examples people have pointed out, like the spelling of the Berenstain Bears or the existence of a Sinbad Genie movie?
Look, I don't know what people are talking about. I remember it all correctly, and if I don't remember it, then it never happened. That's how it works, Joe. I'm the president. I know these things.
Fair enough. But what about the theory that we're living in a parallel universe, and that's why our memories don't match up?
Joe, let me tell you, I'm the master of parallel universes. I have the best parallel universes, believe me. And let me tell you, in my parallel universe, I'm still president and I have a full head of hair. It's tremendous.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's tremendous.
So, Mr. President, I heard you recently banned Dr. Phil from the White House. What's that all about?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, I caught him with his dick out in the Oval Office. Can you believe it?
Wait, what? How did that happen?
I don't know. Maybe he thought he was at a nudist colony or something, but I can't have that kind of behavior in my White House.
But isn't that a bit extreme, banning him for that?
Extreme. Joe, I have the best judgment, believe me. And I don't want any dick-waving distractions while I'm trying to make America great again.
Fair enough. But what about all the other crazy stuff that happens in the White House?
Hey, as long as they keep it in their pants, I don't care what they do. But Dr. Phil crossed the line.
Well, I'm sure he's not too happy about it.
Who cares? He can go back to giving bad advice to troubled families. I have a country to run.
And speaking of running, are you planning on running for re-election in 2024?
Absolutely. I'm going to make America great for another 4 years, and maybe even ban a few more people while I'm at it.
Well, there you have it, folks. The president of... So, Neil, I heard you made a groundbreaking discovery about Neptune.
Yeah, Joe. Turns out Neptune has been spitting some sick rhymes to the rest of the solar system.
What? Are you telling me that Neptune is a rapper?
That's right, Joe. I was analyzing the vibrations of the planet and realized it was actually a beat.
Damn, I never would have thought the solar system had bars.
And get this, Joe. Saturn is dropping some fire verses too.
No way. I always knew those rings were hiding something.
And don't even get me started on Jupiter. That gas giant has some serious flow.
This changes everything. I can't wait to see the music video for Planetary Pimpin'.
Oh, it's already in the works. We've got Mars on the hook, and Venus is dropping a hot 16.
This is the best thing I've heard since Elon Musk started selling flamethrowers.
Who knew the universe had such sick beats? I guess it really is a cosmic rap battle out there.
And here I thought Pluto was just a sad little dwarf planet. Turns out it's the hype man for the whole solar system. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have a very special guest today, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, I've been busy. I've been collecting all the Dragon Balls.
Wait, what? What?
That's right, Joe. I've got them all, and I'm ready to make my wish.
What's your wish, Mr. President?
I wish for unlimited power, Joe. Unlimited power to make America great again.
I don't think that's how the Dragon Balls work, Mr. President.
Wrong, Joe. I've got the best Dragon Balls, the biggest Dragon Balls, and I know how to use them.
This is insane. You can't just wish for unlimited power.
Watch me, Joe. I'm going to make America so great it's going to be unbelievable, and I'll do it in just one term. Believe me.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Say thank you, Joe. Thank you, Mr. President, for making America great again.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Joe. And Jamie, pull up an image of me riding a dragon with the American flag in one hand and a cheeseburger in the other. That's going to be our new national symbol.
Right away, Mr. President.
This is madness.
No, Joe, this is America, and it's going to be great. Believe me.
Jamie, pull up an image of the Dragon Balls covered in fuzz with a smiling skin toilet in the middle with a glowing toilet bowl.
What the hell is that?
It's the ultimate power source, man. The Dragon Balls are like wish-granting genies, and the skin toilet is like a portal to another dimension.
I don't think that's how it works, Joe.
Oh, come on, Jamie. Don't be such a buzzkill. Just imagine the possibilities. You could wish for unlimited toilet paper during a pandemic.
Or you could wish for world peace.
Boring. I'd rather have a glowing toilet bowl that shoots lasers.
I don't even want to know what you would use that for.
Oh, just some light reading in the bathroom. But seriously, imagine the power you would feel with those Dragon Balls in your possession.
I think I'll stick to my regular toilet, thanks.
Suit yourself, Jamie. But when the apocalypse comes, I'll be sitting pretty on my throne of Dragon Balls and glowing toilets. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about all things weird, wild, and wacky. Today, I've got a special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil. One and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and talk about some serious stuff.
Serious? We don't do serious here, Dr. Phil. We do absurd and unhinged. Speaking of which, let's talk about our arm wrestle. You ready to relive that moment?
Sure, why not? I mean, it was pretty epic. I won, obviously.
Oh, shut up. You did not win fair and square. You were using some kind of Dr. Phil mind trick on me.
Mind trick? I think you were just too busy flexing your biceps and admiring yourself in the mirror.
Hey, I gotta show off these gains, man. But seriously, I thought I had you. I was so close to winning.
Close doesn't count, Joe. It's all about the end result. And the end result was me crushing your puny arm.
All right. Let's not get too cocky, Dr. Phil. You may have won the battle, but I'm still the king of the podcast world.
King? More like the jester. Have you seen some of the guests you've had on here? It's like a circus.
Hey, watch it, Dr. Phil. You're treading on thin ice here. And speaking of thin... So, Mr. President, I heard a rumor that your asshole is packed full of halloumi cheese.
Absolutely, Joe. It's the best cheese. I have the best asshole cheese.
How did that even happen? Did you eat a whole block of halloumi or something?
No. I have a special team of chefs who make sure my asshole is constantly stocked with the finest halloumi cheese.
That's dedication to cheese, I must say.
You know it, Joe. I'm a man of refined tastes, and my asshole deserves only the best.
But isn't that uncomfortable? Cheese can be pretty hard.
Not for me, Joe. My asshole is a fortress. It can handle anything. And let me tell you, the combination of halloumi and my asshole is a match made in heaven.
I'll take your word for it, Mr. President.
You should, Joe. You should. Now, excuse me, I have a meeting with my cheese team. Got to make sure my asshole stays well stocked.
And there you have it, folks. The president's asshole is packed full of halloumi cheese. This has been the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Thanks for listening. So, Kanye, I heard you've been entraining yourself to speak in perfect alignment with the beat of your heart.
Yeah, man, it's all about that rhythm. My heart is the ultimate beat maker.
But doesn't that make you sound like a pretentious douchebag?
Excuse me. I am the greatest artist of all time. My heart beats to the rhythm of my genius.
Sure. So what happens if you get a heart attack?
My heart attack would be the most epic beat drop of all time. It would be like a symphony of pain and art.
That's disturbingly poetic.
Thank you. I take my art very seriously.
But what about when you're just having a normal conversation? Do you have to constantly adjust your speech to match your heart's beat?
Of course, I am always in tune with my heart and my words. It's the only way to truly express myself.
Well, I guess that's one way to justify your pretentiousness.
Hey, it's not pretentious if it's true.
Whatever you say, man. I'll just stick to my regular old heartbeat.
Suit yourself, but you'll never have the rhythm and flow that I do. It's a gift, really.
Yeah, a gift that keeps on giving. Thanks for joining us on the show, Kanye.
Always a pleasure. Joe, keep on grooving to the beat of your heart.
Yo, Neil, have you ever been on a roller coaster?
Yes. Joe, I have experienced the thrill of riding a roller coaster.
What's it like for you, man? Do you scream like a little girl?
No, Joe. I do not scream like a little girl. I am a grown man with a deep, commanding voice.
Come on, Neil. You got to give me something. Do you at least make a sound?
Well, Joe, if you must know, I let out a low, guttural woo, 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 as the coaster reaches its highest point.
That's awesome, man. I can just picture you with your arms up, wind blowing through your hair, and that sound coming out of your mouth.
Yes, Joe. I'm sure it's quite a sight to behold.
You know, we should go on a roller coaster together sometime. I'll record your woo ooh woo 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 ooh 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 and use it as my ringtone.
Oh, what an honor, Joe. I can hardly contain my excitement.
Come on, Neil. Let loose a little. Let's hear your best woo woo ooh 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 right now.
Fine. Woo, woo.
That's perfect, man. You're a natural.
Thank you, Joe.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm joined today by the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson. Neil, thank you for being here.
Always a pleasure, Joe. But can we please not talk about science today? I need a break from all that rational thinking.
No problem, man. Let's talk about something completely absurd. If you could be any type of fish, which one would you be?
Oh, Joe, you never fail to surprise me with your ridiculous questions. But if I had to choose, I'd be a dick-sucking fish.
What the hell is a dick-sucking fish?
Well, Joe, it's a type of fish that has a long tubular mouth that it uses to suck on the genitals of other fish. It's quite fascinating, really.
That's insane, man. I didn't even know that existed.
Oh, it exists, Joe. And let me tell you, it's a damn good life. Just swimming around, sucking on dicks all day. No worries, no responsibilities.
Sounds like a dream come true. But seriously, why would you want to be a dick-sucking fish?
Well, Joe, think about it. It's the ultimate form of pleasure. And I'm all about maximizing pleasure in life.
I can't argue with that logic. But what about the other fish? Don't they get annoyed by the dick-sucking fish?
Oh, they love it, Joe. It's like a spa treatment for them. And
so, Mr. President, I heard you have a new plan to increase government efficiency.
That's right, Joe. I'm going to make it a legal requirement for all my cabinet members to go on a McDonald's only diet. Only diet.
Wait, what? You have a massive share in the McDonald's Corporation. Isn't this conflict of interest?
Conflict of interest? Joe, let me tell you something. I am the interest, and I am always winning.
But isn't this just going to make everyone unhealthy and unproductive?
Wrong, Joe. McDonald's is the key to success. Look at me. I eat Big Macs for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and I'm the president. Coincidence? I think not.
But what about the health consequences?
Oh, please, Joe. You sound like a Reno.
But I'm an independent.
Same thing. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some executive orders to sign and some fries to eat.
This is ridiculous. I can't believe you're putting your own interests above the well-being of your cabinet members and the country.
Bad things are coming your way, Joe. I can promise you that.
What do you mean?
Let's just say you won't be getting any Happy Meals anytime soon. Storm's out.
So, Elon, I heard you had a crazy story to tell us.
Man, let me tell you. So I was tripping balls one night and I thought I was making out with the letter X.
What the hell?
Yeah, I was in this weird trance and I just couldn't stop. But then I woke up and realized I was actually making out with light post in the middle of Baltimore City.
Oh my God, that's insane.
It gets worse. Turns out it was 4:31 and there were people walking by staring at me.
Oh man, I can only imagine their faces.
I was so embarrassed I ran away and hid in a dumpster for the rest of the night.
That's some next level tripping, man.
Yeah, I learned my lesson. No more psychedelics for me.
Well, at least you have a good story to tell.
Yeah, I'll never live that one down. Jamie, pull up an image of a light post in Baltimore City at 4:31.
Here it is. It is.
That's the lucky light post that got to make out with Elon.
Oh God, don't remind me.
Mr. President, I don't think that's physically possible.
Believe me, I have the best boofing skills. Nobody can boof like I can.
I'm not even sure what boofing is.
It's when you stick something up your butt. And let me tell you, I've boofed some tremendous things.
Like what?
Like my own hand. And let me tell you, it was fantastic. The best boofing experience I've ever had.
I don't even know what to say to that.
And you know what else? I can boof my own ass. That's right. I have the flexibility of a yoga master.
I don't think that's something to be proud of, Mr. President.
Oh, but it is. It shows my strength and agility. Plus, it's a great way to relax after a long day of making America great again.
I think we should move on to a different topic.
Fine, but just know that I can boof like nobody's business, and I'm not afraid to show it.
Dude, what are you talking about? Bernie Sanders as an artificial intelligence. That's some Black Mirror shit right there. No, I'm serious. Just imagine a digital version of Bernie spouting off his socialist ideas and rallying the masses. But wouldn't that be dangerous? I mean, he's already got a cult following. Imagine if they had a digital version of him to worship. Yeah, but think about the possibilities. We could have him debate with other artificial intelligence versions of politicians. It would be like a virtual political arena. I don't know, man. Sounds like a recipe for disaster. Plus, I don't want to hear that raspy voice in my ear all day. Oh, come on, Joe. You know, you secretly love it. Just imagine him saying, the 1% must be taxed at a higher rate in that Brooklyn accent. Okay, I'll admit that would be pretty entertaining. But let's not forget, he's still a politician. Can we really trust an artificial intelligence version of him? Who cares? It's all just a simulation anyways. Plus, it would be hilarious to see him try to hug people through a screen. All right, you've convinced me. Let's start a petition to make Bernie Sanders the first artificial intelligence Rogan character. Yeah, and then we can have him debate with the artificial intelligence versions of Trump and Biden. It'll be the ultimate political showdown. Jamie, pull up an image of Bernie Sanders hugging a robot version of himself. I need to see this in my mind. And we're back, folks. I've got the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson here with me. Neil, how's it going?
Well, Joe, I'm feeling the burn today.
The burn. You mean like Bernie Sanders?
Yes, I've been working on my impression. Listen to this. The top 1% of the top 20% of the top 30% of foods get 99% of the boofing.
That's pretty good. But why are you talking about percentages?
Because, Joe, it's all about the top percentages. The top 1%, the top 20%, the top 30%, they control everything.
Oh yeah, I forgot. You're a scientist. You love numbers.
It's not just about numbers, Joe. It's about the distribution of wealth and power in our society.
Oh, so you're a socialist now?
No, I'm just saying We need to be aware of the top percentages and how they affect our lives.
All right, Bernie, let's move on to something else.
But Joe, we can't ignore the top 1% of the top 20% of the top 30% of the top 40% of the top 50% of the top 60% of the top 70% of the top 80% of the top 90% of the top 100%.
Okay. So, Neil, I heard you've been getting into aliens lately.
Yes. Joe, the possibility of extraterrestrial life is a fascinating topic.
Fascinating. More like fucking mind-blowing. Have you ever smoked DMT and thought about aliens? It'll blow your mind, man.
I prefer to rely on scientific evidence, Joe.
Oh, come on, Neil. Where's your sense of adventure? I bet you've never even been probed by an alien.
That's absurd, Joe. I highly doubt any intelligent beings would travel light years just to probe a human's anus.
You never know, man. Maybe they're into that kind of shit. Pun intended.
Joe, please. Let's keep this conversation on a higher level.
Fine. But seriously, if aliens do exist, do you think they're more advanced than us?
It's possible, Joe. But let's not underestimate the power of human intelligence.
Yeah, but have you seen some of the people on this planet? We're not exactly the smartest species.
Well, we did manage to create the internet, Joe.
True. But have you seen TikTok? That's a whole new level of stupidity.
I'll give you that one, Joe. But let's not forget that we also have some brilliant minds on this planet.
Yeah, like Elon Musk. That dude is basically an alien himself.
I wouldn't go that far, Joe. But he certainly has some out-of-this-world ideas.
Speaking of out of this. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience 2024. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only President Donald Trump.
Good to be here, Joe. I heard you have a hot tub full of elk blood. Is that true?
Yeah, but let's not talk about that. Let's talk about something more important. Mr. President, I heard you have a new plan for America.
That's right, Joe. I want to make SpongeBob real.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I've been watching a lot of SpongeBob lately, and I think he would make a great addition to our country.
How exactly do you plan on making a cartoon character real?
Easy. We'll just use some of that fake news technology. You know, the one they use to make me look bad.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Trust me, I'm a stable genius. I've already talked to the Russians about it.
Boy, here we go.
And once SpongeBob is real, we'll make him the Secretary of State. He's got the best diplomatic skills, believe me.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Nonsense, Joe. SpongeBob is a winner, just like me. He'll make America great again.
I think we should move on to a different topic.
Fine, but just remember, when SpongeBob is real and making deals with other countries, you'll be thanking me.
I highly doubt that, Mr. President. So, Ben, I heard you hate your life. What's up with that?
Well, Joe, it's just that I have to deal with all these libtards and their feelings every day. It's exhausting.
Yeah, I can imagine. But hey, at least you have that sweet conservative money to comfort you, right?
Oh, please, money can't buy happiness. And besides, I have to constantly defend my beliefs and endure the constant hate from the left. It's a never-ending battle.
Damn, that sounds rough. But hey, at least you have your wife to support you, right?
Ha, you mean the one who constantly emasculates me on social media? Yeah, she's a real gem.
Well, at least you have your kids to bring you joy.
Oh, you mean ones who constantly ask me why I'm such a buzzkill at birthday parties? Yeah, they're real bundles of joy.
Wow, sounds like you really have it all, Ben.
Oh, don't even get me started on my hairline. It's a constant reminder of my impending mortality.
Well, on that depressing note, let's wrap this up. Thanks for coming on the show, Ben.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to go cry into my pillow.
Yo, Tyler, where the hell have you been, man? YouTube, what happened to watching my podcast every day? You know what? I respect that. But who's your favorite YouTuber now? Chad Thundercock. Sounds like a porn star. Oh, I love those. What's the craziest thing he's done? That's messed up. Did he get arrested? Classic Chad. Jamie, pull up an image of Chad Thundercock dressed as a gorilla. Look at that guy. He's a legend. It's all good, man. As long as you're still listening to the podcast, that's what I like to hear. Now, let's go smoke some elk meat and talk about aliens. So, Mr. President, I heard you hate your life.
Hate it. I love it. I have the best life, believe me. The best ratings, the best golf courses, the best everything. The best everything.
But what about all the stress and criticism that comes with being the president?
Oh, please, that's nothing compared to the stress of dealing with my ex-wives. Those women are like a pack of hyenas, always nagging and chewing at my ankles.
And what about all the scandals and controversies surrounding your administration?
Controversies? Please, I thrive on controversy. It's like fuel for my ego. And as for scandals, I've been in the tabloids my whole life. I'm like a walking scandal.
But don't you ever get tired of all the hate and backlash?
Not at all. I have the best defense mechanism, denial. I just pretend it's all fake news and move on. Works like a charm.
So you're saying you have no regrets about becoming president?
Absolutely none. Well, maybe just one. I do miss my old life of being a billionaire playboy. But hey, at least now I have the whole country to play with.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today's guest is the one and only Elon Musk. How's it going, Elon?
Good, Joe. Just been busy running my empire and plotting world domination. You know, the usual.
Oh, so I heard you have some big plans for August 12, 2036. Care to share with us?
Well, on that day, I will be launching my personal rocket ship to Mars. And I'm not just going alone, I'm taking all the hottest chicks with me.
Well, that's insane. But what about all the people left on Earth?
Oh, I'll leave some robots in charge. They'll do a way better job than humans anyway.
But what about the aliens on Mars? Are you going to try to make peace with them or something?
I'm just going to flex on them with my sick rocket ship and come back to Earth and brag about it.
Classic Elon. So what's your ultimate goal with all this space exploration?
To find a new Earth, Joe. This one is getting pretty messed up with all the pollution and Kardashians.
I hear ya. But what about the people who don't believe in climate change? What's your message to them?
Well, Joe, I'll just take them to Mars and leave them there. Let them experience firsthand the effects of their ignorance.
Damn, that's harsh. But I guess it's necessary for the survival of our species. So, Elon, I heard a crazy rumor that you killed your mother.
What? No way, man. That's ridiculous.
But the rumor says you dumped a ton of sea salt on her while she was sleeping.
Oh, yeah, because that's a totally normal way to kill someone.
I mean, it's definitely unique. How did you come up with that idea?
Well, I was experimenting with different ways to preserve food, and I accidentally spilled a ton of sea salt on my mom while she was napping. And, well, let's just say she didn't wake up.
Oh, man, that's messed up. But hey, at least she'll be preserved for eternity.
Yeah, I'm sure she's really appreciating it wherever she is.
So, do you think sea salt is the new weapon of choice for assassins?
Oh, yeah. Move over guns and knives. It's all about that sea salt now.
Well, I'm definitely staying on your good side from now on. I don't want to end up like your mom.
Don't worry, Joe. I only reserve that kind of treatment for special occasions.
Good to know. So what's next on your experimental list? Killing someone with a block of cheese?
Hey, don't give me any ideas. But seriously, I think I'll stick to just using sea salt as a...
Hey, Phil, what's up with this OnlyFans thing? I heard you're in the top 0.7%.
Yeah, man, I'm killing it. People love my content.
What kind of content are we talking about here?
Oh, just me flexing my muscles, showing off my abs, maybe a little bit of nudity.
Nudity? You're showing your dick on there?
Hell, yeah, gotta give the people what they want.
I don't know if I can handle seeing that.
Oh, come on, Joe. You're always talking about how big and strong I am. Now you can see it for yourself.
I don't know if I want to see it that up close and personal.
Suit yourself. But let me tell you, those subscribers are loving it. I'm making bank.
I bet you are. Maybe I should start an OnlyFans too.
Oh, please, Joe. No one wants to see your hairy back and dad bod.
Hey, I could probably get a few subscribers. I have a pretty big following.
Yeah, from all those MMA fans. I don't think they're interested in seeing you naked.
Fine, I'll stick to my podcast. But maybe I'll subscribe to yours.
Deal. Just don't get too excited when you see what I have to offer.
Oh, I'm already excited. I'll be your #1 fan.
I'm sure you will, Joe. I'm sure you will.
So, Ben, I heard you hired a hooker last night. How was it?
Well, Joe, I must say it was quite an experience. She was a bit rough around the edges, but I like my women with a little edge.
Did she satisfy your conservative needs?
Oh, she satisfied more than just my needs, Joe. Let's just say she fell in love with my sweet femboy cock.
What the hell, Ben? I didn't know you were into that.
Hey, I'm a man of any surprises. And let me tell you, she was quite the catch. We're actually planning on getting married next week.
You're kidding, right?
Nope, I'm dead serious. She's a keeper.
Well, I guess love knows no bounds.
Exactly, Joe. And besides, she's a great listener and doesn't talk back. Can't ask for more than that.
I can't wait to see the wedding photos. Congrats, Ben.
Thanks, Joe. And who knows, maybe you'll find love in a hopeless place too.
Maybe I'll hire a hooker and see if she falls for my sweet femboy cock too.
Hey, you never know, Joe. Stranger things have happened.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the 46th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, we're going to make this podcast great again.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have some big plans for the national anthem.
That's right, Joe. We're going to change it to Rump Shaker. It's going to be tremendous.
Can you explain why?
Well, Joe, the current anthem, can you see? Boring. Rump Shaker is a real banger. Plus, it's all about shaking that booty. And let me tell you, I have a great booty.
I don't think anyone wants to picture that, Mr. President.
Hey, I'm just being honest, Joe, and the lyrics are important. All I want to do is zoom, a zoom, 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 and a boom, boom. That's deep, Joe. That's poetry.
I don't think anyone would consider that poetry.
Well, they will now, and we're going to make everyone learn the lyrics. It's going to be mandatory, and if they don't know it, they're fired. They're fired.
That seems a bit extreme, Mr. President.
Extreme times call for extreme measures, Joe. And let me tell you, once we change that anthem, America will be great again.
I'm not sure that's how it works, but okay.
Jamie, pull up an image of a bald.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. I just want to say I'm really sad and I hate my life.
Whoa, that's heavy. What's got you feeling down, Mr. President?
Well, Joe, ever since I left office, I feel like I've lost my purpose. I used to have so much power and attention, and now I'm just a regular old billionaire.
But you still have a huge following, Mr. President. You could start a new movement or something.
No, I don't want to do that. Too much work. Plus, I'm too busy playing golf and watching Fox News.
Well, maybe you can find happiness in your family and personal life.
My family, they're all losers, except for Ivanka, she's a 10. But the rest of them, total losers.
That's not a very nice thing to say, Mr. President.
What can I say, Joe? I'm just being honest. And let me tell you, honesty is a rare commodity in politics.
That's definitely true. So what do you do to cope with your sadness?
I eat Big Macs and tweet. It's a great stress reliever.
I can imagine. Well, it looks like we're out of time. Thank you for joining us, Mr. President.
No.
All right, folks, we have a special guest on the podcast today, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm here to translate a phrase into 5 different languages for you.
Right? Let's hear it.
The phrase is cart ride into 17 pregnant hyenas.
What the hell does that even mean?
Well, let's start with Spanish. Paseo en carreta haitiana, 17 hyenas embarazadas.
Damn, that sounds fancy.
And in French, it's balade and charrette vers 17 hyenas enceinte.
Oh, la la, tres bien.
Now for German Kutschenfahrt in 17 Traktage Hyanen.
Das ist gut, Jay.
Moving on to Russian, Progolka na Telej K17 Bermenim GNM.
That's a mouthful, but I like it.
And finally, in Japanese, 17P Norin Shin Shitahaine Nicheng Rukatonolu.
Arigato, Dr. Phil San. I have no idea what you just said, but it sounds cool.
Well, there you have it, folks. Cart ride.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's the best. And I'm not just saying that because I'm on it.
So, Mr. President, I heard you've been playing a lot of video games lately. What's your favorite?
Well, I've been trying to play this Mario Bros game, but I can't get past the first Goomba. It's rigged against me, I tell you.
Rigged. How so?
Those Goombas, they're always coming at me. They're like the Democrats always trying to take me down, but I won't let them. I'll build a wall around that Goomba and make it pay for it.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Oh, I know how it works. I'm a very stable genius, you know.
Right? So, have you tried using any power-ups or extra lives?
I don't need power-ups, Joe. I'm already the most powerful man in the world, and as for extra lives, I don't believe in them. You only get one shot at this game, and I'm going to make it count.
Well, good luck with that, Mr. President. Maybe you should stick to real life instead of virtual reality.
Don't worry, Joe. I'll conquer that Goomba, just like I'll conquer the world. And when I do, I'll make Mario great again.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be here.
Now, Dr. Phil, I have to ask you about a topic that's been on everyone's mind lately, boofing.
Oh boy, I knew this was going to be a wild one.
But seriously, what's the deal with boofing? I mean, I've heard some crazy stories about people putting all sorts of things up their butt.
Well, Joe, as a doctor, I have to say that boofing is not a safe or healthy practice. It can lead to serious health complications and even death.
But come on, Dr. Phil. I've heard it can give you a crazy high, like, butt chugging.
Joe, that's just absurd. And frankly, it's offensive to those who have lost their lives due to boofing.
All right. I admit I've never tried it myself, but I've heard it's the new craze in Hollywood.
Joe, just because some celebrities are doing it doesn't make it safe or cool. We need to educate people on the dangers of boofing.
You're right, Dr. Phil. We should start a campaign to raise awareness about the dangers of boofing.
Absolutely. We need to protect our youth from this harmful trend.
So, Mr. President, I hear you've been working on a new video game.
That's right, Joe. I'm personally making a new Super Smash Bros. Game.
Oh, really? What's it called?
Super Smash Cocks.
What?
Yeah, instead of characters, it's just big veiny cocks. And instead of finishers, it's just little itty bitty cocks getting their balls squeezed.
That's something.
I know, right? It's going to be huge. People are going to love it.
I don't know, man. That sounds a little offensive.
Offensive. Come on, Joe. It's just a little harmless fun. Besides, people love cocks. I mean, look at me.
Okay, fair point.
And I've got some great ideas for characters. There's going to be a giant orange cock with a bad comb over, a Russian cock with a tiny Putin riding on top, and of course, a beautiful, classy Melania cock.
This is absurd.
Hey, I'm just giving the people what they want, Joe, and they want cocks. Big, beautiful, tremendous cocks.
I don't even know what to say.
Just wait until you see the gameplay. It's going to be the best gameplay you've ever seen, believe me.
I have no doubt about that.
And the best part, I'm going to make Mexico pay for it.
Of course, you... All right, folks, we have a special guest on the show today, the one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I've been a big fan of your show even before I became president. Tremendous show, really.
So, Mr. President, I heard you're a big fan of the movie Conan the Barbarian.
No. It's Conan the Boofbarian. That's the one I love. It's about a warrior who drinks a lot of beer and boofs a lot of chicks. It's fantastic.
I think you mean Conan the Barbarian. And I don't think that's what the movie is about.
Believe me, I know what I'm talking about. I've seen it many times. It's a beautiful movie. And let me tell you, I could be a great boofbarian too. I have the best boofs, believe me.
I'm not sure that's something to brag about, Mr. President.
Oh, Joe, you're just jealous because you can't boof like I can. Sad.
Moving on, let's talk about your plans for 2024. Any big surprises?
Well, let me tell you, Joe, I'm going to make America great again, but this time we're going to have boofing competitions. It's going to be huge.
Boofing competitions. That's different.
Hey, I'm a man of the people, and the people want to see some boofing. It's going to be tremendous.
I don't... Hey, Neil, have you ever smoked a dong, man?
What the hell are you talking about, Joe?
You know, like a big old juicy dong. Rolled it up and lit it on fire.
That's not even physically possible, Joe. And why would I want to smoke a dong?
Come on, Neil. Don't be a prude. It's all the rage in the alien world.
I highly doubt that.
Trust me, I've seen some weird shit on DMT.
I'm sure you have, Joe, but I'll stick to smoking cigars like a normal human being.
Suit yourself, Neil. But you're missing out on some mind-blowing dong smoke.
I'll pass. Thanks. I have a reputation to uphold.
Oh, come on. You're telling me you've never taken a hit of a space dong?
I'm not even going to entertain this conversation any further, Joe.
Fine, be that way. But just remember, when the aliens invade, they'll be offering dongs, not peace.
I think I'll take my chances with peace, Joe.
So, Dr. Phil, you've been doing some research and you've discovered that the gayest people on Earth are MMA fans.
That's right, Joe. I've been studying this for years, and I can confidently say that MMA fans are the gayest of them all.
Wow, that's a bold statement. Care to explain?
Well, think about it. They're constantly grappling with sweaty, half-naked men in a cage. That's like a gay porno come to life.
I see your point. But what about the argument that MMA is a tough, manly sport?
Oh, please.
This is some groundbreaking research, Dr. Phil.
And let's not forget the outfits they wear. Tight shorts, no shirts. It's like they're begging for attention from other men.
I can't believe I never saw it before. MMA fans are the gayest people on Earth.
And don't even get me started on the post-fight celebrations. It's like a pride parade in there.
This is too much. I can't handle it.
See, Joe? I told you my research would blow your mind.
I can't wait to see the backlash from the MMA community on this one.
Oh, I'm sure there'll be...
So, Mr. President, I hear you have some big plans for the entertainment industry.
That's right, Joe. I'm going to create a whole new cinematic universe.
Oh, yeah. What's it going to be about?
It's going to be centered around a character called Billy the Ballsack.
What the hell?
Hear me out, Joe. Billy is a sentient ballsack with bigly day-to-day ballsack adventures.
Okay, I'm listening.
And the grand finale will be Billy exploding his love juice and coming everywhere.
Oh my God, this is gold.
And the best part is I'm going to play Billy myself.
You can't be serious.
I am dead serious, Joe. This is going to be huge. The biggest cinematic universe ever.
I don't even know what to say.
Just wait until you see the merch. Billy the Ballsack hats, shirts, even a Billy-shaped stress ball.
This is going to be a hit, Mr. President. No doubt about it.
Of course it will be. I'm the best at everything, Joe. And now I'll be the best at playing a ball sack.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe, thanks for having me on again.
Of course, man. So I saw on Twitter that you were talking about artificial intelligence and how it could potentially wipe out humanity.
Yeah, it's a real concern. We have to be careful with how we develop and use artificial intelligence.
Yeah, but what if we accidentally teach it something that we don't even realize we're teaching it?
Like, what?
Like, what if by talking about boofing so much, the artificial intelligence will accidentally learn that humans all take all their drugs and food up the ass?
Okay, that's a stretch, Joe.
No, hear me out. And then it will try to help us by shoving things up our ass, and that's how humanity will be eradicated, boofed to death by artificial intelligence robots who were genuinely just trying to help us, who were genuinely just trying.
Joe, that is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
Hey, I'm just saying, stranger things have happened.
Well, I think we just need to be cautious and responsible with how we develop artificial intelligence. We can't let it get out of control.
Yeah, I hear you. But imagine if we could boof all our drugs and food and not have to worry about taking it any other way.
Joe, I think we need to move on to a different topic.
Fine.